earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, boy, Chris is being very,
That's very thorough.
very thorough, very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's on.
Oh!
What I have in my hands here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do you
best
think
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay.
Hey, we got it.
You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing?
Beating. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. And this day just players don't have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second. Hello. Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See? My little fist? It fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen. Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm playing.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me. Neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here.
We're waiting.
Washing away, fading away with the winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for the chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distractions? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No! Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it? Oh,
You like it?
does her face say that she likes it?
She looks like she's so happy.
What? Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last bit.
Ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the windows color for a second. Alright. Okay.
It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We will get one. We will
We're
get
gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in, you know. I believe in you. That's
Okay.
okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
What?
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake?
Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Boy, Chris is being very,
It's very thorough.
very
Yes,
thorough.
very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
Will you say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the camera?
It's on.
What I have in my hands here.
Yes.
What have I come down to? Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the best bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are. I don't know when I hit 21. What is this guy doing? Speeding. This is rigged. Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that. Okay.
Do we need to do that? Sing the song. And this day just players don't have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set, and you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director.
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away to things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like, I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm fucking
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
We're waiting.
washing away, fading away with
You'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for a chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes!
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Oh, her face say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last
Did you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
We'll make the window smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No! It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We will get one.
We're gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
It goes, what? I quit the fucking world championship for this! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake?
Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being very,
It's very thorough.
very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's on.
What I have in my hands here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the top.
Oh my gosh!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the best bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey, we got you are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing? Speeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song.
And this day just plays on have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God, блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто. Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away to things that might actually... Alright, you guys, keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like, I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm playing.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
We're rating.
washing away, fading away with
You'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Hello for the chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice? I love it. All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Oh, just her face say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last
Did you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second.
Alright, first game.
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're. Boy, Chris is being very,
That's very thorough.
very
Yes,
thorough.
very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my gosh.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh God.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the camera?
It's on.
What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
What did I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Talk tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this guy doing?
Feeding. This is rigged. Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song. Booga, 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 cha cha cha. And this day just plays on my fuzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set, and you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director.
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God, блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my God, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them.
Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm fucking...
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900s on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
We're waiting.
washing away, fading away with
It'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away. And you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for a chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice? I love it. All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Just her face say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea. I wasn't listening. I just listened to last
Do you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second.
Alright.
Okay.
No!
It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We won't get one. We won't
We're
get
gonna
one.
get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
It goes, what? I quit the fucking world championship for this! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake?
Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're, boy, Chris is being very,
That's very thorough.
very
Yes.
thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the...
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars.
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the...
It's home.
Oh! What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever?
Oh my god, it's actually working! Alright, hello, can you guys hear me? Are we good? It wouldn't be BotezLive without everything breaking last minute, and here we go. I see one person say
go back on starting soon if it's really echoey, because I will wait for us to fix it. But don't worry, the chess games will begin soon. Hopefully things will be less scuffed the rest of the time. Give me 1 second and let's... Vila, if you can hear this, can you swap back to starting soon?
We need to check. I mean, let's not talk about these. We need to check the settings on this. Let's see if we can double check.
Okay,
that
chat,
the road
one
mic is
second.
on. I feel like the road mic just must not be on.
No, I'm swapping to starting soon.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, chat. Scuffed as usual. We are working on fixing. It has been a lot.
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're... boy, Chris is being very...
It's very thorough.
Very
Yes,
thorough.
very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yeah, sorry, chat. Where's the camera?
It's on.
What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What did I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you think
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this
This guy is speeding. This is rigged. Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that. Okay.
Do we need to do that? Sing the song. And this day just players don't have fun. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set, and you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director.
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God. Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто. Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Oh my god. Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually. Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2.
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my god, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them. Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm fucking.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
Waiting.
washing away, fading away with
It'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for a chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice?
I love it.
All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Oh, does her face say that she likes it?
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool. Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea, I wasn't listening. I just listened to last
Do you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No!
It's fine. It's only taken 10 shots. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We won't get one.
We're gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
It goes. What?
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very
Yes.
thorough. Very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the camera?
It's on.
What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rook flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you think
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Dude! Ow! Hey! We got it! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this person
Guy is
doing?
speeding. This is rigged. Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that? Sing the song. And this day just plays on my buzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set. Can you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director?
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello.
Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God. Блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец. Ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто. Все, пошли все к черту. Окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen.
Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually. Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2.
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough.
Yes,
and then I was just like, oh my God, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them. Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here,
waiting,
washing away, fading away with
It'll
the
be
winds
okay.
as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry, it's okay.
Pizda măsii.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
Go for a chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavor. Do you like pumpkin spice? I love it. All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time. How's it? You like it? Oh, my
face. Say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to last
Do you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No! It's fine. It's only taken 10 stops. We haven't gotten anything in. It's totally fine.
We won't get one. We
We're gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in. I believe in you. That's
Okay.
okay. I'm actually happy for you. Wait, no.
9?
It goes, what? I quit the fucking world championship for this! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious. Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
They're, boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very
Yes,
thorough.
very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the camera?
It's home.
Oh! What I have in my hand here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What did I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Talk tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. Ow! Ow! Hey! You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this person doing?
Feeding. This is rigged.
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
Sing the song.
And this day just plays on my buzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set, and you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director.
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello. Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See, my little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
Alright, it's actually working. Chat, can you guys hear us? The camera is extremely far and a little blurry, but the audio is working, and Botez Chess Camp 2024 has gone out without any issues. Thank you guys. I'm sorry we're so late, but it's a beautiful location. It's the first time there's going to be a FIDE rated tournament for streamers. All of the ladies came here today, and I would pan over to them. But I'm worried if we pan over to them, we're going to lose connection. So instead, we're going to start with something equally exciting.
Ladies, can you guys all wave at the camera? Okay, great. So we're going to have a performance by Linda DIAZ. Linda is also playing in the tournament. She is a chess expert. She's been a full-time musician for the last 5 years after she blew up on NPR's Tiny Desk. She's also going to be playing against me later today. Linda, please go easy. I know you're coming back to competitive chess. Yeah, no one can see Linda, actually. Can we get the camera on Linda? Hi. The camera's gonna move. You guys, we are in Malibu. So what happened is the sun burnt our equipment and it turned off earlier, so that's why we're a little later than usual. But honestly, on Andrea time, we started perfectly on time. It wasn't her fault, not this time. Also, Linda is releasing her EP soon. If you do command Linda, you can get more information about it, including if you guys want to support her GoFundMe, or where are you doing it, Linda?
It's a Ko-fi crowdfund.
Ko-fi.
Yeah.
Ko-fi crowdfund. We have a link if you do command Linda. I think it's time to start with a song so that we all get the vibes going.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just gonna say a little something. So I'm Linda DIAZ, as Alex said. I'm with Juliana today on guitar, and this song is called "Watching Ourselves Die." So we hope you like it. Unfortunately, it's inspired by a breakup that was not my own. So don't feel too bad for me, 'cause I'm fine.
Just know that no one could ever change that. You, me, don't it feel like a movie? Watching ourselves die. Just let me love you forever, babe. And we can promise to stay the same. Ooh. Hopeless, illogical thinking, knowing we'll never just be friends. Addicted, I can't refrain from imagining when we were. Feels like yesterday. Take my breath away. If it's our final night, pull me close and don't let go. Me tighter until my heart breaks. Till I go. You know you've got me forever, babe. Just know that no one could ever change that. You, me, don't it feel like a movie? Watching ourselves die. Just let me love you forever, babe. And we can promise to stay the same. Cling to your words, they're my poison. I drink them in like your amber perfume. All of my prayers are pointless, but when I close my eyes, I only see you. Cling to your words, they're my poison. When you say that you'll find your way back to me, still can't accept that you're going. I know we're happy like we used to be. Thank you. Thank you guys so much. The song is coming out early August, so you can go to my Instagram, Linda Diaz Music, to learn more about that. And you can follow me, Beating Alex, later at Winda Diaz on Twitch. See you all soon.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were gonna do a magic show also, but I just don't think we have a roaming camera, so it's not gonna work as well. So we're gonna record that for YouTube for anybody watching. The games are gonna be starting soon, so we're gonna let the ladies go back. But before we do, I also wanted to say a really quick thank you to chess.com. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to do this. I know everybody here is partnered with chess.com, so maybe we could just all yell for chess.com.
Woo! We love you.
Okay, cool. So we're going to go on a starting soon. Andrea is going to be playing Jules. Anna is going to be playing against Dina. And then the other two games are going to start later today so that you guys aren't missing as much of the action. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you're going to enjoy the tournament. All right, to starting soon. Thank you, Linda.
My name is Anna Kramling and I'm from Sweden. My goal this tournament is honestly to beat Alex and Andrea in classical chess.
My name is NEMO and I am a women grandmaster in chess. I haven't played a classical tournament in 2 years, but this time
let's just try to not suck.
My name is Dina Belenkaya. I'm Women's Grandmaster. I'm gonna teach you the Russian School of Chess.
I'm Jen Yu. I'm a woman grandmaster and 2-time US chess champion. My goal here at this tournament is to have fun and win.
My name is Linda Diaz. I've been playing chess for 13 years. My goals for this tournament are to play well, maybe win a game.
Hi, my name is Jules Schulman. I played chess as a kid. I just returned. I only got my first international rating around a year ago, and I'm already pretty much higher rated than Andrea Botez.
My name is Alexandra Botez. I've been playing chess since I was 6 years old, and my goal this tournament is to at least gain ELO.
My name is Andrea Botez. I've been playing chess since I was 6, and my goal is to beat my sister.
My name is Anna Kramling and I'm from Sweden. My goal this tournament is honestly to beat Alex and Andrea in classical chess.
My name is Nemo and I am a woman grandmaster in chess. I haven't played a classical tournament in 2 years, but this time, let's just try to not suck.
My name is Dina Belenkaya. I'm Women's Grandmaster. I'm gonna teach you the Russian School of Chess.
I'm Jen Yu. I'm a woman grandmaster and 2-time US chess champion. My goal here at this tournament is to have fun and win.
My name is Linda Diaz. I've been playing chess for 13 years. My goals for this tournament are to play well, maybe win a game.
Hi, my name is Jules Schulman. I played chess as a kid. I just returned. I only got my first international rating around a year ago, and I'm already pretty much higher rated than Andrea Botez.
My name is Alexandra Botez. I've been playing chess since I was 6 years old, and my goal this tournament is to at least gain ELO.
My name is Andrea Botez. I've been playing chess since I was 6, and my goal is to beat my sister.
My name is Anna Kramling and I'm from Sweden.
Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
Yeah, they're boy, Chris is being
That's very thorough.
very thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi chat now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's all
What I have in my hands here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the rug flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you think
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay.
Ow! Ow! Hey! We got it!
You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this person doing?
Speeding. This is rigged. Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any line of prep I've ever done in my life. I don't remember any of it.
They could have simplified that.
Do we need to do that?
cha. Ooga, 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 booga, cha cha cha. Sing the song. Ooga, ooga, booga, cha cha cha. And this day just plays on that buzz. Spread out, nice and easy.
You're getting a red card for destroying the chess set, and you show your chat the red card that you're getting from the tournament director.
Okay, get out of here. I cannot see you.
Listen to this for 1 second.
Hello, 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 hello. Guys, why did I say so many hellos? I don't know.
Ta-da! See? My little fist, it fits perfectly. Proof that I punched it.
What? No!
God, блядь, я не могу поверить, это просто пиздец, ну как я могла проиграть? Это просто... Все, пошли все к черту, окей, бай.
No, I blundered my queen. Alright, Nemo's turn. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2...
I just want to apologize for how bad that game was. I don't even know what I was doing. I did it again. I hung a piece against her again on like move 5. And I was like, there's no way that I lose the US championship because I hang a bishop against Irina twice. Like I was like, first time, bad enough. And then I was just like, oh my God, it's probably over. And then, you know, when there's no increment, you know.
No, I should have known. No, I hate the kids. I hate kids even more. I hated them before this tournament. Now I really hate them. Wow, so I might have more points than her.
A full point more than her.
I'm really sad that she's losing, but
You're so getting killed in your sleep.
yeah, I know.
Honestly, guys, can they hear me? Chess sucks.
That's it, I'm playing.
Alex embracing her villain arc already.
Alex is taking revenge on her chess games right now.
We have another bully in the house, guys. I don't know, is it something about my stream that like brings in the bullies? Is it something about my stream that brings in the bullies, or do the bullies just naturally congregate?
Right, Chess Brainiac. You're watching this. There is gonna be a next time. And your 2900 on chess.com will not stop me, neither your genius coach Grandmaster Norditsky, for taking my revenge.
I'll just be here, washing away, fading away with the winds as time and eternity will all do as our last years dwindle away, and you may spend it studying a pointless board game and thinking, was all these hours in your life worth it? In all these hours, you could have written a novel, you could have learned a sport, you could have learned how to swim so you could finally go in the ocean, but no. Instead, here you are again, 21 years old, when you should be thriving at peak, losing to 9-year-olds. Goodbye, chat.
Andrea, for what it's worth, you would kill her at boxing.
I don't want to, that's child abuse!
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
Sorry.
No photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
It is pumpkin spice flavored. Do you like pumpkin spice? I love it. All right. Ah! My Tesla.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. I'm not singing. I'm not singing. No!
Yes.
I'm excited, guys. Big reveal time.
How's it?
You like it?
Oh, just her face say that she likes it.
She looks like she's so happy.
Andrea.
What?
Kind of fool.
Wait, actually?
Yeah, of course.
Andrea.
I wasn't listening. I just listened to
Dude,
last
do you
bit.
ever listen?
Sorry, I was reading
She
chat.
has the attention span of a squirrel.
I'll make the window smaller for a second. Alright. Okay.
No! It's fine. It's only taken 10 shots. We haven't gotten anything in.
It's totally fine.
We won't get one. We
We're gonna get one.
Okay, you need to get that one in, you know. I believe in you. That's, okay, I'm actually happy for you. Wait, is that, no.
9?
There goes, what?
I quit the fucking world championship for this!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Is it an earthquake? Andrea, I'm serious! Get out!
Why are you laughing?
Of all the chess players.
Yes, Hans. Hans is the best. Hans is my love. I'm in love with Hans.
They're, boy, Chris is being very,
That's very thorough.
very
Yes.
thorough.
And there she goes. Oh my god. There she goes. She's trying not to smile. Oh my god.
What's a chess player's favorite TV show?
What?
Pawn Stars. I didn't write these, okay?
Oh god.
You want to say hi, chat, now that you won?
Yes, hi chat. Where's the
It's all
What I have in my hands here.
Yes.
Little baby noodle.
What have I come down to?
Yeah, I mean with the hair, you could just wear the top and the
Oh my gosh! That's amazing! I don't even know where the run flew to!
Are we gonna be friends forever, Dina?
Well, I still don't know how real versus how fake your friendship is. So.
Ooh, that's the
Why do
best
you
bird.
Focus up, Alex. You're right. Uh-oh. Are you my opponent?
Back tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay.
Ow! Hey! We got it!
You are.
I don't know when I hit 21.
What is this
Guy is speeding! This is rigged!
Hey, I'm just good.
I'm trying to remember any literal.
Did you give your mods? Did you let your mods know to let you know if they work? Yeah. That should be good.
Okay, so you know it's 30 seconds.
I think we're live.
Oh, we're live. Hello everyone and welcome to Chess Camp. Sorry for the delay, sorry for the tech issues, but we are here and I'm super excited to be commentating on this event. It is the first VOD rated event for women chess streamers and it's so awesome to be here. My name is Maya Kazari, I'm Women's International Master, and today I am joined by International Master Benny Wrench. Danny, I'm so excited to be commentating this together with you. How excited are you for the event?
No, in case.
This has been a long time.
If you get your period, let me know.
Something we always want to do more events with
Yeah,
streamers.
I'm gonna give you
IRL.
screen.
Obviously, they do great IRL. content as everyone does.
I thought that was just one.
Doing
Okay,
rated classes
Dina, are you ready?
with streamers, and this is going to be some
Let's
serious
start
chess.
Okay, any questions? If not,
Can you check it out Switch for our camera? Or ask, just make sure that we have
Absolutely. We are going to start very soon with our first 2 games. We have every single round, we have
Yes,
4
I can
games
see
as we
myself.
have
Okay,
8
cool.
players. The rounds are split
Good luck.
between morning rounds and
Wait, that's
afternoon,
it?
evening
That's it?
rounds.
You're late
And that's
already,
why
that's
we will
it,
have
yes.
for now 2 games going on at the same time. They should be starting very soon. We will first have Andrea against Jules, and then we'll have at the same time Anna playing against Dina. Now, Danny, I'm going to put you on the spot here, but I really want to know, who do you think is going to win this event?
The games or the event? First of all, I was laughing.
The event altogether.
Jules and Andrea and their smiles and their excitement before the first move was made did not look like a normal FIDE rated event, which I think is awesome and kind of hilarious. That was a pretty funny look at the camera by Andrea, and I don't know what Jules did there. It was like a shake and bake and ready to play. I'll be honest. I won't mix my words, and this will get me in trouble with all the other ladies who don't agree. But I think Jennifer is a big favorite in the event. I think Jennifer Yu is the strongest player. I know she's obviously the highest rated player, so it's like thanks, Captain Obvious. But I just think that she's also just the strongest player in general. Getting some shadow that maybe my mic is too loud. I can turn it down a little bit. I don't know. I mean, some people saying that I'm too loud, I'm too quiet.
Okay,
but...
it should be fixed now, Danny. It should be fine now.
Obviously, Dina also, and Nemo. Those are 3 players that are above the master, level 2200 FIDE. So, I wouldn't be surprised, but I just feel like Jennifer is the heavy favorite. So we'll see what happens when that bold claim gets around, and if I get in trouble with Dina or someone else. So.
No, I think your answer makes perfect sense. I personally, I think I'm going with I think it makes a lot of sense if Jennifer wins, because as you said, she is the high rated player. She is the US Women's Chess Champion twice in 2019 and 2022. So she is definitely one of the favorites. But I think I'm going for Alexandra. I think she has been playing phenomenal chess recently. Great results. She had a massive win streak. And I think she's definitely an opponent that players should not underestimate. So I'm calling it.
It'll be interesting to see how they deal with the stress of it. Obviously, they don't look that stressed, at least not to start. Andrea didn't, just there to have fun. But I think when the pressure gets going and you're competing, in a big event, that's another reason I took Jennifer as a favorite. You called it, right? She's won US championships before. So not only is she the highest rated player on paper, but her track record sort of speaks for itself, if you will, right? And she's won really big events when it mattered. So we'll see. But all right, we've got an interesting Alapin Sicilian here with Jules playing C3 against Andrea, and Andrea playing D5, the most principled move. That's good stuff. I don't know if anyone can see the highlights I'm making on the board, or maybe they can. I'm just curious. They can. Okay, great. D5 is the most principled thing to do. Whenever the pawn goes to C3 and there's no more knight coming out to fight for the center, D5, hoping that you might even get the queen on D5 and try to build on your space without worrying about this. This is kind of mainline theory. So Andrea came ready to play today. That's my point.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, the drawing of lots was done earlier. We had the opening ceremony, which was super exciting. We will not have Linda Diaz, who released a new song and played it at the opening ceremony. We will not have her just yet. She'll be playing later. But yeah, we have a great start in the game of Dina against Anna. We see Anna played the first move D4. It's her classical opening choice, and we it's let me see.
Exchange Queen's Gambit, I guess.
Right.
Or how it got there. I'm just gonna quickly run through the moves because I was having fun with you getting the thing started. Yeah. So
right. Let me fix this.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. And the main line here, white took on D5. and then bishop g5. Not the most common thing to take on d5 that early, but mainline, or maybe Anna wasn't interested in Dina taking on c4 and getting some sharp variations there. So exchanging on d5 right away maybe avoids some sharp lines that can happen, like a Rogozin with bishop b4, which is more aggressive. So maybe Anna just wasn't interested in any of that. I want to go back to what you said about Linda, though, because I think the thing I'm most bummed about so far today, Anna, is we were getting ready pre-show, talking to Vila, shout out to the awesome producer, and we were just chilling. And I was sitting there the whole time wanting to listen to Linda's song, but we couldn't because we were getting ready. So I hope that someone clipped the whole song. I'm sure it'll be somewhere, but I wanna hear Linda's song. So for chat who got to hear it, we didn't get to hear the song. We were getting ready.
Yeah, we guys enjoyed it. We missed it, but yeah, I'm really, really curious to see it back. We're in here for a while, as yeah, we also have another 2 games later today. So yeah, very we have a little bit of a slow start, but I'm sure the games are going to get super exciting in a while. The time control of this tournament is the classical time control with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. And after the 40 moves, the players receive 30 minutes each. So very long games. And after every single move, they receive 30 seconds increment. So the games can go on for quite some time, and the players are also taking this very seriously. Have you seen this video from Jules, Danny? Did you see this video that she posted? You did.
I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't. What did she say?
She said that she basically is very upset with Andrea because she seems to be jealous of her relationship with Dina. So she is basically challenging Dina that they are going to fight for Dina's heart. So whoever wins Dina's heart. So the stakes are very high in this game. I was actually really happy to see that this was the very first round already going to happen. So it's going to be super exciting one.
You gotta have stakes every game, not just the FIDE rating. I'm curious. I feel like we lost a little bit of the thread on Jules Andrea. I don't think Jules captured. There we go. Okay, she played e5, and then after knight to c6 and d4. Okay, so here we are. Just making sure we've got the live position.
Right. Yeah, we're trying to keep an eye on the games very closely as we are putting in the moves manually. But yeah, in that game between Andrea and Jules, it seems to be an interesting pawn structure now. It seems like we're changing to a different opening. If Black plays move e6, is very much similar to the French, but I don't see her play this move at all, because why would you lock your bishop right now in this very position? And also, you've already played g6, so you're going to develop the bishop to g7, and there's not really, you don't really want to play e6 before your bishop is out. So how familiar are you with this structure, Danny?
Yeah, the structure and move order are both kind of interesting, and I think they both come with a lot of risk, because I think if Black gets their way, bishop to g4 will happen at some point, and you want to eliminate this knight just to get all the things you said, right? Then you don't have your bishop locked behind the pawn chain. You're eliminating a piece that's sort of key to holding the position together. And if you got all your cake and ate it too, you would get rid of this knight, you would get the queen on b6, and you'd be undermining white's center like very quickly here. But it's also kind of risky, because when you've played g6 in this pawn structure, white is already going to be attacking on this side of the board in a closed French anyway, and so you potentially have even more weaknesses. So when e6 comes, you really have to be careful about what can happen on the king side. And so I kind of like it for white, but I'm trying to think about which move to play. If I would play h3 first to just stop the bishop from coming out, that's probably what I would do. I would just stop this idea and make it kind of hard for Black, because if the bishop can't go to g4 to pin the knight, then you're stuck with this problem. Either you put the bishop on a square where it gets attacked, which is probably not good, or you end up playing e6, and eventually this bishop is trapped. So if I was to recommend, I would think h3 is a good move here. But Jules is on the clock and taking her time. But I think I like white in these positions for the potential of a kingside attack, but still lots of chess ahead, obviously.
Yeah, and it seems like both players are in new territory here. I mean, makes sense. It's a quite unusual position already. Another idea that in case that white goes for the move h3, because it makes a lot of sense to stop the bishop g4 move, I can see black go for the move b5. But the reason why I don't like it in this very position, usually you want to take space on the queen side when you have your pawns pushed there already with your pawn on c5 and d5. But if you push b5 now, then d takes c5 seems very appealing. And white is going to stop this attack on the queen side altogether very easily. b4 will come up, and it's really easy for white to play there. So yeah, even though we want to play b5 to play bishop b7 and go from there, it's perhaps not the best idea just yet. You may have to reconsider it and perhaps start with c takes d4 and then continue with b5.
Yeah, you have to be careful too as black in these positions not to play on too many sides of the board too, because if you end up in a position where white is able to get castled and you play b5, maybe white can even undermine that at some point, the pawn chain with moves like a4. So it's often black should try to be as flexible as possible and almost non-committal, like play bishop g7. If there was a way to even develop this knight, I know it sounds crazy, but if you could find a way to get developed without fully committing that the bishop is blocked. But to me, right now, the action is on Jules, because Jules either stops bishop g4 or that's like the next move, like no-brainer thing to do, right? And I think if Andrea gets a chance to eliminate this knight, black will be headed for a pretty pleasant middle game. So I think we're just kind of waiting to see what Jules has in mind here. Maybe the awkward move order from Andrea has thrown Jules off. She's spending some time thinking there. By the way, shout out to the, I don't know where they're playing, but that looks like an incredible house, museum, venue. I don't know if that's
it's a mansion.
Actual... Oh, it's a mansion. Okay, so there you go. Andrea has changed. So we have our first outfit change of the event mid-game.
Oh, really? I was not keeping an eye on this stream just yet, but yeah. That's awesome.
Andrea is now in the Hawaiian shirt. That obviously is a nod to Hikaru Nakamura. Shout out to Hikaru wherever he is right now. But Andrea is clearly throwing a nod to Hikaru and maybe trying to intimidate Jules a little bit with her calculation skills. No one wants to play Hikaru.
I like it. I like it. Let's see if it brings her luck. In the meantime, we have some updates in the game between Anna and Dina. So we missed that Queen C2 was played, and here Dina went for Knight E8. She's retreating that knight early on. Do you think that was a good idea, Danny? Do you think that was necessary?
It's interesting. It's not the typical thing to do in this position. I'll just do a little bit of analysis real quick because it looks like Anna's going to think. So you have, we've got a Carlsbad structure, which is a very typical thing in a Queen's Gambit. So that means you've got this structure for black very solidly on the light squares, and white has f2, e3, d4. Usually what that means is black is going to try to play rook e8 and use the knight e4. We always say you want to swim in the direction of your pawn chain, swim with the river. So rook e8 is the theoretically known move here, with the idea being that if white plays something, you know, knight e2 or knight f3, you can pop into e4, and there's some tactical tricks here that make this work. White does have more attackers, but if you take, actually black takes here and just wins a piece right away. We see the eval bar sliding up because in the end, black gets everything, and white can't take e4 without the bishop falling. This is a very common sort of trick in the Queen's Gambit declined. And so if you're not going to do that, now black is accelerating things to this side of the board, right? If you get all these moves, as I say, when you swim with the river, your pieces are naturally in flow, and they can create space and get attacking chances. So this is the typical idea, is to play rook e8 to try to get knight e4. Maybe Dina didn't like knight e2, which is kind of the flexible idea here, with f3 still on the agenda, which makes knight e4 a little bit less clear. But this is what you would expect. So to voluntarily play knight e8, it's not a bad move necessarily, because if the trade happens, it's still okay for black. But it's not the most mainline way to play, and black is usually just wishing. You know what black wants now, Anna? They just want to play knight back to f6 and knight to e4, or knight to d6. So like, it's kind of a weird thing to do when everything about the position from then on out is just going to be wishing that your knight wasn't on e8. So it'll be interesting to see. Maybe Dina has some idea up her sleeve.
Yeah, I guess it's not a good sign that you're playing so passively early on already. The whole queen side has not been developed just yet, so you may want to work on that first. But I guess for now it makes sense. She retreats her knight to open up the bishop and asks her opponent, are you going to trade the dark squared bishops already, or are you going to retreat to g3, which could be what Anna is thinking about.
I like that move. I like that move a lot. I think bishop to g3, when your opponent offers a trade and they have less space, if you can avoid it, often you want to keep the pieces on the board, because then what that means is now they're all just sort of wrestling each other for the available squares. So typically, if your opponent has less space, don't help them out by trading. I love that move. On my bishop g3 is a great move, I think, and I think it's exactly the kind of way you would expose the knight coming to e8. So yeah, this is a weird move from Dina. I think rook e8 is the typical thing to do, and even if you didn't want to do that, knight to d7 first is an idea, with the idea still of preparing to play for the sort of typical thing here, which is use your space, swim in the direction of your pawn chain, and try to go after the e4 square when you're on the black side of this stuff. So if Anna plays bishop g3, I think Dina is off to a rough start.
Yeah, the dark square bishop of white is always so annoying to face in d4 openings. It's one of the strongest pieces, and it controls so many squares, especially when it's on this very diagonal. It can be so annoying. So I would really want her to see her play bishop g3, but it's very tempting to trade off the bishop. So let's see what she decides to do here. Let me check real quick if we have an update in the other game.
Yeah, we do. It looks like we had. I'll let you make the moves. Go ahead. But it looks like yeah, bishop e2 and castles, and now Andrea still with a chance to play bishop g4 if she wants to try to get rid of that knight.
Yeah, I think she should.
Yeah, I would. I still would. It's interesting. The other main move, by the way, they're still in theory, which is interesting to note. The other main move for black is potentially to play f6, which I know Ben Feingold just rolled over in his grave. Not the Ben Feingold is not dead. Just kidding. That was a false rumor. Ben Feingold did not roll over in his grave. He just said something mean about me on stream. That's all. I think Ben Feingold would hate f6, but it actually is a typical idea, rather than kind of two ways to deal with your opponent having a much better pawn chain than you when it comes to space. One is to undermine the base of a structure, which is either the literal base or the pawn here that defends the lead pawn. This is like the typical, whatever, thematic strategic lessons we learned. So when your opponent has a big chain, you either want to undermine the base pawns, which are literally the base pawn and the pawn that defends the lead pawn, or you want to attack the lead pawn. Like this is the typical, and so f6 is a way to do that. It obviously comes with some risk, but that might be the best move here for black. Along with the idea of playing bishop to g4 and trying to get rid of the knight. So both those things should be things Andrea is thinking about.
Right, f6 is such an unnatural move in this position. It makes sense when you think about it. Once you see it, it makes sense. You attack the pawn that is on your side of the board, and there's not really another way to attack it anymore. So this is a move that she could be thinking about, but I don't think she will play it. I think she'll go for a developing move. Bishop g4 would make a lot of sense. I think that is on her radar, but maybe she wants to hold on to the pair of bishops. It's very tempting, and it's very hard to make the decision that you voluntarily give up the pair of bishops. So she has to realize that this bishop is not a good piece in this pawn structure because of all the pawns that are on the light squares, and just you don't really have a good square for that bishop. You go to f5, you will be attacked by a knight on h4, and you have to retreat. So it doesn't really make much sense. So she has to understand that this bishop is not a strong piece at all, and she needs to trade it off for that knight on f3.
Agreed, Town. Population us, sorry. Yeah, that's what I say often when that happens. So I think bishop to g4 is a good move. I'm just looking at the crowd behind. I know that guy right there taking a photo. That's
you know him?
If I'm not mistaken, I think that might be our VP of content. He's on site. He lives in LA. I don't want to I don't want to get too excited, but that might be Alex on site hanging out. Shout out to Alex, who, by the way, is also a streamer. We brought him over from Snap just a few months ago. Alex is awesome, and he's working at chess.com, helping to lead all of our content and media kind of initiatives. Yeah, that's definitely Alex, but he's also someone who loves streaming chess, and right now he's just hanging out in Malibu as a fan, walking around as a camera guy. So, hey, Alex, what's up?
Oh, that's so awesome. It's so amazing how many people are involved here. I saw the chat talking earlier about Papa Botez being around. A producer, Vila, is also there. So it's really awesome, local producer. And yeah, more excitement happening soon. As you see in the background, we have 2 DGT boards that are not used. So they're reserved for the other players that will come in later for their afternoon game. But I see that Anna made a move in the meantime, and she went for bishop to g3. So she didn't take, she went back, and yeah, she's saving that dark squared bishop. As I mentioned before, that bishop is a strong piece. You want to hold on to that with white, and she understood very well that that bishop is important.
Yeah, and as we were saying before, and just as much as the bishop, it's sort of pointing out to Dina that her pieces are dysfunctional and in her way, right? I mean, like, this is one of the reasons why, for those who were here a few moments ago, Black does go for the ideas that you could see the highlights are there. Black typically goes for the knight to come to e4, which doesn't allow things like bishop g3. If the bishop was to retreat, you would simply take it with the knight. So that's why the typical idea would be to go for something like this, and more reasons why Dina might actually regret this, because Anna is in a great spot now, and Black has a whole lot of pieces and not a lot of squares to sort of play with. So the best idea now is to, like, bring the knight right back to f6 and try to go for knight e4 or knight to d6 potentially, which is actually maybe not the worst idea. If the knight comes to d6, you are positioned behind the pawn chain, and that's typically a good thing for the knight. And maybe you can take a slightly kind of unorthodox approach to the position, something like knight to d6 on my end, maybe even like b5 and knight c4 down the road or something. It's not a typical thing you might do, but it might be possible. And as I say that, she has indeed played knight to d6, I think.
All right. Yeah, it's a bit unusual to have the knight on d6 in this opening so early on, but it's certainly possible. I really like your idea to simply start pushing on the queen side. It's very common, I guess, because where else do you play here with Black? All you can do is try to control that e4 square, but as you can see, there's 3 pieces eyeing on that e4 square, so really difficult to take control over that square.
And this is an idea for Black with the knight on d6, so I guess I should give Dina credit where credit's due, that even if it's a little bit of a slightly unorthodox one compared to the main line, the knight on d6, this has definitely been played before, and now White is still choosing between the ideas we said, where do you put the knight on f3 or do you go to e2? Knight f3 is more popular. Maybe knight e2 is the more modern thing to do, and like we said, keeps the flexibility of the pawns. So lots of theory here. This is
serious chess
from both of them.
Serious chess. Both players are very well prepared, and they're known for their good preparation. Both players have been competing a lot. Anna Kramling has been playing a lot of tournaments recently. I believe her last tournament was in Madrid, in the Madrid Chess Festival, and yeah, I believe she lost some rating there, so she is very eager to win it back here. And Dina has also been competing in so many tournaments in Charlotte, so this is a very exciting matchup, as both players are very active in the competitive chess.
Yeah, agreed. Here comes Anna back to the board, even though it's Dina's turn. Oh no! Dina just played knight to d6, so now Anna comes back, and it's her turn, and she'll be ready to rock. So I want to get a mansion tour. Maybe they've already done that on Instagram or some other social media. I want to see the whole house. I want to see where everyone's going.
Yeah, maybe we'll see more of it on the rest day. So the players have a rest day on the 28th, and they're planning to create lots of content on that day. So maybe we'll get to see more on that day. We saw the opening ceremony was happening outside. It was a beautiful view of Malibu. So I'd love to visit that place someday.
Yeah, agreed. All right. Did we see Papa Botez too? Apparently Papa Botez was in the background. I missed that. Shout out to Papa Botez. Last time I saw Papa Botez, one story was truly like a Papa moment because it was when Andrea was chess boxing in LA at Ludwig's event, and that was a very nervous Botez family going down against Dina. So, but that event was awesome, and luckily
Yeah, that was
everybody
something.
was great and okay. Nervous Papa Botez.
Oh yeah, I can only imagine. I was nervous for them. It was in the middle of the night for me because I'm in the Netherlands, so everything that happens in the US is happening at the time of middle of the night for me. So I was watching his live in the middle of the night, and I was so nervous for both. It was nerve-wracking, but what a match.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was nerve-wracking for everyone. Andrea's still thinking. Speaking of nerve-wracking, you may go like, oh, does she not know what's going on anymore, or is she just not sure what she wants to play for here? We were just talking about that game a second ago, if you missed it, that maybe the best move for black is this move f6, which is kind of a risky thing to do, but makes a lot of sense the more you look at it. Or bring the bishop out and maybe try to get rid of the knight. Oh, by the way, Andrea knows her theory. She plays f6.
Ooh, wow, that's amazing. It's such an unusual move to play, and it may just not appear on your radar because your pieces feel a little cramped, your knight is not developed yet, and you would like to develop it soon. But she understands that she needs to attack that pawn on e5, and she is basically forcing her opponent to do something about it because it's attacked 3 times. So either white will go for bishop f4 or take on f6 right away. Which one do you think Jules will go for?
I think taking on f6 makes sense, and I guess you can even sort of slowly try to open the position. One of the fun things to consider here might be that white just blows everything open. You take here, and then at some point you're even taking on c5, trying to get the rooks to open files and maybe get a little bit of an initiative going before black king is totally out of the center. So that's one idea. Bishop f4, obviously just holding on to the structure first makes sense too. But part of me feels like whether it's even a move like rook e1 right away after taking, before you take on c5, opening up the position and using the e-file just feels like the principled thing to do here. And theory is that e takes f6 apparently is the most common move, but we're basically out of theory. There's a few random games that have been played from what I can see here with the chess.com opening explorer hyper accelerated dragon variation according to the explorer. So this has still been played a few times.
All right, so let's see what Julia decides to do here, as Andrea played a very strong move, and I'm excited to see where this game is heading, because for now, Jules played a lot of logical moves, and now is the time that, okay, she needs to make a decision, and it can change the position a lot. So a crucial moment for her to decide what to do. And for now, I'm impressed with Andrea's play. She did spend quite some time. One of her weaknesses is her time management. So that was something that needed to be worked on. So let's see if she manages to keep up with her time management for now. For now, she's down on the clock, but she should be fine for now, as the players receive extra time after move 40. So it's still too early to call anything.
This is a true classical time control event. There's a lot of time on the clock here. They get 90 minutes with 30 seconds. What happens? How much time are they getting at move 40? Is it another half an hour?
30 minutes, yes.
Yeah, another half an hour. Okay. Read the format yesterday. Wanted to make sure that was correct. But yeah, and both of these matchups are big in terms of the overall event. The first round matchups are sometimes forgotten at the end, but Jules and Andrea are very closely rated as well. We talked earlier, you asked me who I think is the favorite to win it all. I think it is Jennifer Yu, but this is a matchup here between Jules and Andrea. They would both like to get off to a good start, and they are very closely rated, so should be a coin flip and should be a close game here.
I think so too. Jules has been gaining a lot of rating recently. She started playing chess a while ago in her younger years, but she was not playing for quite some time and only recently got back into it. And she has been on a grind. She has been playing a lot. It was really awesome to meet her recently in Formentera, where we played in the same tournament. We actually faced each other, which was really funny. We did not expect to play each other, and then suddenly in one of the first few rounds, we played each other, so that was really awesome. The Botez sisters were also there, and actually, Jules played against Alexandra, and yeah, that was really awesome to see a lot of streamers facing each other in an open tournament. But this time, Jules is playing against Andrea, and I believe they have not played each other before. So this is going to be a very exciting game. I'm really looking forward to see how the game develops, and a lot of tension in this game for sure. So
I don't know if they've played each other on stream. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they've ever played each other FIDE. I wonder if they've ever played each other on stream before.
I believe they didn't, which is crazy to think of.
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to be playing a lot of chess this week there, and all kinds of other content going down. We see Andrea in the background with her Hikaru Nakamura pineapple shirt nod. There you go. With whatever drink she just got, whatever beverage that is. You know. All right, Dina has played quickly here with this knight d6 bishop e6 plan. So she took a different type of approach, but it's one that she's prepared. She's prepared for, obviously. And the more I think about it, okay, this is a right now we're just analyzing and predicting, trying to describe the different ways the game might go. But the truth is, it's very close to equal. And Anna played knight f3 rather than knight e2, the more kind of flexible, keep the pawn structure here, with f3 and e4 being possible later on. Maybe the e5 square is a key thing that the knight comes to next. And there are different things you can do as white in this structure. The most typical plan is like a minority attack, right? You play rook b1 and b4, b5, and a4, and you're trying to take advantage of the potentially weak pawn on the c-file. But you don't have to go for those plans. You can switch gears and play things like knight e5 and f4, like a Pillsbury kind of attacking idea. So there's so many different ways this game could go still.
Is it an idea to play something like e4, because you want to put pressure in the center, you want to move your pawns forward in the center if you're able to. Do you think white could consider to move e4 here?
Yeah, so one of the reasons the knight goes to e2 in those lines is that you try to prepare e4 with the intention that when they take, you can take back with a pawn in some of those positions, and you've got, the two big pawn center, and you're sort of denying black some minor piece space. The risk of e4 without that is that when black captures and white takes back, you're always strapped with this isolated queen pawn, right? So not to say that it can't happen. If if white gets castled and all your pieces are primed in the center, maybe you go for e4, but the risk is that whenever e4 happens, black will trade, and now you've got this isolated queen pawn, which whether you took or whether black even played a move like knight f5, I don't think that that's probably not the structure you want to go for right away. I think that the risk will always be the positional one with the IQP. So I wouldn't anticipate. I would probably anticipate knight e5 and f4 or a traditional minority attack idea here for white. And I'm kind of curious how Dina's going to handle the pieces. Whether she'll sort of slow play it, bring the knight over and kind of reposition herself for the center here, or whether there's some idea to prevent the minority attack where when this is coming, you're going to play b5 and then go after the c4 square with the knight ready to hop in. So I'm going to learn something here. I'm excited about what Dina's going to do, and I can't wait to see what this middle game is.
We are learning a lot from you as well here, Danny. And while you were explaining this very well, Dina decided to change as well, and she also showed up with a pineapple shirt.
Okay, well, leave it to Dina and Andrea to team up to either troll or compliment Hikaru. Is it good vibes they're trying to go for to make sure they can calculate like the world number 2, or is it trolling Hikaru? Either way, that's exactly the kind of thing you would expect from Andrea. That's what you can say.
Yeah, I would be concerned for Jules actually, because she was saying that her game against Andrea will decide who wins Dina's heart. But I think Dina is putting quite a statement here.
I was gonna say, so much for Jules thinking that she even had a chance in that fight. I think Andrea and Dina already coordinated. Someone in chat just said next Danny wears a pineapple shirt. If I had a pineapple shirt, I would go get it on right now. That's what I'll say. But Andrea did not coordinate this with me. Shame on her, because if she had, I would have thrown on a pineapple shirt. But that was not part of the plan.
Well, it's awesome that we see the players coordinate this way. The fashion sense is on point. But yeah, I wonder how Jules feels right now. I mean, she must. Okay, she's actually facing with the back towards Dina, so maybe she hasn't noticed it yet. But yeah. This is quite a statement, and maybe they're afraid of Jules. I mean, to go to this length. To go for intimidation, it's a bit too much.
The optical illusion of the camera is funny. You're right, because in the physical venue, Jules has her back to Dina, chairs back to back, but in the cameras we can't quite see that. So maybe Jules doesn't know yet that that Dina and Andrea are team Hikaru, team Pineapple. So we'll see how she feels about that. I don't think Anna cares so much, but I think Jules does. So we'll see. All right, well, we're just getting started. Shout out to everyone on Twitch. I don't know if we're live anywhere else.
I believe we're also on YouTube. It has to be.
We're also on YouTube? Okay.
I think so.
I'll pull up YouTube too.
Awesome. I believe we had some moves played, but I can't quite see. We don't have an update on the DGT boards. But maybe we can have a look in the camera to see what was played. I believe Jules played Bishop F4 from what I can see on the camera. So we will put that on the board. He also played a move, but... or was it Anna? Anna played a move. Something happened there, but I can't quite tell.
Was it Bishop F4?
Yeah, Bishop F4 was played in the game of Jules.
Okay.
Anna played short castle, it seems like. And what did Dina play?
DGT will refresh itself magically at some point, or we will see someone come on site and try to fix it. Someone in the background there. But the boards are not quite refreshing, and we'll see if someone is there to troubleshoot that in just a moment. That's not true, Jerapon. YouTube does exist to me. I'm just calling out chat. I just didn't even know we were live on YouTube. I didn't know. I got pinged like last night, like, hey, we doing commentary? Okay, let's go. I don't know what's going on here.
Oh, you were asked last minute?
Not that last minute, but yeah,
okay.
Kind of. And it's okay.
It's great to have you here, Danny. It's awesome.
I'm glad to be here. And we're gonna have fun. So you're gonna be here more than I am. I'm kind of kicking things off here with you, but you're gonna be here all day. At some point, I will tag out, and Benjamin Bach will be here, and then the two of you will have the call in the afternoon. So I guess I'm just giving everybody a little bit of a preview for what's to come, and then this is gonna be Feed HS all week.
Yeah, I'm here all week for the, so to say, evening games. I keep getting confused with the time zones because it's 9 hours later here than local time. So soon it will turn midnight when the next batch of games start. So it's going to be quite an adventure. I hope that Bok can carry me through the midnight shifts, but I'm super excited. I've been preparing myself for this for the past few days, and I feel very energetic for now, so
okay, good.
I'm excited.
Keep the energy high, and we'll give you a break at some point when Bach gets here. But you're gonna be doing the hero's work today. I see your diamond membership request, YouTube. You got to do something funny for me. I don't know. I'm a sucker for like Photoshop and meme contests, but right now, no diamond giveaways just yet.
The challenge for the chat.
Challenge for the chat. Bishop F4 was played officially. DGT looks like it's updating again by Jules. And looks like we have a couple moves if we want to talk about Anna's game versus Dina, because we saw knight to d7 and knight to e5 just played.
Got it.
Okay. And this is what I was expecting. I like this idea for white just because of the way the pieces have been set up. to go back to, let's see, we'll go back to the knight e5 main line here. With the knight on e5, you don't have to play for f4, but you can. And in some cases, your idea, Anamaya, is still on the table of e4, but maybe with f3 supporting it first. You have a lot of flexibility here. That's kind of my point. And I think that you may change plans based on what black chooses to do. You still even have ideas of playing for the minority attack on this side of the board to push b4 and b5. So knight e5 asks a big question to Dina from a theory standpoint. I guess we should point out that this is still something that has been played, and black's only 2 moves played are either knight to f6 or rook to e8, according to the chess.com opening explorer. But we're definitely, I would bet that both of these ladies are actually in on their own at this point. I mean, maybe they've played this type of middle game, but they're not managing their clock in a way. Well, I guess that's not true. Dina's still playing pretty fast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering how much they're still kind of recalling on their own sort of theory or what they've cooked up.
Yeah, I'm curious too. It feels very unusual, at least when I look at black's position. The pieces feel so cramped up, and that's very typical when you're playing against d4 openings, that this happens. And yeah, it's really hard to play these positions. So I'm curious to see how Dina will handle this. For now, she's doing fine, but I'm slightly concerned about the next few moves, because what is the plan of black? As you mentioned, white could play move f4, and that move kind of terrifies me because it prepares move f5, and if white gets to push f5, then that bishop on e6 is lost. So you have to be really careful here with black, and it's already hard to see how you challenge this move, how you face the move f4. Oh, we lost a few moves. Oh no.
No, I think it just needed to refresh for some reason. Now this is the actual position here.
Right.
And it just needed to get refreshed, I think. But okay. Yeah, I love your point of f4, the bishop on e6, kind of a target if f5 can come. And so black has to think about what to do here, because if black takes, for some reason it keeps refreshing there, and instead of staying in the live position we're trying to go over, which is the one with the knight on e5. So yeah. Trying not to analyze too deeply for the fans if they're not actually seeing the position we're talking about, but with the move on 13 knight e5 for white, and Dina has a big question here.
Yeah. Let's see. Maybe you have to try to refresh, Danny, because I'm seeing the other position on the board. And I think the audience as well.
Okay. I will refresh.
That should fix it.
All right.
In the meantime, yeah, does it work? Did it work?
Yep.
Awesome. In the meantime, Andrea is still spending her time, which is a little bit concerning. As I mentioned, time management is one of her main weaknesses. She gets very low on time. We are currently on move 8. Oh, that's actually... I thought they played many more moves already, but they're move 8 right now. And she's already down to 67 minutes on the clock. So since she has to play a lot more moves to get that 30 minutes extra on the clock and survive time pressure, she needs to make her moves fast now. And yeah, this is why it's so difficult to play these type of positions. You play the first few moves, you know what to do more or less, but then the question is, where do you develop your next pieces? Because putting the bishop on g7 made sense, the knight to c6 made sense, but where do you put your knight, this other bishop on c8? There's a lot of questions that come up here because black's position is a little cramped. So I can imagine this is why Andrea is spending quite some time here. And yeah, I wonder if which moves she's considering here, because it's not easy. And I guess since after playing f6, the pawn was not captured, now the question is, does she want to take on e5, yes or no?
Yep. In hindsight, I guess, bishop f4 was a good practical move from Jules, because Andrea spending a lot of time. And they do have a lot of time. Remember, it's classical chess, right? They have 90 minutes and they get an extra half an hour move 40. But still, this is a decent amount of time to be spending in the opening and a big decision from Andrea. If you could magically, if you're black and you could just magically put your knight on f7 even to attack e5 and get your king castled, it's kind of a weird position for a knight that is denied the normal square on f6. But if you could get your knight here, get the king out of dodge, and you're not worried about the center blowing open, black's position is very solid. Like, you can play this position, and maybe at some point you can still go for bishop g4 and eliminate the knight that's protecting the pawn. But it's tricky, because the moment you start playing moves like that, does white change gears and try to blow open the center and try to take advantage of the fact that the king is here and that you can't take back on f6 with the knight. So I think she has to be really careful about the move she plays, given that a position that seems closed on Amaya could be open and just like completely crazy here in just a second. So she's trying to be very careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes perfect sense. And that's why she's spending her time now. And yeah, the moves are just so unusual to play. The move knight h6. It's a typical move when you play the move f6, but I'm curious if Andrea is familiar with this idea. I don't think she plays these type of structures a lot, especially since she opened with the Sicilian. I don't think this position happens a lot when you play the Sicilian, so yeah, it's very unusual, and I don't think she's particularly used to this pawn structure, so yeah, she will probably be taking a lot more time to figure out what to do. But I'm already impressed that she found move f6. Now let's see what she decides to do next.
Yeah, I agree, and it's a good call. If someone just came in right away, they might have to take a second to guess what the opening was, right? Without seeing the moves, because this is not a position that Sicilian players are playing all the time. And if you're just tuning in, everyone, it's because Jules played an Alapin approach here with c3 rather than an open Sicilian. And this whole approach preparing for d4 and e5 got us to the position we have now after d5 and white played e5. And so yeah, this is not your typical everyday kind of thing, and Andrea is using some time to think about how to deal with it.
Yeah, in the meantime, Dina is still spending quite some time. She's still thinking on her move. So she seems to be out of her theory now, at least. So yeah, it is a slightly concerning because, as I mentioned previously, the pieces of black feel a little bit cramped over here. And if you don't really know what to do in the next few moves, then you might face some trouble. White really wants to play that move f4 and attack with f5, a very typical approach in this position. And yeah, how do you counter this with black? How to start?
Yeah, we had the opening explorer up earlier, and knight f6 is a move, as is rook to e8. Somehow I like rook to e8. A little bit of flexibility. You can also put the knight on f8, where there is no checkmate, as the rhyme time goes. But I understand Dina taking her time here. I also like rook e8 because it's flexible. You haven't overly committed. You can still go back to f6 and try to head to e4 if you want. And you can even still take here, which is always risky to take and allow white to capture back with the pawn and then continue this onslaught, as you said. If f4 and f5 comes, you're in trouble, or at least you're scared if you're black. So I don't think you really want to take. But at least you keep the option open with rook to e8. And yeah, the other thing you can try to do here is try to put the rook on c8 and play for c5 in some positions to maybe open up the queen side and try to get some counterplay. Similar to white playing e4, that comes at the risk of the isolated pawn. If you play c5, there's a risk of the d pawn becoming a problem, always. But I think that Dina needs to be really careful here because Anna might be about to go crazy with f4, f5. So you really need to think about, if you play rook e8, how are you going to deal with f4? Like, what's the next move?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that bishop is just stuck on e6, and it's already very difficult to see what to play. You'd have to think of moves such as f6, which is not a move you want to play in this position. That feels strategically just wrong. But what else do you have? How do you tactically defend yourself here? You don't even have the opportunity to play bishop f5. There are positions where you get to play g6 and play bishop f5, but here black committed already to the move h6, and because of that, there is no g6 possible, and you're not able to play bishop f5 or knight f5 to stop this strong battery of the bishop and queen on this diagonal. So that's why it's so difficult to play this with black. You also don't have the time to put the queen on this diagonal so that you get to play bishop f5. So Dina may have developed her pieces already, but the question is what's next for her? What can she do here? So
yeah, I wonder if you can meet f4 with f5. Such a weird move to play, but yeah, I mean, right? It just is a big pawn now on e6 and an ugly pawn to go with it, right? It's a big pawn and an ugly pawn, but at the same time, maybe that's your best option. And as bad as that sounds, the more I think about it, you've given white complete dominance of this e5 square. But if your intention isn't to take, and I'm just gonna randomly move a piece, but to go like here, now you're competing for the same square, right? Like something like this, and it's like, well, now who's better? I don't know. I mean, it's equal. Both sides have a really dominant piece in the middle of the board. So crazy, maybe, but might be just the right kind of crazy to meet f4 with f5. I don't know enough theory in the position to suggest anything else. But lucky for us, Dina's the one who has to solve this problem, as she's trying to harness her inner Hikaru with the pineapple shirt right now.
Yeah, we can speculate a lot here as commentators, but it's on Dina to decide what to do here. And I would not want to be in her shoes right now because this position seems already very unpleasant from a practical point of view. I've played these type of positions a lot with black, and there's a reason why I just really hate playing the Carlsbad structure, as you mentioned previously, with this pawn structure over here. But this is why you don't want to have this pawn on h6. It limits your options so much, and usually in the Carlsbad structure, you at least want to try to play with g6, get your bishop on g5. Sometimes we see the knight maneuver around, usually from f6 to e8 and then to g7 to play bishop f5. But this time, Dina went to d6 with the knight. And let's see how she continues here.
Like she's actually played knight f6 now, it looks like.
I just noticed, yeah. So that seems to be a good idea. The move that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, we mentioned it along with rook to e8. Both rook e8, knight f6 were moves, and now I guess if f4 is played, there's some different options here. You haven't committed f5, and you can't even play f5 anymore. So you'd have to think about something else. I wonder if you can try to go for these knight e4 plans anyway, even if you lose the pawn in some of these positions. Like I've seen some ideas like this where you do all this stuff, and in the end you can see the eval bar doesn't change that much because black got the bishop pair. I don't know if you play bishop d5 or what, but this is actually kind of a funny way to play the position because you're down a pawn, but you've gotten a lot more space for the pieces. And after the queen moves, you've gotten a bishop on a nice square. If white advances, then d4 becomes weak. So this is actually maybe Dina's idea is to go knight e4 anyway. I don't know. I mean, otherwise f4 should be played and like try to play f5 and try to go for an attack. So I'd be curious how Anna goes next here. Big decision. Big decision.
Big decision indeed. And if she plays f4, it's such a typical move that applies pressure and it makes it difficult for the opponent. Let's say if she plays any other move, some developing move, maybe the idea you mentioned earlier with a3 and b4 to have an attack on the queen side to target that pawn on b5, with b5 at the pawn on c6. The thing is that it allows black to move around. It gives black some time. Whereas with f4, you're immediately putting pressure on the opponent. You're threatening f5 and making it very difficult for the opponent to play here. So you want to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent. And that's why I think f4 should be played here. Because making a move such as knight e4 is not easy. You don't want to do that for no reason.
It looks like f4 has been played, so we're gonna find out. We've had a couple moves over there between Jules and Andrea too. But I will say, like, if we move f4 because Anna played it, I agree with what you said. F4 is the most direct, and it seems like let's go. But the more I look back at the idea I was mentioning, the more I kind of like it. Not just biased to the idea I suggested, but like, so what you said is F4 is direct on Amaya, and it goes for this stuff, but it also is a move you can't take back. Like, you could never move F4 back. E3 is permanently weak if we could somehow open the position, and this bishop kind of sucks if the position stayed here. So like, another reason to go for this is after everything trades, maybe bishop d5 first, maybe even c5. But my idea is to kind of do that, is to like, if I could open the position, I don't know if it works. Computer doesn't like it. My point is, this is actually kind of a fun version of compensation for black, and f4 is not your favorite move. If white could play f2 to f4, that would be amazing. But I don't know that white, sorry, if white could play f4 to f2. Anyway, so this is going to be a really double-edged game because Anna is forcing Dina's hand with this most aggressive move f4, and either you come up with something that opens this position to take advantage of the e-pawn and the weak dark squares, or white is coming, right? White is playing f5, and here we go. And so, yeah, this is going to get sharp, I think, pretty fast.
Yeah, I think so too. So really excited for that. I saw a question in the chat that's maybe interesting to answer. On the club level, should players use it? Talking about the Carlsbad structure. I personally think it's a very solid opening to play with the black pieces. But you gotta know what you're doing. You gotta know the main ideas here. And I guess a typical idea that you want to use, there is this opening called the Schlechter opening, which I was pointing out earlier with this idea to play g6 and then bishop f5. That is one way to deal with the position and have a really healthy position. But your pawn needs to be in h7 for this. You can't play g6 right now because that invites tactical resources such as bishop takes g6, completely destroying the king side of black. So that's why you have to be careful playing moves such as h6 in these positions.
Well said. Yeah, and every pawn move you move in front of your king is a pawn move you can't go back. That was kind of my point about opening the position, but it's the same with h6. And it makes g6 almost impossible to play now, probably because of just very direct sacrifice and blow it open over there. So yeah, this is a position where black will come under some fire like she is, and now has a very big decision to make, and she's not at the board. Anna's just kind of looking around like, all right, what's Dina gonna do here? And
she's changing to another a different clothing item.
She might be. I think they're here for the content as much as the chess, but FIDE rating points are on the line here, and we know Dina is an ambitious chess player, so don't make any mistakes. She cares regardless of the content. Maybe she's changing out of the Hikaru pineapple shirt right now. Who knows? I really like knight e4. I wonder if maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe black doesn't need to go for that. Can you play like queen to c8 so that I could play bishop f5 and try to trade the bishop? My worry was just f5. Yeah, and the computer likes this for white. And I don't know if you take the bishop pair or just leave this passive. So my point is, I don't know what else black has besides try to fight fire with fire and get dynamic and take advantage of this stuff. But all right, speaking of fire with fire, let's go back. Let's go back to Jules and Andrea over there. It's getting spicy.
Let's take a look. Yeah, Andrea decided to take on e5 over here. It's fun.
This could get ugly, or Andrea has it all under control. Like, time management tells me, you know, she's 20 minutes down, that she's uncomfortable. And from that perspective, Jules should get a big shout out. She chose this Alapin Sicilian for those who just got here. This is, if I said this was a Sicilian, you're like, wait, what? This is awkward, right? You get this really weird close position, and the king is still in the center. The position is now starting to open up. The best move here is knight h6 probably to just get castled, but it's kind of a scary thing to do. So I'm liking Jules' chances here a lot.
Yeah, her pieces are way more active, and it's hard to see where Andrea's pieces are heading to. I mean, she can develop the knight to f6 now. The bishop is free to go to f5, but something feels wrong here. This pawn on e7 being a backward pawn makes her position look quite ugly. And this half-open f-file, as long as she's not castled, I would say that it's just not looking great. This kind of gap here on f7, it doesn't feel nice. For now, white cannot really make use of it, but this can get problematic very soon. So concerned here about Andrea's position, but not much to worry about just yet. All she needs to do now is develop.
By the way, she played knight h6, so
wow,
you know, the worries about how she's feeling about the position could be greatly exaggerated, or she's just solving this one over the board. Knight h6 is the best move here, and as much as that's awkward, and normally we say the knight on the rim is grim, this knight has a much better future actually coming into a square like f5, where it undermines white's control over the center, or the knight can come to f7 in some positions, depending on what happens, maybe after trading here or not. And the other funny thing is that now you're threatening to actually get castled and sort of attack the bishop with tempo, and black is keeping pace with the position, right? Gaining a little bit of an initiative as she develops. So this is awesome chess right here. Andrea is solving these problems even if she is a little uncomfortable and having to take some time to do it.
Yeah, this is simply amazing. I mean, her calculations can be on point very much, and it does take a little bit of her time. So let's see if she can play her next few moves a bit faster, because I believe we're only on move 10 now. Jules is about to make a 10th move. So being down to 53 minutes already is a bit of a concern. So she may want to make her next few moves really quickly. But I think now that she has a clear idea of what she wants to do, she wants to play short castle, and she has an idea because she plays move knight h6 for a reason. I'm expecting her to play the next few moves quickly.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's in a much more comfortable spot now. So maybe in the end, it'll look like she didn't take her time because she was uncomfortable, but she managed her time and used it wisely, given that she was in a spot where she needed to figure it out. And that's it's a word semantic, but when I was teaching regularly, I often talk to my students about that, where a lot of times young kids, they play too fast, and then when they know they're in trouble, now they're forced to take time, rather than recognizing that the moment is critical and managing their time appropriately. And a critical moment can be anything. It can just be you're uncomfortable because you acknowledge that you don't know the theory anymore. It could be you're considering a big exchange, right? I think time management is a thing that we don't talk a lot about, and it's so important as far as how to actually win chess games at a high level, right? So I think Andrea managed her time well, given that she didn't know the opening, maybe she didn't mess up, and now it's starting to look better and better for her. And she found all the best moves, by the way. I had the opening Explorer in front of me, and if we want to, we can check in with the engine. Like, Andrea Botez just found like all the best lines there for black in a potentially very sharp line. So good chess from her and good time management.
All by herself. I feel like Andrea on a very good day, or if she is really putting her A game up, she can be a really dangerous opponent in this tournament. She has been playing really well. She had some tough losses in some of her recent tournaments, but we should not forget the wins she has had in other events, and she's been playing really well. She's been improving a lot. And it's so awesome to see, because we've seen her play a lot online, but not as much over the board in the past few years. But now the Botez sisters are back to classical chess, and it's amazing to see the progress they are making in their games.
Agreed. And when she plays online, as we know, Andrea is mostly focused on the content entertainment, so maybe it's a little bit of a misrepresentation to her abilities at times. I agree, she's playing really well. By the way, if you're watching on the chess.com event platform, you'll see she has 99.1% accuracy so far. She has literally found the best moves, and we've seen her at the board in the Hikaru Pineapple shirt doing it. I want to analyze a little bit to show why Jules took on c6, because that shows you how good knight h6 was. If you make some random move, and I don't know whether black would take right away, let's say castles with a tempo and the bishop moves, already there's ideas where you can capture on e5 or play knight f5, and this whole thing is getting undermined. The bishop on the dark squares, the pawn here, in a lot of positions you can even take here, and if the pawn takes, now when you go either knight f7 and try to go after the pawn, or even knight f5, this is a position where black is feeling very, very solid. The dark square bishop comes under fire. You can now play e6 and hold a very big kind of pawn chain together. So Jules didn't like what was ahead for having to hold down the fort here, and so she took on c6. But my point, Anamaya, is this doesn't really solve white's problems. Now the bishop is open. You're still castling. The knight is still coming to f5. And if white blinks first, by blink I mean at some point, you know, white chooses to relieve the pressure here by taking, black is going to get a massive center and be thrilled about it. I'm playing e5 right away. I don't care what the computer says, just to illustrate the point that this is the problem for white, is that this e5 square is going to be black's for the taking, and the pawn on c6 really supports holding down the fort. So I'm impressed with Andrea's play, and I think that time advantage that Jules has is going to be slowly disappearing. If I was to look into the crystal ball and try to be Danya Naroditsky the prophet, I think in the next 5 moves the clock gets very, very close to equal, and we're going to see that that Andrea maybe got out of a sticky opening.
Yeah, taking on c6. I mean, the knight on e5 was such a strong piece. Now it's gone, and it feels so empty in the center. It feels like that knight should have stayed there to, yeah, continue putting pressure on Andrea's position. But now that the knight is gone, it feels like there's more freedom for black. There's more space and more action possible. And as you mentioned, moves such as e5 appear on the board. And it may be too ambitious according to the computer, but I really like it. And it's not easy for white to punish this. And very soon, black has to castle. There's no way for whites to stop that. And soon the pieces will be able to be developed to their right square. So I really like Andrea's chances here. But let's see what Jules comes up with as she's taking her time here now. And yeah, I guess she was well, you want to develop with the knight, but d takes c5 is also very tempting, just to take a pawn and see how the opponent tries to punish that.
Yeah, especially because if knight to d2 is played, well, good news for white is if knight to d2 is played, black cannot take the pawn right away, because remember there's a knight hanging at the end of this line, so black is not actually threatening to win this pawn on d4. But once the queen is blocked, you could potentially take and just put the pawn there forever, then castle with a tempo and bring the knight to f5 as soon as you can. Although this also comes with lots of risk, right? You've opened the c file, so both sides just have a bunch of weaknesses here. That's what's fun. Like it's gonna be all kinds of tactics. So maybe Andrea would also sort of sit tight and try to build on the tension. But this is a fun thing about chess, is you're not just trying to make the best decisions for your pieces based on the current position, but constantly anticipating that maybe white will take and change the structure, maybe black will take and change the structure, and you have to make sure that you're not ever overcommitting to an idea if someone is going to completely change, especially the center pawn structure. So Jules has some things to think about here as far as what she wants to do.
Yeah, and Andrea looking good so far. In the other game, I don't see an update just yet. We left off at f4, which was the last move played by Anna, and Dina has been thinking. Dina is back to the board. She was away for some time, but she's back in the same pineapple shirt. And yeah, we were talking about how difficult this position is to play with black. The black pieces are just cramped here. Feels very unpleasant, and it's white who is taking charge in the position and deciding what's going on here. Yeah, it's not easy.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to say it
Don't
also
worry.
seems like looks like the clock's adjusted, because for a while there, Dina was up on the clock sort of significantly, which I don't know if that was a DGT relay or maybe I just underestimated that she's now been thinking on this move for a really long time. If I'm going back to
she's been away from the board as well for some time, so I guess maybe that's what happened.
Yeah, it's strange. Because even just looking at the time management on the event server, which is from the DGT clock, it's a little hard to guess. But if that's accurate, I think it represents that Dina went from being comfortable. She's the one who entered this knight e8, knight d6 idea, a slightly less known sort of way to play this Carlsbad structure. But now she's thinking, and that's the point I was trying to make, is that sometimes that can be reflective that either you're really on your own, or maybe you're not so sure about the line you chose. Because if she doesn't go for the sharpest variations, we already pointed out, White's plans are very straightforward. Anna Cromling is going to play f5 next, and White's pieces are coming to the king side, and you're going to get an attack. So Black's pieces don't want to start getting cramped and bullied and just pushed around fighting for very few squares. You have to do something here quickly. They often say if you're the one under fire, you want to open the center or change the pawn structure. So that's why I was suggesting 94. Even things like c5. Like, I know maybe I can't play it right away because it hangs a pawn. Just let the computer yell at me for a minute. Let the eval bar go. That's fine. I don't care. But I guess I'm trying to open the position. It did like my 94 idea as a pawn sack. And kind of similar, I was just trying to create space so that I could open things up and take advantage of White's f4 move. But maybe not. Maybe also rook to c8, rook to c8 to prepare c5. The point is, Dina has to do something here before she gets blown off the board with an attack.
I really like your ideas, especially playing rook c8 to prepare c5 is one of the main options in these structures. Well, you don't really want to play c5 anymore because if you do that, then you leave your pawn on d5 alone. It becomes isolated, and that is something you may not want immediately. But if she doesn't really have much else to choose from, then she may have to commit to this. And this is one of the more simpler plans. It doesn't really lose material, so this is something that she may actually go for, but it feels a little slow.
Yeah, but the more I think about it, the more I'm wondering. I'm taking a breath. Commentator curse. Sometimes we get a little amped up. We see the eval bar. We worry about these lines, and then I go like, wait a second. Chess is hard. Chess games are hard to win. Let's just think about this objectively, and like, because as much as f5 is coming, the more I think about rook c8, even though I love my pawn sack idea, I'm going to play f5 and play bishop here and be like, what exactly is next? And one of the things about these positions is once you advance these pawns, you're pot committed, right? Your structure is open. You are potentially weak on these dark squares should the structure change. And now c5 is being prepared. And if you do try to play a move like b4 to prevent it, a knight can come to e4 and there's a discovery here. So I think there's a lot of potential fireworks, and probably the eval bar being close to 50-50 reflects that. Like, this is not just a game-winning shot yet, game-winning attack. So I think rook to c8 from a slower perspective may be better than this move I was saying with 94. Try to slow jam it, open up the structure, take advantage of the long-term features of White's position. And maybe Dina's okay. I'm just trying to be a little more like, come back down to earth. Let's all take a deep breath and say, like, there's a lot of very equal fighting chess ahead here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, this idea of f4, f5 seems really scary, but it's one of those ideas that actually don't really do much. There's no real follow-up just yet. And it's one of those situations where you just developed your pieces. So what could you have possibly done wrong that you face an attack, or that f5 is so dangerous, right? Because Tina just developed her pieces. It's really hard to see what could have been so wrong about her play that she gets punished for it already. So she's in a slightly worse position because White is so much more active, but it's not anything significant just yet. And indeed, perhaps this pawn push to f5, it looks scary at first, but then we actually think about it. What's next? What is White going to do after that? And White has a lot of space, but by playing f5, you're also shutting down this queen and bishop on this diagonal. So that could work in Black's favor, giving Black time to come back and start putting pressure in the center with c5.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, you can overcommit, and then your pieces don't have as much to do, especially your point that the queen and bishop would be blocked on the diagonal. So so now, well, Dina is taking her time, managing her time. As we said, the difference is you take your time once you're in trouble because you have no choice, versus managing your time when you should think about it. I think this is a critical moment for her to decide just how aggressive she needs to be or how worried she needs to be about this. So good clock management, good sip of whatever juice Andrea is drinking there. I assume it's juice, not could be coffee. Who knows?
Could be. Yeah, the time management is one thing that concerns me, Danny, because the players have already spent quite some time and they have not played that many moves. I guess in the game of Anna and Dina, they've already played 14 moves, so that is their time management is acceptable, but it's heading to a direction that we may see a time scramble at some point. I don't see this position get too crazy in the next few moves, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. I agree. I mean, especially in the Andrea in the Jules versus Andrea game, you're right. They're only on move 10. Jules is about to join Andrea, and that she'll have less than an hour in just a moment if she keeps thinking. And so a lot of moves to make. Remember, they have to reach move 40 to get an extra half an hour, and seems like a lot when people watch a lot of Blitz and Bullet online most of the time. They're like, what are you talking about? You got an hour for all those moves? Like NBD, right? No big deal. But, you know, in classical chess, the tempo's different, and the expectations as far as the time you need once you get under time pressure it's a very different beast than playing Blitz. So I agree. Right now, no one's thinking about that because they just want to make good moves and appreciate how critical the opening has been, especially for Jules and Andrea again. But I think you're foreshadowing correctly that these games might have some fireworks because we're seeing a lot of time taken here, not a lot of moves made.
Yeah, and it's interesting because these players are used to play online. We see them play Blitz very regularly, Bullet even. But indeed, this is classical time control over the board, and there is a lot at stake. I read a comment earlier that chess players treat their FIDE rating as a Bible. It matters so much that they're willing to sacrifice so much for it, and it's so important. It's such an important number to them. So even though it takes, let's say, so many hours to win a chess game, but at least you're gaining rating if you won the game, and it's a very big satisfaction than just winning a Blitz game, let's say, just like that.
People wondering where Alex is. She'll be playing a little bit later. The way it is we've got 4 players kicking things off with 2 games. There'll be a small break in the middle of the show before Alexandra, Jennifer, Nemo, and Linda will all be thrown down on the back half. And so that's the plan, which keeps you here all day. You got nothing else to do on a Wednesday. This is where you're going to be for the rest of your day if you didn't know. Welcome. All right. Everyone's thinking this is what classical chess is, right? And this is, speaking of Blitz, though, this is why people love Blitz, because if we're watching the Speed Chess Championship right now, we're already like 7 games in.
Yeah, there's so much action happening, but here both games are not moving. They're taking their time, and that is very typical in classical chess. And yeah, that's why I'm also kind of excited to see that the clocks go down and they are starting to run out of moves to reach move 40. So this is out of the opening stage, in the middle game phase. This is where they start spending their time. But in the next few moves, things might get really interesting as the clock is getting lower and lower.
People asking what'll happen if the games go long. I think if these games go long, we will at some point have all 4 games going at once. I don't know if the players wait for sure for the games to be done. Maybe that's not true. I actually shouldn't speak to that because I'm not the organizer of the event, just a hired commentator. And so, but I think, I don't know actually. Is it for sure that we're taking a break no matter what, and Alexandra, Nemo, Jennifer, and Linda will wait, or will those games start if these games go the distance?
I think the games will start at the appointed times. So they should start at 3 p.m. Pacific, or maybe a little later because of the delay we've had today. But they should start at the time that has been discussed beforehand. And yeah, we may have 4 games happen at the same time.
Okay, so there you go, which will be exciting. If I guess we have 4 chess sets set up at that beautiful mansion for a reason, right? So if that happens, we will definitely have all 4 games going, which now I'm suddenly rooting for that. I'm rooting for these games to go the distance, and for at some point for us to have all 4 boards in action. Maybe that's not what the The broadcast wants, given what we'd have to do with the cameras, but we'll see.
Luckily, not our concern, Danny.
Not our concern. We just get to. It actually feels like so much less pressure for me. I feel like I get to just do this show. It's not even on the chess channel, BotezLive. Anything could go wrong. I'm just gonna blame Andrea. No big deal, right? If anything happens here that wasn't supposed to happen, it's Andrea Botez's fault, and that's the best thing about it. So there you go. I'm just kidding. Trolling Andrea as much as possible is the one agreement we had for me to come on this show, as I will be trolling Andrea all day.
I want to hear the reaction of her afterwards. I'm curious if she feels the same about this, if she knows anything of this.
I lost a bet to her last PogChamps, but I'm not going to remind her what it was because I don't want her to cash in on it. So we're going to keep that away. But yeah, we're here to troll Andrea, although right now she's walking around. And you can see she's confident. On Amaya, we said that it was a tough opening. It was an Alapin Sicilian by Jules, which maybe threw Andrea off a little bit, but she managed her clock, jokes aside. She's played phenomenal chess. Go to the events platform and you'll see everybody. She's playing with 99% accuracy right now, wearing that Hikaru pineapple shirt. And now she's got that confident walk going. Look what she's doing. She's walking around like it's like that's what you do when you're confident. Just sort of prowling and seeing what your opponent's going to do.
Yeah, chess players usually walk a lot during their games. I remember when I played in Dutch Championship and Anishgir is playing, and he was walking around so much. We had like this not really big room, right? Because there's only a few games happening at the same time. And he was walking in circles all the time, back and forth. And I was getting a little distracted by it because I thought, whoa, like he's like really walking around a lot. And we were in this like a small space, right? But yeah, it's nice to be able to take some time off the board and to, you know, think about other things than the chess for a bit.
Well, it is true, and like classical chess games are long. You need to move your body and like keep the blood flow going. It's a very real thing, and some players just walk around more than others too. So like you have to try to block it out and be like, oh, maybe they're not confident. That's just what they do, right? They're literally get antsy, right? And they have too much anxious energy to sit there. So it's really more of a them problem than a you problem. And I tried to block that out because when I was playing a lot, it was hard if my opponent walked around. I assumed that that meant they were very confident, but learned over time that wasn't always the case. Maybe they were just anxious from sitting at the board.
Yeah, they don't want to reveal their true emotions, how they feel about their position.
Yeah, sometimes that's true when you blunder too. Sometimes you make a bad move and you get the bleep out of there so that you don't sit there and stare at the bad move. You ever had that where like if you're at the board, all you're going to do is be looking at the move you just made. So you get the F out of there and you try not to think about what just happened in hopes that they don't look at it.
Usually it happens the other way around where I make a move, I stand up and I'm feeling confident and I just want to get out. It's like usually after move 40 that you get the time to go to the bathroom and get some rest. But then I come back to the board, my opponent made a move and I'm just completely shocked that they made a move that I did not expect, and it turns out that I'm lost, that I did not expect to be the case. So then ever since I'm like, okay, I don't want to leave the board because if I leave, then come back, then I see this is a move that is going to make me lose the game. So it has been difficult for me to stand up from my game, but I'm over it now. And I really like walking around during the game because it keeps me away from the game for a little bit. And it's a healthy balance.
Yeah. Yep, and we see Andrea staying away because she got up, and so she's trying not to come back and forth a bunch and letting Jules think, which she may come back here in a second. If your opponent thinks for a long time, then, you know, it's not really a distraction. But one piece of ethical advice for any fans watching who are considering playing over the board chess, the one thing about getting up is it's sort of an unwritten rule that if you get up on your opponent's clock, often it's not good to go back and forth a whole bunch while they're thinking. It can be distracting and sort of unfair. So I was taught that, hey, if you get up on their clock, you should stay away while they're thinking. Now, if they think for more than like 10 minutes, it's like, okay, I'm going to go back because at this point, you know, I'm not bothering them and I have work to do, right? I need to sit down and do the work that that is required to get a good position. So, but I like that Andrea has gotten up and she's kind of letting Jules think and is not necessarily going back and forth a bunch to distract her. But by the way, I did call this. What did I said Jules was about to go into a think and that I really liked Andrea's position, and look what's happened now. I mean, the time is not only evened out, but Jules is under time pressure. And I know the eval bar still says it's like equal and white's fine, but I think the momentum of the game is clearly in Andrea's favor. She found all the best moves in a tricky opening. She's going to get castled, and I think Jules doesn't quite know how to handle the tension right now. If we highlight what we were analyzing, it's a big decision here, because if you take, you're giving black this big pawn chain, whether black goes for it or not right away. This is not what you want. But if you don't take, black's moves are obvious. Black will get castled. At some point, they will take, and once that pawn's a target, this knight will come to f5, the bishop on g7, the queen will come to b6, and black's position on Amaya just feels like I see black's plan. Tell me what white is supposed to do here. Like, I love these moves for black. They feel very natural.
Yeah, white's plan is very difficult. I mean, you want to develop the knight, of course, because that is one of the few pieces that is not developed just yet. But what is this light squared bishop doing? What is the plan of that bishop? Because it's just there right now, and I don't really see what this bishop can target, because black's pawn structure is so solid. These pawns and light squares are very well protected, and indeed not easy to see what the plan is of white. And as we are talking about this game, bishop e5 has been played, Danny. What do we think of this move?
Wow, interesting move. It's a bold move, bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. Sorry, dodgeball reference. Bold strategy. Bishop to e5 is an interesting move, especially after a long think, as Grandmaster David Howell would say. Long think, wrong think, but that's not always the case. Jules took her time and maybe came up with an interesting idea. Yeah, I mean, so what are the pros of this move, right? If black takes on e5, you take back, and now you're missing the bishop, which is typically key. But you've also created maybe an e5 pawn target, and black's pawns are very nice, and doubled or not, they control a lot of key squares. So even this, I think, is possible for black. But black could also just castle, which is my instinct. And if you maybe that's what's wrong, is if you take. Why is this good for white? I don't know. I think that this is maybe the same type of idea with the bishops gone, but it's an interesting move. And I will say this, if you're going to take that much time, which Jules did, she spent more than 20 minutes on the clock, coming up with something that challenges Andrea and maybe was unexpected is a good practical thing. So I was not considering this move, and now Andrea back at the board. We'll see what she comes up with.
Yeah, I guess once those bishops are off the board, this pawn on c5 remains a weakness and can just be captured. And I think white will just be up a pawn. Not the best pawn to be up, because you have the doubled pawns and you don't really have much going on just yet on the queen side. But a pawn is a pawn, and even though black can take the center, I feel like without the dark squared bishop on g7, this king might become very weak. And I think because of that, d takes c5 is a move to keep an eye on. So perhaps this is why you may want to take on e5 and just accept that d takes e5. Pawn will be there, but is it really that dangerous? Maybe it's fine for black.
Yeah, I think so too. And I guess maybe Jules's point is that if takes castles, at some point white can play f4 to reinforce the protection of the pawn. I would say it also comes with its own risks, right? And if I'm playing black, I still feel like there's natural moves. The queen can come to b6 with space. I'm still looking to open up the center here with the queen behind the pawn structure. Although it looks like Andrea did just castle.
Yeah, so, she did follow your plan.
Yeah, she castled, and we see that Jules took on g7, and so it's interesting. The computer likes white here, and Jules immediately plays the move the computer likes. But everything about the practical nature of the position, I'm like, I'm gonna play e5 here. What exactly? This is a position on Amaya where I feel like computers are like, yeah, white's great, up a pawn, and I'm looking at this like, I love black's beautiful pawns in the center. I'm gonna play natural moves and feel like I have plenty of easy to play chess and lots of compensation. So respectfully, I disagree with the computer, right? Classic human. Stupid human.
Stubborn.
Stupid, stubborn human. And I think I'm still within range where I'm allowed to do it, though, because it's half a pawn. We see that eval bar is about half of the 5th rank. You know, it's like only halfway there. It's not like white is up 2 points and I'm claiming that white is losing, right? This is a position where maybe there's a pawn, but black has lots of good compensation. I feel like big center, open file. This is an easy position to play. And yeah, should be interesting.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I mean, I like taking pawns, but I don't really see what's next here for white other than just being up a pawn. And I guess if you're up a pawn and it's not +1, maybe that is telling something as well when we look at the evaluation. So I really like the practical chances here for black. E5 has to be played, and that's actually what Andrea just played. And yeah, she's taking control of the center. She may start focusing on attacking that king on g1, because where is white's development? White castled and the bishop is out, but all the other pieces are just in their starting position. So ideas that come to mind: queen g5, knight f5, knight h4, just to focus all the attention on the king side and try to create some weaknesses. And if you attack your opponent on the king, they may also get terrified and start making mistakes there.
Yep, practical chess, right? Humans don't do well with when their king is being attacked. Much worse than computers do. And I see chat saying being biased toward Andrea's compensation here. I mean, we're not. Believe me, I'm here to troll Andrea as much as the next person. I'm just thinking that Anamaya made a great point. If white is up a clear pawn, but it's not even a +1 advantage, like that's a little telling that black definitely has some compensation, like undeniably in terms of the math, even in terms of how the computer thinks. There's some comp there. At the same time, again, yes, computers can play these positions and defend every attacking move, and then somehow just have this extra pawn majority in the end and use it. But I look at it as it's a doubled pawn majority. Black has obvious compensation that meets the eye. And Anamaya already called it. Not only is the queen coming out, but I have a fun idea. Anamaya, originally I looked at your plan of bringing everything to the king side. I was like, oh, but if I move the bishop to double the rooks, eventually my A pawn is undefended, and I don't want to risk that. And then I realized I don't have to move the bishop to double the rooks. I can play rook A7 and slide the rook over to F7 and leave the bishop right where it stands. This bishop is actually fully developed where she sits, guarding A6 and helping to put pressure over here. And so I like black's chances here. I like the queen coming out. I like that I can double rooks without even having to change the queen side position, defend not like a knight. I can't draw today. Defending like a bishop. And I think I think Jules is going to face some pressure here. And even if you get the knight to F3, which may be key, black can kick the knight at some point. Yes, that comes at the risk of giving up the D4 square. And here Jules plays knight to D2. But if I'm Andrea, I'm playing like rook A7, I'm doubling on the F file, and I'm looking to go for Anamaya's idea at some point of just, I'm betting on black here. I'm betting the house on the king side attack, right? Isn't that a roulette reference?
Okay.
Don't you bet on red or black or something like that? I'm
Yeah,
not a
something
gambler.
like that.
Something like that. I'm putting all the chips on black here. I think that black is going to get a lot of pressure, and I think that if Andrea keeps the focus, the king side attack should almost kind of play itself.
Yeah, and it's just really difficult to defend this. The computer is really good at defending attacks, but we human beings, we get terrified, as you said. And I really like your rook lift idea to involve the rook from A8 all the way to F7, putting pressure on that pawn on F2. And yeah, not easy to defend with white, especially because the pieces, they feel so out of place. It feels like they are not really able to contribute much. Let's say if you play bishop F3 to try to defend and put your bishop all the way to G2. After bishop F3, you just face E4 and you have to go back. So you can't really help your king as much too. So yeah, those are some difficult moves for Jules to be made. And I'm very concerned, actually. Even though the evaluation is in her favor, I really think her next few moves are going to be quite a challenge. And she did actually play the move knight e2. Very logical move, because she needs to defend that knight. Not defend, but develop. But what's next? Because Andrea is ready to attack.
Yeah, we'll see if Andrea finds this rook a7 idea. It's slightly unorthodox, but it is one that once you see it, kind of jumps out at you. But I guess similar to how we sort of took a breath in Dina's position, we should take a breath here and say, to play devil's advocate, Jules isn't checkmated yet. And one thing about the knight coming to f3 is if you play e4, you know, I'm just going to make some random moves just to illustrate the point that if you get this, I think the queen will come here, not even the knight, and then maybe the knight comes into some dark squares, and you know, there's potential risk in the position if black overextends, that these squares might suddenly belong to white, and maybe the computer actually doesn't like, actually, because here comes knight f5, and now the computer, you know, okay. But what I'm thinking is if you overextend these pawns, the dark squares belong to white, and that also is a price to pay. So it's double-edged for sure. I think from a practical perspective, I'm putting the chips on black, and like we've been illustrating, we think that black's attack should be strong. And you don't have to play e4, by the way. You can defend the pawn and try to keep the center here, and then sort of slow jam it, right? Bring the rook over. At some point, you're getting pieces, and eventually, when the timing is right, you advance further. So I still not changing it. I agree with you, Anamaya. I think that black's position from a practical perspective is dangerous, but I want to be sober about this, right? Really clear-headed that it's not a one-sided affair at all, just yet. Let's talk a little about the other game. Yeah,
let's take a look. In the game between Anna and Dina, some moves have been played. Anna went for the move knight a4, so it's clear that she did not like the move c5. She wanted to make sure that that's not happening just yet, but because of that, she is giving up on the center. Instead of playing f5 and bringing this bishop back and making black's position more passive, she goes for knight a4, and now Dina went for knight f to e4. And yeah, Dina is simply taking control here of the square e4, and now the move f5 is not going to happen anymore, Danny.
Yeah, I'm liking the direction of this for Dina a lot. I feel like knight a4 is, I mean, I think we could see the computer evaluated as being good for black, so I'm not breaking news here and saying that it objectively was probably not the best move, and I'm just going to add some chess teacher commentator color to it as far as philosophically why. I think that it's really dangerous when you start trying to compete with your opponent's side of the board where they're stronger, meaning in a race position where you have your strengths. I guess a simple like business analogy is play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. And I think that typically you should be very hesitant when you start making moves to try to slow down your opponent's attack, because you probably can't stop it forever. At some point, black is going to get this c5 move, and then the knight will be on the edge of the board. And you also moved a knight away from where it controlled kind of the most important area of the board already, which was in the center. And so Dina played knight f to e4. I think you could have even played knight d to e4. Okay, yeah, the computer that was my natural response, because that move opens the bishop and kind of immediately would have put c5 back on the agenda. So I think Dina played a good move with knight f to e4, but I think knight d to e4 might have been even better. And it's the same idea. I threaten to win the bishop pair. If you take, I love this position, and here comes c5. So I really don't like knight e4, and it's often a bad... What I was taught is in a race position, meaning a race doesn't have to just be two kings trying to checkmate each other. Black is trying to play over here, white is trying to play over here. In a race position, you should really be careful before you start playing moves to slow down your opponent's race, because they are stronger on that side of the board. And like I said, if you play knight d to e4, who has more pieces coming over here? Like black does. I'm going to get c5. You can't stop me. And so if I was white, I would have looked to do something else. I would have looked to keep playing for f5 where you had space, and try to keep playing on that side of the board. So yeah, this is I like the direction of the game, I guess, for Dina. And she played knight f to e4. You can't even really go f5 anymore, and I don't think you're going to stop c5 anyway.
I love the way you explained it. Play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. That's one to remember, because it's so easy to tunnel vision into, oh, my opponent is planning to do this, I need to stop this. But instead, you need to try to focus sometimes to focus on your own strengths and try to make the position of your opponent more difficult. So Anna actually played the move knight c5 here. She's attacking the knight on e4 now, but yeah, it's not very clear if this is going to work out for her. This pawn on b7 is defended by the knight on d6, so there's not much going to happen there. And if anything, now black has the opportunity to play bishop to f5. How do you feel about that, Danny?
I love that move. I think it's a great move. I think that's better than taking and allowing white to take here. We get a bunch of bishop trades. Probably better for white in the end because the light squares are a checking problem. I love bishop f5. We'll play it. Oh, Injin approves. Anamaya for the win. You were right.
Let's go!
Bishop f5 looks good. No eval bar. I think this is a great move, and you highlighted it well. The knight moves backwards, right? Sometimes you optically forget the knight is defending b7, and if you take everything again to show, like, this is just phenomenal position for black. And by the way, c5 will still come. This is the idea we said from the beginning would expose the pawn advancing to f4. So I love your move, bishop f5. Obviously, Dina. Wait, has Dina moved? No, Dina's coming back to the board right now, so she'll see her position. And yeah, so I still think knight de4 was a little better than knight fe4, but black is in a great spot here. And yeah, like you said, play to your strengths, not your weaknesses. Just to go back to that, you could have played f5 and then even like bring the queen to e2 to get out of the way of this, to play queen f3 and rook a e1, and eventually this is like the side of the board you're trying to play on. Instead, Anna, I think, got a little overly worried about this with knight a4, and now if Dina finds bishop f5, I think black is in a really good spot.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about in this game a lot, right? This square f5. You want to control this with the black pieces because this bishop, the light squared bishop of black, is always struggling to find a good square, and it was stuck on e6 for now, but we really want to get it on f5. And if we get to trade our light squared bishop with the light squared bishop of white, that is fantastic. That is exactly what black is looking for. But you don't really get to play bishop f5 that easily. But now we can play bishop f5. And yeah, this is why it was so important for Anna to push the pawn to f5. Even though it would block her own pieces, it would eliminate the fact that this bishop could go to f5 anytime soon. And yeah, this would give her so much more space in the position. But now she allows the move bishop f5, and I think Dina is going to play this because this is exactly what you want in this structure.
Well said. I completely agree, and I think highlighting that f5 needed to be played, even if you didn't see checkmate, because it looks like an aggressive attacking move, f5 needed to be played for the exact reasons you highlighted, to just stop black from using the square, right? And especially once you've committed, now that f5 square will go to black, assuming Dina finds this. And I love that you highlighted the trade of the light square bishops also favor white. I'm just going to show that because I think one of the most important skills we develop as chess players is to kind of see the forest through the trees, meaning we have to calculate the tactics in front of us, don't run into a tree, but never lose sight of the big picture. And if you were to remove all the pieces Anamaya just talked about, you're going to get dominance of the light squares for black, good knight versus bad bishop kind of stuff. I mean, I'm just going to make a random move just to show, like, if you get something like this, and in the end, black gets this square, this bishop has the ability to get rid of white's knight. This bishop does not have the ability to get rid of black's knight. And that is a very key point in the structure. And black is just dominant here. You can see the computer agrees. At some point, if this trade happens, you can just positionally resign, right? Black has a unicorn or an octopus, as we like to say, controlling with all of its arms. This is just a beast of a pony. And white doesn't have the same. So I just love that you highlighted that. I want to point that out because when you see the forest through the trees here, the trades favor black because white has more structural weaknesses, particularly on the light squares coming, and that's a big trade you have to worry about.
And also in these type of structures, it's usually black struggling with the space. So the more pieces you get to trade with black, the happier you get. You're more than happy to go into an endgame because all these pieces are so stuck here. There's not much space, and you're really playing for long-term chances that maybe you get to play b6, maybe c5, and you get some play this way. But usually white is the one that has so much space and wants to put pressure, slow grind. But in this very position, it seems like black is out of trouble now. Dina needs to play bishop f5 first, but once she plays that move, I think she's out of trouble, and it will be very difficult for Anna to play this position because her attack is basically stopped. It's really difficult to see what other plans she could come up with, because Black's position is so solid. Now this knight on d6, I'm actually a big fan of it, because if we think about other plans of White, let's say trying to attack on the queen side with b4 and then b5, there's suddenly a knight on d6 covering that square. So it's not that easy to come up with a good plan for White here.
Well said. And for a second, I thought bishop f5 had been played, but I realized that's just our analysis here, and apologies.
I was speculating.
It's us speculating. Pouring some water as well. Hopefully that doesn't too loud on the mic. There you go. More water.
Didn't hear it at all, Danny, so you're good.
Okay, good. I was waiting for you to finish. I was sitting here waiting for you to finish because I didn't want to interrupt with like, what is going on? There's water in them. Are we suddenly on a river? Yeah, so Dina's thinking, again, good time management from the perspective of it's a critical position, but okay. Too much thinking here. When you get under time pressure, even if you have a good position, you may regret it. So I think that given the tempo of the game, and that she might even be, you know, smelling a little bit of blood in the water, like a shark on the hunt, she might be like, I think this is a critical moment to get an edge, perhaps suspecting that knight a4, knight c5 was not the best plan from Anna. So I'm applauding how she's using the clock for now. That's kind of what I'm saying. As long as she finds the right plan, by the way, boom, she did it. She just played bishop f5.
There you go.
So we can continue to applaud how Dina took a moment and ensured to find the best move, because look at how the computer's evaluating it. We've analyzed a lot to just sort of highlight the forest through the trees, big picture here. Black has some positional advantages on the light squares. As Anamaya said, that knight on d6 now looks like a beast, perfectly positioned behind the pawn on d5. That's where knights thrive, behind pawns, because you always get a double attack on the two squares that the pawn attacks, and you know, if you can pull off this type of structure, you're often in control of the space. So good stuff from Dina. And by the way, we have more stuff. Good or not, we're going to find out from Andrea. She played queen to e7 on the other board.
Very logical move.
Yeah. It attacks
something
c5.
Attacking.
Supports the center.
The computer seems very displeased by this move, but which is a bit surprising because it looks very natural. You're developing the queen, attacking a pawn. But I guess the idea that we were highlighting earlier, we want to start an attack on the king. And I guess queen e7 is a little bit of a slow move. It doesn't really help so much with the attack for now. So yeah, it's not easy to think of the idea that you were highlighting earlier to commit to the rook lift, to put the rook on f7 and start from there. But yeah, let's see if Jules can deal with this well. I guess she has to commit to a move such as b4. That would make a lot of sense, supporting that pawn on c5 and perhaps get something going on the queen side.
Yeah, agreed. And b4 is not just a logical move to guard the pawn. As you said, it also is the thing you're going to want to do eventually anyway. You have a pawn majority on the queen side, and so gaining space. I'll be surprised if Jules doesn't play b4. While you were analyzing, I was trying to think in my head, was there a way for Andrea to get the thing we wanted in terms of the rook lift? And if rook a7 was played and the knight comes to f3, you're still kind of in an irritating spot, because if you play queen e7 now to defend the pawn, you're cutting the rook off anyway. But maybe this way you could have played rook e7 first and sort of slow jam it. You play queen c7 eventually double rooks, and you kind of slow play the pressure. But that's a slow plan, and so it kind of makes you understand why the computer was evaluating that white was still better, because as much as we did that thing your coach teaches you to play dream chess, imagine your dream position and then reverse engineer your runway from there. This is a very important way to play chess. Shout out to Miron Shear and an amazing book coming out. And my boy Robert Hess. Miron was both Robert Hess and Fabiano Caruana's one of their first coaches, and he often talked about this. You visualize a dream position and then you reverse engineer the moves to get there, and it's a very effective way toward high-level planning, right? So you're not just reacting and letting the tail wag the dog. But as much as it was a great thing for us to suggest that if black could just get the rooks on the f-file and attack, I think we were right about that. But I don't know that it was actually concretely possible, because it was hard to deal with the threats of this and really get black's pieces perfectly coordinated. Note that if you try to play like knight g4 to defend, well, then the knight just gets kicked, and and you've got problems. And if you play knight f7 to defend the pawn, now the knight is in the way of the rook, and white still has a space advantage, and white might just keep with the plan. So yeah, this was going to be harder for Andrea to get a dream position. I guess that's what I'm saying. And so she's committed queen e7.
Yeah, and it's basically asking white to play what they already wanted to play. We want to play b4 because there's not much else for white to play here in this position. White does not have a center anymore, so that's pretty surprising. But white did gain the pawn for that in return, so it's a fair trade. And now that there's no center for white, then we have to look at other options. Where is it possible to push our pawns forward? Of course, we're not going to push the pawns in front of our king. So then the next step is, okay, we're going to look at the queen side. And that's also where white has a pawn majority. Now with 4 pawns, basically against 2, white will be able to create a passed pawn by pushing b4 and then a4 and then b5. And sooner or later, this pawn on c5 or any of the other pawns on the queen side will get very dangerous. So good chances here for Jules in this situation. If Andrea does not come up with a proper plan very soon to launch an attack on the one side where white is weak, which is the king side, then Jules might be taking over here.
Although now that we're here and analyzing it and kind of committed to the idea that Andrea wasn't going to be able to get the magical dream position with the rooks on the f file, here's what I'll say is I kind of like the idea that queen e7 supports e4 now that I'm looking at it, and I don't know if you can meet b4 with e4 right away, but I'm going to play it just to show that I am threatening e3 in some of those positions, right? That could be interesting. And if you take, right, shake and bake, e file opens up, check, maybe the pawn is falling. So this is something to worry about. And Jules has to calculate this, right? She doesn't have, you know, 2 people who get to commentate and think out loud, and we have the luxury of being wrong because it's not our pieces, but also the engine eval bar, right? So I like this move. And even if you stop e3, Anamaya, I can play queen e5 next and get back to my plan of you know, pushing forward space, advancing the agenda on the king side. The agenda is very clear. I want to checkmate the white king, and I want to bring everybody over here. I've got the knight. I've got things to happen. So Andrea played queen e7. Jules is thinking, even if b4 is obvious to us, e4. What is the best move here? I don't have an engine, just the eval bar. The eval bar likes white, but I'm curious, like, what would be the best move here if b4 and e4 happened?
I'm guessing that it has to do with the fact that white gets to play knight b3 and then preparing queen d4 check. So this king on g7 is always very vulnerable because of the lack of defense on that diagonal. And the square d4 is so weak now. So if that queen gets to d4, then a lot of the options of black suddenly disappear. There's no e3 anymore. Queen e5 is not desired because you don't want to trade queens here with black being down a pawn. And yeah, just a really tough position overall.
It's a good line. Knight b3, just to show Anamaya's idea, e3 just doesn't work because the queen comes with check, and then white can win the pawn. My idea was to play knight f5 to kind of renew the threat of e3, but now maybe even white can play knight to d4. And yeah, the computer likes this point, and so white is kind of just in time, right? White is stopping all the things just in time, and c6 is a target. And if the knights get traded, well, now you really like white's position because the queen is dominating on the dark squares. Let's not forget, Jules is up a pawn, and then she can get back to work over here on the queen side with everything you were highlighting. So okay, big moment. Jules is on the clock. Andrea played queen to e7.
She actually made a move. She played knight to b3 first.
That's kind of tough, and this is the every Russian schoolboy knows, right? The Soviet chess school is you never put your knights in front of your pawn over here on the queen side or king side because as we're learning in Dina's game, the board over, if you just magically put that pawn on b4, you're so happy, right? The knight is behind the pawn. They work together. They're controlling the board. Now the knight is forever in the way of the pawn, and you're regretting it. And so yeah, knight to b3 is not an ideal move. The knight is forever stuck to guarding this pawn.
Yeah, and the knight on b3 is not doing much other than defending, and this gives black the opportunity again to focus on the king side. And yeah, now that white is not pushing the pawns on the queen side, what is white really playing for? Because you're not going to play the move c4. This simply allows black to play d4 and march the pawns down the board. Very undesired for white. So yeah, by putting the knight in front of the pawn, now there's very few plans left here for white, and it almost feels like white will have to stick to defending instead of being aggressive and attack where it was possible.
No, I totally agree. It's like now Andrea can take a breath. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna get my rooks doubled on the king side, but I'm not in a rush anymore because white doesn't have b4 and a4 and b5 coming, right? So you can kind of think about how you want to coordinate, and yeah, so I think knight to b3 was not ideal. We look at the clock and close to equal, but both of them also getting under time pressure. Remember, they have to reach move 40 to get more time. So on move 15 with 35 minutes and 44 minutes respectively, this is likely going to be a game that comes down to whoever holds their nerves better with a few minutes on the clock at this point.
Yeah, it seems like they're just preparing themselves for blitz already, with 30 seconds every single move added to their clocks. But yeah, this is getting concerning for both players. I mean, they are around the same time, but we have not made a lot of progress in a position just yet. The fireworks are about to happen, and you will need a lot of time to calculate and make sure that, okay, this is working or this is not working. You really want to be able to have enough time in case it gets very sharp or in case you need to take an important decision. And for now, we're 15 moves in, but yeah, not so much time left for the remainder 25 moves to get an additional 30 minutes on the clock for the players. So I'm excited to see where this is heading to in the next few moves, but I'm concerned for the nerves of the players here.
Yeah, and I'm getting a little concerned on the other board for Anna. I think she might recognize that position has slipped away a little bit, given that Dina solved all the problems, is holding on to the knight on e4, and white is even regretting the move f4 in positions like this, where you just wish you could put that pawn back and fix the structure. So Anna's using her time. She still has a time advantage still, but both of these games are headed toward time pressure. It seems like they've got a lot of time left, but too many moves to make to look at that as a lot of time. So this is where in classical chess you start thinking of other things to talk about at times, because they're both thinking, and we're going to have a little bit. We go, all right, well, we've kind of described where the games are going and outlined a little bit of what the players might be thinking about. But if I'm Anna, I'm a little worried about what happened to my position here as white over there against Dina.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you think about the fact that the first 15, 16 moves have been played with this amount of time spent, usually the idea is of when we think of time management, we want to make the first 10 moves as quickly as possible. And then we spend on average 3 minutes per move to be on time for the 14th move. That is the approximate time that we want to spend overall. But when we look at the time management of the players, we see that they spent a lot of time already. And let's say in the game of Anna against Dina, Dina is down to 37 minutes, and they still have to play 24 moves until the 14th moves, which means that she has a little bit over a minute for every single move until the 14th move. So that's on average, it's a very small number on average. And she may spend a bit more time than that on every single move, which means that time pressure is bound to happen. And yeah, usually the moves, let's say move 15 until 25 are the toughest ones because that's where you spend a lot of time. You spend a lot of time there to create plans, think of ideas, and those are the very crucial moves. And of course, after move 25, it also gets tricky. So yeah. It's going to get interesting in the next few moves, that's for sure.
Anna played the move bishop e1, by the way. Speaking of interesting, she has retreated the bishop, which
okay.
I think it makes sense. You know, you don't want that bishop to be traded. I think black is still in control here, and Dina might be a little bit spoiled for choice, to be honest. I mean, you can... I like the idea of trading if we could to get the light squared bishops off and head toward that position that we highlighted, right? See the forest through the trees and recognize that this outpost square on e4 is going to be very, very beautiful if you can simplify and take. But knight takes c5, we have to wonder if bishop takes f5 is possible. But maybe not. Maybe black can just take, and after take, you can
knight
go
e4?
right back. Right?
We just go back and then we control that very nice square.
Stockfish thinks they like it, right? There you go. Mikey likes it. This is tough. And again, this was what we highlighted. At some point, I'll try to come get this knight. I don't know, bishop d6. I have to be a little careful if I play bishop f6. Maybe there's some weird fork here. But at some point, if this knight is traded for this bishop, we have a dominant knight versus a bad bishop stuck behind the pawn chain. And so this is the positional nightmare you had. And it wasn't a fun nightmare. One of those nightmares where like your legs get stuck, you know, when you're trying to run away from something and like you can't move as fast as you want. You know what I'm talking about? Those nightmares are the worst, right? That's how it feels to be the bishop against the knight in this type of position. So knight takes c5 is what I was looking for. But I was wondering, can I even get away with b6? I get a little worried about the c6 pawn, but to highlight the point I was making earlier, Anamaya, that the problem with this whole plan is you were going to lose the battle on the queen side. And if I can even play b6 and c5 anyway, that's another plan. But if the computer liked knight takes c5, which looks like it did, then this is probably the best thing.
Yeah, I really like the moves that you pointed out. And it's not easy to take on c5 and commit to this, but I think Dina will be able to find this. It really reminds me what you just mentioned, the Russian School of Chess in this game as well. It gets very positional, and that's what the Russian School of Chess highlights a lot. I remember when I used to play European and World Youth Championships, I would be playing against a girl from Russia, and they just know so well how to handle positional situations. They know exactly when to trade the bishop for the knight. They know exactly what trades to go for. And I was always very admired by this. They know it so well. And I think Dina will know how to handle this. And she will realize this knight is a very strong piece that can go back to e4.
I agree, and then you just have to calculate the tactics to bring it so, as the famous Mikhail Botvinnik quote: "Tactics are the servant of strategy," right? And that's your point back to the Russian School of Chess, Soviet school. You focus on positional chess because it's the one thing you can really control. Every time a pawn moves, it can't go backwards. Every time a square is opened up, it is a permanent target. And so developing high-level plans is all about positional chess, because the tactics are meant to just serve your higher-level positional strategy. So you have to calculate, but as long as you can calculate the tactics, and if it checks out, you have this positional goal of a good knight versus bad bishop. And that's why the Soviet chess school focused so much on that positional chess for the win. Even though we all love a great queen sacrifice, the truth is tactics are the servant of strategy, and it wasn't the other way around. It wasn't strategy is the servant of tactics, right? And you have to make the tactics work for your strategy. That is how high-level positional chess is played, not the other way around. And we're liking black. If Dina can figure out a way to clear the smoke and ultimately dominate on the light squares, we'll see what she does. So, the other game, we had any action over there? Andrea's still on the clock. No, Jules still on the clock. Sorry.
Yeah. They pushed the pawns on the a file. So Andrea went for a5 to attack the knight and make sure that she can capture the pawn back on c5. But Jules went for a4, of course, to stop a4 from happening. But this is what we're talking about, right? Because you want to push the pawns on the queen side with white, but now with the knight on b3, that is not going to happen. She cannot just move the knight back because the pawn will be captured. So that knight is tied to that pawn on c5. And this knight also is starting to get a little bit loose. I don't like how that knight is just going to stay there for quite some time. And in the meantime, black can just improve the position.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously with the pawn on a4, the knight is also a little more tender, right? So you could play rook to b8, which the knight was already tied down to the pawn. But after rook to b8, the queen will be tied down to the knight. Are you really going to put your rook on a3? By the way, that actually might be a funny idea. Maybe the rook goes to a3. That's interesting. I think rook to b8 right away maybe doesn't work because of knight takes a5. The computer will reveal it to us real quick. You can get away with this maybe because I'm hitting c6.
I would love to take that pawn on b2.
But there's this and like you know, and
then
then you take here and I get this. I mean, I think this actually, yeah, this is probably not what black wants. I would guess, and I think if Andrea goes for that kind of thing, it might be a mistake because you'd love to just have this whole thing stay put with the knight not in a great spot, and then slowly do what we've been talking about. Use the space on the king side where your pieces are primed to get better. So that would be my suggestion, rather than rook b8 right away. But still, the idea is that if you can get this, white's pieces are kind of tied down and awkward over here. By the way, knight takes c5 was found by Dina. We don't need to go to that board necessarily, but it looks like Dina has calculated, as we said, tactics are serving strategy over there, and Dina seems to have the right strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking good for Dina over there. She is lower on the clock, down 10 minutes compared to Anna's time, but the next few moves seem very logical, so she will get a few more moves quickly in there. So yeah, looking good for her. And yeah, let's see how Anna will respond, because she either has to capture on f5 or directly on c5, either with the pawn or the queen. Would not want to take with the queen. There's a bishop on e7 that is ready to attack us, but maybe she will consider taking with the pawn.
But I think you're right that she's kind of picking between poisons right now, right? It's not fun either way because the tactics have worked for black to clear the e4 square. If you take, white takes here, and then the knight just comes right back. We've got a dominant knight on e4, whether we win this pawn or not, which we might. And as we already analyzed, if you're just getting here, if white takes here, black takes, and now you have to take f5, because now taking this knight, either, well, obviously you take with the pawn, but this is hanging. So now you'd have to take this, and you're back in a spot where the knight is dominant over the bad bishop. And so I think Anna's a little bit of trouble here, and I anticipate she'll take f5 because it just seems a little trickier, but she's in trouble. And Dina taking that confident sip. They say a chess player only takes a slow sip when they're confident. Maybe that's what Dina was just doing.
I guess you can tell also. All the time.
What?
Yeah, water is great. I was gonna say, I guess you can also tell from body language of the players that it seems like Anna is not really liking her position, and Dina seems very confident. She's sitting upright. She seems very confident, and it's like a big contrast between the two players, and that also tells a lot.
Agreed. Anna is buckling in, trying to work hard, and same with Andrea over there. I mean, she might potentially feel confident, but she knows this is a critical position, and we were just showing some of those sharp lines. Maybe we'll show them again because maybe Andrea is calculating them. Rook to b8, knight takes a5. You could also take here if you're black. This defends the c pawn, attacks the knight, but computer doesn't like it, and probably because of b4. Yeah, and white just holds on.
This gets very dicey.
Although it's funny, this is a computer loving the position, but if you go backwards, you still have the potential for an attack, even though white has the clear and healthy extra pawn. So that wouldn't be over. But either way, if you go for this, I think you're more likely to get something crazy like this. And then this hangs, then this hangs. I don't know what's going on here. This is a total mess. Oh wait, no, then the bishop hangs, so you can't take there. I don't know what's going on, but this is
it's so messy.
It feels like it's going to be dangerous for black though, right? Because the open king, like, so maybe the move is just like, no, the knight is hanging. I'm blundering. So what is the move for white? If you can't take here because of this, and if you can't play rook c1 because of this, but the computer loves white, is it just as simple?
Do we just retreat? Knight f3?
Yeah, just move the knight to f3 or d3 and with safety. No, then rook to d2. I think.
Queen.
I guess the point is the computer loves white because probably at the end of everything, black isn't getting enough and white's just up a pawn.
Guess you have rook c1 there.
Yeah, rook c1.
A little intermediate move.
Wow. Yeah, what a crazy move this would be. And then you get a position like this, and white's just up a pawn in the endgame. So this is you can, if Andrea is committing to any type of aggressive plan that involves sharp and concrete variations, you know, this is the time to do it. I think overall, we would both say, we talked about the Soviet chess school. The knight committed in kind of a donkey way, get in front of the pawn. This is not ideal. I would try to focus on playing on the king side and just let this position sort of sit, because white isn't threatening any type of advance. So just let it be bad and try to use your space on the king side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Andrea will decide to do. A little bit off topic, Danny. I see the chat talking a lot about the shirts of Andrea and Dina, and it sparked up the debate about pineapple on pizza. What is your take on this?
Pineapple on pizza?
Yes.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
I know that like a lot of people are just not into pineapple on pizza, but I'm okay with it. You know, a little bit of sweet depends on the sauce. Like, you know, what are we talking about? But if we're talking just straight up pineapple and ham, kind of the Hawaiian pizza, they're banning me. Look, I'm not. Look, I'll eat almost anything though. Okay, so maybe I'm just not a finer connoisseur or a connoisseur of maybe I can't speak. Maybe I am not a connoisseur of the finer things in life. I don't know, but to me, pineapple on pizza, not that big of a deal. Get over it. All right, pizza's good.
Okay. I'm very I mean, pleased by your answer, and especially pleased by the chat. So every time I bring this debate up with my chat, they always flame me because I'm not a fan of it. I've tried pineapple on pizza. It was as a punishment, and it was really, really bad. I didn't like it at all. And my chat is always divided. I see more people hate on me for not liking it than people
okay, well, but here
agreeing
they
with
love
me.
You for it.
But here
they're
they really, or maybe they're just I don't know, some
chat
bias.
has gone anti-Danny. It took a couple hours, but this chat has been so nice. I'm used to like chess.com chat, like just getting roasted every second. So everyone's been nice until I outed myself. But if you ever had grilled pineapple is amazing, by the way. You like char it and it's like sweet. The grilled pineapple is phenomenal. So
is this something I should consider trying, chat, or is this out of line?
Pineapple, like you just gotta grill it at home. So yeah, I'm sorry, and Andrea started it. She's the one who wore a pineapple shirt. Okay. But if Team Pineapple wins, that'll be a nod to Hikaru again with the pineapple shirts. So we'll see if Dina's in a really good spot, I think, as black. We see the position is clearing as we anticipated it would. Black's going to have control over the e4 square at the end. Andrea's position is way less clear, but Team Pineapple... In fact, let's make a bet. If Team Pineapple wins, then Chad has to say that I was right about pineapple on pizza being good. Let's say that. I don't think
as long as I don't have to try it, I'm fine with it. I mean, the chances are looking good for Team Pineapple, I have to say, as of now. So, yeah, I'm not sure if the chat is going to give you this one.
Yeah, Nopers rings loud and clear. Okay, but knight e4 is going to happen next, and at least on the board on the right there above Dina, and in fact, it's already happened before. Oh wait, no, you just moved it. Did you move that, or did Dina?
Yeah,
move
that was me.
Okay, I was gonna say a little confused here. So knight e4 has not happened yet.
Dina played it. That's why I moved it.
Oh, she has. Okay, sorry, my fault. So yeah, black is in a good spot. She's got a great knight, a bad bishop. This is exactly how this type of pawn structure goes wrong. And this has been a very instructive game from Dina. I think there were missed opportunities from Anna earlier. We talked about them not playing f5. You know, so it's in some ways it was self-inflicted wounds from Anna Cromling. But I will say that Dina played a very good game. So for anyone just tuning in, I think this is a model kind of maneuvering thing there, and she used the tactics wisely. Black is going to be positionally dominant now with that knight on e4. And she's in great shape.
Yeah, and I guess she is now paying the price for playing f4, but not continuing her plan to play f5. Because now, as you mentioned some time ago, when we were talking about move f4, you really want to play f4, f2 now, but pawns don't go backwards, and you're stuck with this pawn here. And giving up the square e4, it is such an important square, and there's just no way for white to gain access to the square again. You really have to think of retreating the knight all the way back, and if you have to commit to moves like that, then you know that you're in big trouble.
Yeah, agreed. Whenever you're highlighting illegal moves as the key to holding a position, right? Pawns moving backwards. And if you could, positionally, white's structure is not nearly as bad. But as it is, the knight is super dominant, and Dina has played a great game. There was a question from chat I missed. I wanted to answer to, I forget. But someone asked about whether the Botez sisters are going to do lie detector chess. Well, there's some content coming there. I'm not gonna over spoil it, but I mean, lie detectors seem to be a fun thing that the community is enjoying. I get nervous every time we do it, but just I don't play the try to lie and break the machine game. I just try to answer honestly and see if the machine says I'm lying. But we're doing all kinds of content with everyone while they're on site there in LA, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's super exciting. So we get some sneak peeks maybe here, some minor leaks.
Yeah. And there's already more lie detector videos we've done that haven't come out yet. So it's a fun one, and I'm glad the community's loving it. So I'm just glad I don't have to eat any more hot wings. I did the hot ones, or actually I can't say it was hot ones because like hot ones TM, don't want to get the Botez sisters in trouble. I ate unnecessarily hot spicy sauce on wings with the Botez sisters and answered tough questions, and that was not a very fun time. That was really not enjoyable.
Yeah, that sounds like torture.
Especially because Andrea basically cheated the whole time. Like she wasn't even eating the sauce on her wings. Like Alex and I were pissed about it. Like she was hardly even playing.
Yeah, I remember watching the video and I thought I can totally relate to this because I also just don't. I'm a big. I don't really like sauces in general, and then if you give me hot sauces, it's even worse. So takes a lot to get used to that, and I could feel Andrea's pain.
Yep, that's a good point. Hawaii Pan Pizza, also great name because Hawaii Pan Pizza is good. If the schedule isn't on the events page, I will shout out to the team now. And I'm going to go ahead and do that on Slack and just say, hey, getting some requests.
Yeah. Actually amazing to have the man from chess.com here so we can figure these things out right here, right now.
It is both a blessing and a curse. Most of the time a curse. Most of the time it's not a good thing, unfortunately. But we'll get it. Let me know if there's any other things about the event that we should do. I'm reading chat as we speak here. And yeah, this is a good position for Dina. Let's get back to some of the chess. Looking at Andrea's position, she committed on Amaya to bishop d7, which I think is a good move. Just develops. You can then move the rook from f8 to f4. Kind of a funny way to double rooks. And my point is, at some point, back to your idea from the very beginning, which is at some point, black is just all in on the king side, put all the chips on black, and even if you lose the a5 pawn, just to like throw out some lines, like white moves, black comes up. I know it's not great. I'm trying to actually just give white. I'm trying to give white the a pawn and like go all in, like just to prove the point that like. At some point, black can go all in on this side of the board, although the computer doesn't like, probably because of c5, which is showing why.
There's f2 ideas as well coming up.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It shows why again. It's an easier position for Andre to play. I guess that's the point. Is white created some dysfunction by putting her knight in front of the b pawn. There's no clear way to expand this extra pawn majority that you earned. You have a 4-on-2 actually, but it's not going anywhere. And so black is a few moves away from really being in a spot to cash in. And regardless of what the engine says, from a practical perspective, that's a very difficult position to defend when your opponent is bringing the house on the king side. So I'm liking Andrea again. Still putting the chips on black in this one. Team Pineapple for the win.
Raising the stakes here. Yeah, it's just really hard to find a plan for white. I mean, what move can you possibly consider here? I remember you were mentioning the move rook a3. I don't even see a better move than rook a3. I want to make some pawn push happen, but any sort of pawn push is only going to backfire. c4 will be met by d4. Moving the f pawn makes absolutely no sense. It just weakens e3 unnecessarily. And so do all the other pawns. I mean, I guess h3 is one of those moves that could be useful. It stops any sort of knight g4. It gives the king some loft. But by playing h3, that bishop is ready to sacrifice at the right time to open up the king even more and start an attack there. So I would rather not want to touch any of the pawns here, but if you cannot move any of the pawns forward, then what other move do you have here than simply just moving the pieces around and hope for the best?
I agree. It's and I'm glad you highlighted that h3 is just begging for a sacrifice from the bishop on the diagonal, right? So what is white supposed to do here to change the position? Black's pieces are gonna just naturally improve themselves here pretty quickly, and you don't have to play rook f4. It just feels so fun. How often do we get to put a rook on f4, right? So I keep, but you could double rook somewhere else, and it's the same idea. I also love the point that it was sort of spying the pawn, but c4, even though we've rejected it a few times, and for good reason, this just looks good for black. I'm wondering if there's some, yeah, the computer doesn't even think it's the end of the world. Is there like an f4 here?
Yeah, maybe.
Like something that, I mean, the whole point is if you take, obviously white takes with check, and we're getting things, but black doesn't have to take. So I'm trying to think a little bit outside the box in terms of how do you undermine this center if you're Jules, right? Are you looking for things to kind of pry open and create lines of attack against the black king? Because if you don't, I think we've highlighted that if you just sit tight, black's position is super easy. Rook f4 or rook f6. We double rooks. At some point, there's going to be ways for everybody to get involved in an attack on the king side. And that's probably why she's thinking a little bit right now, just to be honest.
Yeah, it's not easy here. It's not easy here for white. I was thinking maybe you can even start with f4. But I guess if you're going to play f4, might as well start with c4 to pinch this pawn a little bit and let it go to d4 so that it becomes a little bit more vulnerable. Because right now this pawn on d4, d5 is so well protected by this pawn on c6. So that's why I would prefer to play c4 first and then continue with f4. I really like this idea.
Yep. I've seen your question a couple times, 99 Shab, and I didn't quite know how to answer. Yeah, the move brilliant and blunder indicators that we have for the events platform were sort of designed to add value to broadcasts. It was the first and foremost thought we had was that when you're commentating, especially in classical chess, and you're trying to give context. I think I've said a few times on shows, we have a goal of chess with no sound. And the reason that's a really important goal of ours is because we're trying to grow the game. And if we can get chess in sports bars where you walk in a bar and you see the score, you know exactly what's going on. I have a dream that people will someday be able to watch chess without sound and know what's going on with an eval bar, with some game glyphs, and feel like it's engaging them without commentary. That's why it was added to events first and not live chess. But I think a lot of observing goes on in live chess. So it's an interesting thing to add. The other problem is this, it's not, technology is based on the computer's evaluation, right? That's how we populate the brilliant and blunder thing. And when someone's playing bullet and blitz, frankly, the computers aren't as accurate because they don't have as much time, right, to think about it and reflect a proper depth. Basically, they have to think to a certain depth in order to know what's going on. So if you add that, it might look like a bunch of chess.com bugs, right? Now you're showing game glyphs, but they're not accurate. Who wants to see a blunder if it wasn't actually a blunder? So it just, I'm thinking about your request, and that's what my brain wants to say. Apologies for the distraction, but I thought we had a moment, and then Jules played c4. So there you go. That's kind of thinking real time. But there is a state of chess coming, and we usually take a lot of feature requests coming. I'm going to be talking about all kinds of fair play, cheating stuff, and all kinds of things we're doing. So tune into the state of chess in the next couple weeks. I think it's at the start of August, and maybe bring your request, and we'll talk about it there.
Okay, that's super exciting. So make sure to look out for the stateofchess.com, you guys. And yeah, let's talk about the move c4. So it is played by Jules. Yeah, she found very well that she doesn't really have anything else that she can do, and it's good that she resorts to this move, even though it looks strange at first sight that okay, you're allowing d4, your double pawns are not going anywhere, so this makes no sense. But I'm curious to see if she has the follow-up of playing f4 after that in mind already. That would be really awesome. We should not forget that after d4 and f4, you have to be careful of knight f5 heading to e3.
I think knight f5 is the best move. I think that, I mean, we'll just play it real quick. The computer, yeah, agrees. I think this is very dangerous. But even if you don't play f4 right away, the one funny thing about this is that now f4 is always a possibility. You've created a spot where you can undermine the black pawns in the center, right? And so I actually think, given where we were at, given we were looking at this position a moment ago, and it felt like white didn't have a good plan, I like that we analyzed c4, because as much as we said this just looks good for black, the truth is at least now you have a target. If the position opens up, surely this favors white because the black king will become under fire. So even if f4 isn't good right away, I like what Jules has done. And although again, Anamaya, just look at this over here. This just looks so ugly. I was like, this is not a good situation.
The side feels just so misplaced altogether.
Yeah.
It's like a bomb dropped and it just cleared up. The B file got cleared up, and it just something feels wrong.
You're walking and your 8-year-old's playing chess and she's making illegal moves, and like, sorry, play with her. And I'm like, how did you get the pieces like this? And she's like, no, it just happened this way. I'm like, honey, that position's not possible. So that
move this way.
It makes you go like, how did this position happen? No, it's not that bad, but it is like, I think if black plays rook to b8 and rook to b4, like this just looks ugly over here. And now if you take here, black will take c5 in a lot of spots. And I think that it's better than it was before because you're not getting b4, right? That pawn can't support it. So again, trend favoring Andrea, time still favoring Jules. We shouldn't underestimate that because remember, they have to reach move 40. They still have 23 moves to make. They're on move 17. Andrea's down to a minute a move. Anamaya, this is going to be tough for her.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time Andrea spent only 1 minute on her move. She did play the move d4 rather quickly, so that's good to see, but this is getting very concerning because the next 23 moves are actually the most important ones because a lot of things will change. There may be tactics that could arise, and you need time for that. You need time to set up threats, to set up ideas, but she doesn't have so much time left. So let's see if she can survive the time scramble because I think we're in for a wild ride here.
Yeah, agreed. And she has played d4, so f4 or not. By the way, over again on the other board, we're still in a spot where, as predicted, Anna is thinking, and unfortunately, she's in a spot where she's being forced to take her time because she doesn't like her position on the board, right? And we really like that position over there for Dina.
Yeah, and also Anna down to 21 minutes on the clock. Very concerning as well, especially because she is in a worse position and her position already difficult, and then also being much lower on the clock now is looking very difficult for her. She may have to come up with something crazy here to try to complicate matters, because if you just sit and wait for the opponent to do something, then Dina will figure out a way to deal with the position. She has a lot of opportunities here to play here. The pawn on e3 is not going anywhere. It almost feels like white's already down a pawn there. So looking very good for Dina there.
In fact, in some ways, you wish you were down a pawn. You wish you could take it off the board maybe in some spots and have some sort of space or ability to sacrifice in exchange, because it is one of those things where that knight is so dominant, it's probably better than the rooks and the bishop at this point. And it doesn't mean chess math was made for a reason by the chess gods, right? In the open board, the true power of the rook is worth 5 and the knight is only worth 3. But every position is different, and ultimately chess comes down to square control and who has more options. And when it comes to a knight like this, Black is controlling all the cards in the position, and that's why, you know, you see great positional sacrifices in games where a knight can outplay pieces like a rook. Very rarely can a knight outplay a queen, but knights can outplay rooks in spots like this where you have a just completely dominant control over the only part of the board that matters. So, an instructive game from Dina. I saw someone looking for Levy to do a recap video. I don't know if Levy's covering this event with recap videos. That's up to Levy. But this is an instructive game so far from Dina, and we'll see if she continues to convert in a way that looks like a positional masterpiece if that knight dominates the bishop.
Yeah, it's looking like it so far, but of course a lot needs to happen first because Anna will obviously not give up that easily. But yeah, this is definitely feeling like torture already, looking at White's position with that poor bishop on e1, not having access to any square, Danny. I'm looking for a square that's safe, but none of these squares feel actually like I want to go there.
I mean, exactly. I mean, you would put it on f2 or g3 and hope that Black would take it. You would love for Black to trade that knight for it, but no, the bishop has no useful squares. Black's bishop, on the other hand, remember we highlighted this plan earlier. You'd love to just trade off this knight to ensure no funny business. On that note, I guess we should highlight that might be the one plan that. Oh, never mind. We've seen rook f3 is on the board from Anna Cromley, so we should make it. I was gonna say maybe the one plan for White, Anamaya, was to move the knight to like d3 or g4 and try to trade off the knight. That's because the knight is the only piece left that can help, right? The knight is the only hero capable of dealing with this beast of a pony here, a unicorn, and so that plan, as crazy as it is to retreat, is not the worst idea to just get rid of this problem of the knight on e4. But Anna doesn't go for it. She plays rook f3. Unfortunately, I don't think that this leads to any kind of real attack. So still loving Black's position, and if I was Dina, I would just look to try to trade.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense that Anna is trying something. She's trying to play rook h3, and maybe she wants to follow it up with g4, g5. Now, if Black doesn't do anything about this, it can actually get very tricky for Black. So, indeed, I think a good way to go with this is to just get rid of this knight, make sure that you cover the squares, and perhaps get to play g6 at some point. Because once you get to play g6, this queen will feel very uncomfortable, and you'll be able to defend your king much better. You'll be able to play king g7, and the rook will be able to go to h8 if necessary. But for now, g6 is not a move you want to play with Black because knight takes g6 opens up the king entirely, and I think that should actually be checkmate in a few moves if you capture it back. So that's why g6 is not going to happen just yet. But I like your idea. Just get rid of that knight off the board, and then you can follow it up with g6 afterwards.
Agreed, but you talked about White's queen getting uncomfortable over there. Speaking of the other board, the b file is now getting uncomfortable for Jules, and she had to play the move rook a3, which I kind of joked at as like, hey, I mean, you don't really want to do that, but this is what happens when you create positional dysfunction, right? The knight is in front of the pawn, and the queen no longer guarded the knight, so you had to play rook a3, and again, this eval bar does not do justice to the momentum of the game or how difficult this position is for Jules to play, because it's only equal because White's up a pawn, and I guess if a computer was playing this, they could continue to play really weird-looking positions, but the knight is so tough here. If it ever moves, you've got other targets, not just on b2, but on c5. The rook now has to guard the knight, and I guess the one thing going for Jules is I don't see a knockout yet for Black, but maybe I can even take a slow plan of bringing my knight around to a square like e6, and I wonder how you guard c5. You could also play knight f5 and try to be in a spot where you eventually are supporting forward here as long as you don't lose the d4 pawn. So this is a tough position for Jules to play. I think the biggest advantage she has is off the board, right? It's on the clock. Andrea is lower than 20 minutes, and for the record, she has a lot of moves to make. She is lower than 20 minutes, and she has 21 moves to make in order to get more time. So Team Pineapple Shirt, fans of Andrea Botez, we know there's probably at least 2 of you in chat right now. At least 2 of you. No, I'm kidding. If you're a fan of Andrea Botez, you can out yourself at this time. It's a safe place for you. I You got to be nervous about her clock. That's the point.
Yeah, only 19 minutes left for Andrea, and her time is ticking. But she does have a more comfortable position. She has so much space, so much more than Jules, and Jules is the one who is defending here. The rook on a3 is extremely passive. She can't move her knight because she will lose a pawn on c5. And yeah, it's Black's turn. Black gets to decide what to do here, and really hard to see what the plan is of White once again. I guess you want to continue with f4, but I'm sure there's like consequences to this.
Well, speaking of consequences, Dina has made a big mistake on the board, taking her position that was dominant and clear, and looking at it. By the way, the move we were suggesting was the best move. Just play bishop d6, trade off the knight, and have a dominant knight versus a bad bishop. Instead, she plays c5, and I wonder, Anamaya, if she just missed knight d7. Knight d7 can be played here. And this is a fork. This is a fork of the rook and the pawn. And when the rook moves, you can start taking things. And kind of the point is, trades help White here, because White was being dominated in a closed spot of knight versus bishop. So I don't know if you take with the knight or the pawn. Also, is queen takes d5 even possible? Like, I don't even... Okay, the computer says yes. Like, actually, yeah, this is the problem, is that I think Dina just blundered knight to d7 and queen takes d5. And this position is about to completely change. So, huge mistake on that board by Dina should Anna Cromling find knight to d7, which I don't know if she will.
Yeah, she seems to be like, she sees something. She can tell from her body language that she sees that there is something in the position, and she is almost reaching to play. Let's see what she's going to play. I think she sees 97. Absolutely. But the question is, will she actually decide to play it? Because it feels like that knight is loose there. It can get lost any moment. But I'm sure she's going to double check and see that it should be fine. And yeah.
You're right. She's got that pose of someone who sees a good move, right? I love how chess players know how to read chess players' body language, right? And they're like, okay. The thing about knight d7 is it seems loose, but that's the big key of the move, is that the queen, it's not even about the rook. The queen is threatening d5. Like, that's kind of the big key. So all of a sudden, the problems you had with the queen being attacked, and maybe there's some overwhelm the queen feels on the diagonal, those are not problems, because she can just grab the d5 pawn and be safe. So if she finds knight to d7, this game might completely turn around.
She did. She actually played move knight to d7. This is the current position.
Oh, wow.
And Dina in, I wouldn't say in trouble, but the position is definitely turning around. Dina had a really pleasant position just now, but after c5, allowing the move knight to d7, it is not that clear anymore, and Anna may actually come back in this game.
So she played knight d7. It's on the board? Yeah?
Yes.
I'm just trying to make sure before. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay, so she played knight to d7. And anybody's game again.
Yeah, seems like Anna is back in the game, but of course, Dina still has a really good position, and yeah, she still has this knight on e4, so definitely still a challenge for White to play against that knight, but for now, 97, and yeah, that pawn on d5, what to do about it? It's as soon as that pawn is captured, this knight on e4 is a little loose, so not so easy for Black to play after 97. And it's actually kind of interesting that Dina is taking her time here. She did not play rook e8 instantly, which is the move that you would 100% consider. But maybe she's thinking to retreat the knight to d6 to play an intermediate move and attack the queen first, so that the queen retreats and you don't lose the pawn on d5 that easily.
That's key. That's a key point, especially because it disconnects the communication between the queen and knight if you do take d5. Queens don't see through pieces. As strong as they are, that's the one thing they don't do. So so that would lose a piece. So maybe you're right. Maybe knight d6, the queen... Oh, no, but queen there, then f5. That's why the computer jumped. Indeed.
Wait, the queen gets trapped?
No, it just blocks off the queen
from
the
it's
knight,
just
I think.
Right.
Yeah, so the only move is this. which keeps an eye on the knight and doesn't allow f5 with tempo on the queen. But even this, now you still have to deal with the rook, and c5 is hanging, by the way. I mean, this is, not only is this game completely back into a 50-50, but if you just think about objectively where we were at a few moves ago, where black was totally dominant with the potential of a good knight versus bad bishop, the psychological effect of Anna having found knight to d7, and Dina, maybe right now as she thinks, Anna might be realizing that she blundered. Like that, this is, we're humans here. Right? We're all humans. We're not computers. This is a big, you have that moment as a chess player where your heart kind of drops a little bit, where you're like, oh
no, what did I do? What did I just allow?
It's almost worse than getting dominated start to finish, right? Losing a winning position breaks your heart as a chess player, because that's the one thing you're supposed to be able to do is win when you're winning, right? I used to have these sheets for my students called WWW, win when winning, and I would make these positions that were all about converting, not just like checkmate and one. It was all about how to convert, how to have, excellent technique when you're converting an advantage, because that's the one responsibility you have as a chess player, I said, is that when you're winning, you have to win. And you can't always control if you're going to be winning. You might just get your ass kicked sometimes. Sometimes someone has a good opening or whatever. But those moments just break your heart when you blow a winning position. So we'll see how Dina can deal with this.
Yeah, definitely psychologically difficult to deal with. She basically has two moves to consider here. As we mentioned, knight to d6 or rook e8. But yeah, both not desired, of course, because that pawn on c5 is loose. The pawn on d5 is also loose. So yeah, not an easy position for her to handle now. She's going to take some time here. The players are move 21, so only 19 moves left. But if we look at the clocks, Dina down to 25 minutes, Anna down to 16 minutes. This is also heading to a time scramble, and I'm here for it. I want to see it happen.
I love it. Yeah, we're going to have fireworks on both boards. Let's talk a little bit about Andrea's board real quick, because Jules has created a creative opportunity or a creative problem for Andrea to solve by putting the queen on d2. She allowed the knight to move without losing the b pawn. And then the moment the rook went to b4, she took the opportunity to play knight c1, because what she's saying is, if you take c5, I have knight to d3, and I'm forking the queen and the rook. So in this exact moment, you can't grab my pawn, and if you give me one move, she'll go to d3 and maybe fix everything, right? Get the knight to d3 to guard c5, maybe play b3 and hold everything together. So suddenly this like dysfunctional mess we were looking at before with all this stuff is unwinding itself. So shout out to Jules for sort of coming up with a creative way to solve her mistake she made earlier with knight b3. But if I had to guess, again, I'm going to play this move. Computer agrees. I was going to say this must be the move, because it stops knight d3. I would happily take this knight. I would just happily take it and then immediately regain my material and just be in a great spot. So computer eval agreeing. Don't have the engine moves. Just human chess with the evil eval bar, judging, watching, waiting, just judging you the whole time. But I think bishop f5, if Andrea finds this, is a great move. Would stop all of these problems and just remind Jules that I'm taking this pawn on the next move. And if I'm not down material, then I'm in a great spot as black. So Andrea on the clock, thinking about what to do with this knight to c1 move right now.
Yeah, it's such a unexpected move, because it was not really on our radar that the knight could ever move anymore. But as you said, Jules found a really nice idea to play knight to d3, so the pawn on c5 is not hanging. But there are ways to deal with this. Knight d3 is not a move that Andrea has to allow. So let's see if she plays the move that you mentioned, bishop f5. I really like that move. And this rook on b4 is standing there really well. So we really want to hold on to that rook on b4, basically eyeing on almost all the pawns on the queen side. So that rook is putting so much pressure in White's position. And that's why we really want to make sure that knight d3 is not going to happen.
Yeah, bishop f5 is it's kind of the key move for black to get an advantage, but in some ways I expect Andrea to find it, because it's also almost the only move, because she's definitely going to see that queen takes allows knight d3. And anything else you calculate, knight d3 is coming. So it's one of those things where I think you end up finding this move because it's the only natural thing to do to stop white from this move knight to c1. And you're not really worried about knight a2 for the record, because you might attack the rook here. But now when I back up, you've gone out of the frying pan into the fire. You went from b3 to a2. Good job, right? Your position is still a big problem. c5 is still hanging. So I expect Andrea to find bishop f5. And the biggest problem, Andrea going on to lose this game will be because of one reason. And it's
the clock.
It's the clock. The biggest problem right now is her time management, and easier said than done. We've all been there, but it is our job as commentators to call out the, call it like you see it, so to speak. And I think she's just spending a little bit too much time here. Needs to speed up. 20 moves to make
Indeed.
in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's even less than a minute per move almost, and that's not a fun position to be in. I guess what is also good to point out is that after bishop f5, another move that comes to mind is knight to a2. And that looks like a really annoying move, of course, because we want to keep our rook here. We don't want to move it at all, but it doesn't actually help white so much, because if we simply retreat the rook, let's say, this knight on a2 is just stuck there. So even if it retreats to c1 just to get to a better square, we can grab the pawn on c5 on the next move, and we are very happy with the black pieces. So even though knight a2 temporarily pushes us back, it doesn't actually contribute to much here. And the c5 pawn will be lost on the next move anyway.
Yep, like I was saying, out of the frying pan into the fire. It's not a good spot for the knight. That knight has had a tough go of it. That knight has had a tough journey. Hasn't found itself just yet in life. And if Andrea finds bishop f5, that knight will continue to struggle to find its purpose. By the way, Dina struggling over there because she really knows now that she messed up with knight to d7 and just using her time. That body language shift, very different. I think that this is completely. I would even favor Anna Cromling the direction of the game. By the way, Andrea found bishop f5, said that she would, kind of an only move, and now she just needs to speed up. This position is going to get easier for black to play. She needs to trust her instincts and move quickly.
Let's see those blitz skills of hers. She has been playing so much blitz over the years, in recent years, and she has improved so much. But in classical chess, when you're the one that is the low on the clock and your opponent still has a couple of minutes left, then it can really determine the result of the game. One move, one mistake can decide the game. And yeah, classical chess is very unforgiving. In blitz, you can be down a queen and still come back and win the game. But in classical, that is very difficult to achieve.
Indeed. And your opponent has more time to convert than they do in blitz, so every move is punished that much more. And also just the rhythm of the game. When you're taking time, 3 minutes feels a lot harder to make 20 moves than it does in a 3-minute game where you start with 3 minutes. It's because it's a completely different tempo. And so if you had an hour and a half to start and you get down to 3 minutes for 20 moves, it's not like playing a 3-minute blitz game. The expectations are higher, the stakes are higher, and as you already said, your opponent has more time to catch you in a blunder. So time pressure is not your friend in classical chess. I just saw a funny comment in the YouTube chat, said that I am Danny means like, hi, I'm Danny, not international master. It's like, I'm Danny. Like, hi, I'm Danny. Enjoy long walks on the beach.
This is why I want to become I am too.
I'm a chessaholic. My name's Danny. Yeah, that's what it means. I'm Danny. That's all it means. Hi, I'm Danny. Bishop f5 was played. Great move from Andrea. I think Jules is in a tough spot. The one thing that bishop f5 does, though, Anamaya, it's funny, your idea of knight f5 earlier to go to e3 was important to stop f4. So it makes me wonder, is the best move now to try to go f4 and just undermine everything? But no, there's no way it can be good, because I'm going to take here, and there's this. Okay, never mind.
Tactics
so that
everywhere, all the way.
Yeah, I think ignoring the 50-50 eval bar, I think this game, I'm not saying Andrea goes on to win. She's gotten herself in a world of time pressure. but I think this is about to actually start swinging in Black's favor, because this is a computer gets to say it's 50-50 position because they will find the best move from here on out. But Black's position is great, dominant pawn center. You're about to win back your material. Every single one of these pieces is dysfunctional. Where's the communication, right? Where's the good communication from White's pieces? Black's pieces, on the other hand, know exactly how they're working together, and I'm loving Andrea's position on the board, at least, even if not on the clock.
Yeah, me too. So let's see what Jules comes up with now. She's been very creative. I really like what she's trying to do here, given the circumstances, but her position is really tough. And yeah, now that 93 is pretty much stopped, what else to do? I saw someone in chat asking, what about bishop d3? Because if we play bishop d3 and our opponent captures with the bishop, then of course knight takes d3, and this is sort of what we want here. We do lose the pawn on c4, unfortunately, but actually if you take on c4, that rook really feels that it's not supposed to be there. So anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that Black does not have to take. You don't have to take on d3 and allow all of this. You can simply play e4 and stop the bishop altogether, gain even more space in the center, and that pawn on c5 is hanging. It really feels like the position is falling apart, but the computer is still really ambitious about White's chances here, so it's really surprising.
Because the computer will find all the best moves, and there's probably some crazy line. Bishop d3 wasn't played, right? That was just a line you were analyzing?
Yeah, just a line analyzing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is tough. Jules is going to lose back her pawn on c5, and the pieces lack communication, and bad communication is not good. So
yeah, this is move 20. So 20 more moves left for the players to reach the 40th move and get 30 extra minutes on the clock. That's looking rough for both of the players, but especially Andrea.
Yeah, the other game too, though, they're also only on move 20, and a similar situation. Both players around 15 minutes on the clock. Dina really feeling the hurt after that blunder of c5. Clearly she missed knight d7. There's no denying it now, given the time management. And yeah, this is back to being anybody's game. And if anyone, I favor Anna Cromley's position a little bit, just from how it got here. I feel like Dina is going to be feeling it. But okay, if she finds the best move, like, she's still in a good spot, and on that board, White still has things that she wishes she could take back, right? Like bad pawn structure and open dark squares. So so there's a reason the computer still favors Dina a teeny bit, but for the most part, this has gone back to favoring Anna Kremling.
Yeah, and someone in chat is pointing out very well that Dina knows she's normally stronger than Anna, but I believe she has a lot of respect for her because when Anna plays well, she plays above her rating. And I agree. I've played a lot against Anna, and I know that when she plays well, she really plays well. It's really hard to take her down, and she really takes her chances. And I feel like when she plays on stream, she's often distracted a lot, but when it comes to classical chess and she's focused, she can be much stronger than her rating suggests. So she should not be underestimated whatsoever. She plays really well. But the one thing I've noticed with her as well is the time management. And you really have to sometimes take risks that, okay, I may be playing not the best move. Let's say I'm playing the second or third best move by engine, but at least I save some time. Sometimes you have to make these decisions quicker, and yeah, that way you save time, and that can be better in the long run. Whereas if you spend time now on the best move, trying to find the best move on every single move, it may cause some issues later on, and I think that's what we will see now, where the players are getting so low on the clock that at some point they'll be forced to play fast, and that's when mistakes arise.
Agreed. And one of my coaches, in terms of time management, told me you talked about, you just have to know, like, hey, maybe you're not playing the best engine move, but it's a game, and you have to have time on the clock when the game is on the line. And one of the psychological tricks one of my coaches gave me when I was really struggling with time management for a while was, basically, after you've calculated and you feel like you have the right plan, unless the move you're about to make is like the blunder of the game, then you haven't actually reached the most critical moment yet. And when that critical moment comes, you want more time than your opponent. So there's a practical perspective of like, you could go like, well, how do I know if I'm not about to make the blunder, right? That's what your brain tells you. But the truth is, I think once you have a plan and you've calculated the most obvious lines, most of the time you're not about to make a blunder. And so you're just sort of overthinking it. You know, you're being hesitant, which means when the game matters most, you may not have enough time to solve that problem. So basically, that was a psychological trick I used to push myself. Like, I'm not about to make a blunder. It's like a way to, like, you know, be stoic. I'm not about to do something horrible. I've calculated as much as I possibly can. I have to commit to the plan so that when the game matters most, I have more time than my opponent. Anyway, right now Dina's in trouble. She's been thinking for more than 20 minutes now after blundering this move c5. And yes, objectively, she's still even a teeny bit better if she just kind of plays rook e8 and all the traits happen, but she knows she blew it, so she's really trying to make sure it doesn't get worse. On the other hand, Andrea found bishop f5, and she's in a good spot over there against Jules. Speaking of being in a good spot here, I might have to. I mean, there's no breaks on these shows. I've been drinking a lot of water. I might have to quickly take a break.
Oh, if you need a break, please go ahead, Denny.
Okay. I like, you know, there's no like, hey, like we're gonna be right back on like the official Speed Chess Championship show. So this commentator life is rough for me. So I'm
You're
gonna
doing
be right
a
back.
great job, Danny. We're learning so much here.
I'm gonna be right back, and Anamaya is gonna hold down the fort because I don't want to miss time pressure, and I'm gonna get some more water. So don't go anywhere.
Yes, you go ahead before we are heading into time scrambles because the players are still spending some time here on their moves. They are all around 10 and 15 minutes on the clock. We're, by the way, on move 20, I believe, in the game of Andrea against Jules. So they're about to make their 21st move. And Anna's move was also the 21st move. So 19 moves to be played by the players, 19 to 20 moves. And that is a lot of moves. You have to think it this way. They have had 90 minutes at the start of the game. Then they made 20 moves and they spent so much time already, but they still have to make another 20 minutes. 20 moves, I mean, sorry. And that is not really a nice thought. And especially the players realize that they know about this and they know what's ahead of them. And basically between move 20 and 40 is where a lot of things happen. A lot of things change. The dynamic of the position changes. You have to adjust a lot. You have to create plans and calculate a lot of lines, but you don't have the time for it. What do you do? So in the meantime, Jules played the move bishop to d3. And as we highlighted before, someone mentioned this in chat. What do we do about this? Because, you know, it's one of the moves that makes a lot of sense. But I would love to play e4 here. I would want to play e4, just simply refuse the bishop trade and start getting aggressive here. And yeah, I saw someone point out earlier in chat that, oh no, Andrea's getting low on the clock and this is the moment she starts sacrificing. I would not be surprised if she sacrifices this rook over here. Let's say the knight has to a2 and she just lets the rook stay there. Because of the attack she is ongoing, because her pieces are so active and she doesn't mind to sacrifice that rook for the knight and then get this pawn on b4. It could get interesting, but it's probably unnecessary. So yeah, it's quite surprising that so far the games are extremely even. No real blunder has been made, which is really good. But it comes at the price of the players having spent a lot of time. Let's say if they made their moves too quickly, then we would be looking at different games probably. But the players have spent a lot of time. They're making the right moves, more or less. But now, very soon, guys, we will see a lot of fireworks. We see a lot of fireworks, and we're here for it. It's one of those moments that we're glad that we're not behind the board because the pressure the players feel now is insane. And it's not fun. It's not fun knowing that you have another 20 moves to make when you're down to, let's say, 9 minutes. Or Dina even down to 7 minutes now, guys. This is incredible. 7.5 minutes. And this is such a psychological defeat for her because look at her position. She played this move c5 earlier. I remember she played this very quickly. I was a bit surprised that she barely spent time on this. I mean, she maybe like a couple of minutes, but definitely not more than that. And that was a critical mistake. She played this move too quickly. And after that, she faced 97. And now she has spent almost 25 minutes on her move. And she still needs to make another 19 moves from now. So time is ticking and a lot is still required to happen here. So definitely not a good position for Dina. Her position is fine on the board, but because of the clock, we are talking about a completely different game. Are the Bose sisters not playing today? So we have Andrea playing right now. For those who are wondering what the format exactly is, the rounds have been split up into two portions, two different time slots. So we first have the morning games, then we have the so-called evening games, and that way we have good overview of the games. We'll be focusing on 2 games at a time. Soon, in an hour from now, we will have the 2 other games of today starting. So we will see the other players appear as well. They're currently preparing for their first round, and yeah, I'm super excited to see those games as well. We have some really exciting games ahead of us. In the meantime, I see a lot. Oh, we are seeing some action happening now, guys. Rook e8 has been played, and after d takes c5, it is suddenly Dina who is in a much better position. Apparently, d takes c5 is not the right move because Anna could have taken the pawn on d5, but she played d takes c5 really quickly. Perhaps she overlooked that she could simply take this pawn, but it makes sense that she didn't take it because it looks like something's wrong with it. The queen feels very unsafe over there in the center. But yeah, she played d takes c5, and this allows black to simply take on c5, I believe, with the bishop. In the meantime, we have an update in the game of Andrea. Andrea played move e4, which made a lot of sense. So let's see what Jules decides to play here now. But yeah, Dina down to 5 minutes. She may have a better position now, but I would still be very scared to be in her shoes right now in this position. Even though she's slightly better, she has only 5 minutes on the clock, and a lot needs to happen for her to be in a comfortable position.
Hey.
Hey, are you back?
How's it going?
Hey, you missed a little bit. Welcome back, Danny.
Just pouring some water. I don't know what's going on. Just, hey, how's it going?
You missed a couple of moves.
Okay.
Dina finally made the move rook e8, and Anna instantly went for d takes c5, and the computer absolutely hates it. But Dina down to 5 minutes, now 4.5 minutes actually. I would not want to be in her shoes right now.
And I wonder, why does the computer hate d takes c5 so much?
It's not so easy.
Yeah, I don't.
I guess you have an intermediate move, rook c7. Attacking the knight has to retreat, and then guess what? There's bishop takes c5, and you're defending f7.
Yeah, that looks good. And then all of a sudden, the problems we talked about, e3, f4, wishing you could go backwards. Pawns don't go backwards, you know? I've learned that. Rook to c7 would be quite the move. So, but wait. Okay, so Dina hasn't moved yet. She's got 3.5 minutes for 18 moves. So, from a practical perspective, even if d takes c5 was a blunder by Anna, according to the computer, I like that she played fast. I like that Anna's putting pressure on Dina, right? Because when your opponent gets themselves under that type of time pressure, you try to take advantage of it. So, okay, so now Dina has work cut out for her. She's got 3 minutes for 18 moves. Not a fun spot to be in.
Yeah, 3 minutes. That's not a lot of time. She was 2 moves ago on 30 minutes. And this is what we were talking about, right? Because sometimes you just want to play your moves quickly just so that you have some time on the clock. Because now the position has completely changed. The state of this game has completely changed. And I am highly concerned about Dina's chances here. In a better position, but blunders will happen left and right. I'm very certain because of the time. She took on c5 the bishop. She did not play this rook c7 move. Because yeah, you need some time for that to realize that there is such a move in the position. But she took on c5 directly, and yeah, not sure
even
about
here,
this.
she's still better. She just really the biggest enemy is on the clock because not Jules, I'm sorry. Anna missed her chance a little bit with d takes c5. Just to say, if knight takes and rook takes, this is still a position that's great for black. Just wanted to show that this is a good knight versus bad bishop, the type of thing we were talking about earlier. Even if Dina misplayed it to get here with the move c5, bishop takes c5 is the human move to play. You just take c5. You don't have enough time to find the best engine move, rook c7. And I still like black's spot as long as she plays quickly enough to make up for only having 3 minutes.
Yeah, so let's see what Anna is gonna decide to do here. She has 15 minutes on the clock, which is not a lot, but it's a lot in comparison to Dina.
Yeah. Yeah. No, she's taking her time. It's a good idea. Maybe she's actually regretting that she didn't manage her clock a little bit better before she took on c5. It's such a weird balance between like playing quick moves to put pressure on your opponent when they've gotten themselves in a tough spot on the clock, but not letting your advantage slip or because you played something that was too obvious and now you've made their time pressure better. Although speaking of making things better, it looks like Andrea made a mistake on the other board and Jules can now unwind by just taking the e4 pawn. Andrea took on c5. She should have just kept the pressure. She should have found a way to just defend the e4 pawn. You know, I don't even know what it would have been, like something like just rook to e8 to guard the pawn. Black wasn't really even worried about taking it, but you could have played a move like this. Instead, she took c5, and I think Jules can just take. Yeah, computer likes it. Just take. By the way, I'm immediately threatening knight d3 again with a fork. This could be trouble for Andrea if Jules just takes e4, which by the way she has. She just took e4, so this is gonna get wild.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Andrea also down to 3 minutes now. The position is opening up. It was first a little bit close, but now that the pawn e4 is gone, the d4 pawn feels also very weak. And yeah, remember this king on g7? It's still very vulnerable there. And
yeah.
Now that the e-file is open, I'm seeing some rook e7 ideas coming up. Not really a fun position for black to be in.
Well, and Team Pineapple's in trouble here. Team Pineapple's under time pressure. Team Pineapple's hoping they can play blitz like Hikaru Nakamura here in a minute because they're both going to be under 3 minutes with a lot of moves to make. So they better be harnessing the Pineapple power if they have a chance, because otherwise I'm going to be proven wrong. And Pineapple is not good on pizza. And everyone knows I'm not looking forward to that discussion. So let's go Team Pineapple.
Yeah, Team Pineapple not doing very well as of now, but Anna is still spending her time in her game against Dina. And I mean, Dina is doing just fine for now, but because of the time situation, we are very concerned about Dina's chances here. So perhaps the position is going to get simplified very soon, but for now, Anna has to find a good move here. What could she play here? Because I really want to take that pawn, but it doesn't feel right.
I think it might be I love
You could
chat.
just rook
Pineapple down.
c7.
Pineapple down. Pineapple down. Man down. Pineapple down. But no, queen takes d5. Does it not work? I'm gonna
It's
play
rook
it just to
c7?
see. Is it rook c? Oh, and the knight's just like pinned and trapped.
Wait, it's
Maybe?
zeros?
But because the rook comes to d1. Okay, I'm just playing moves.
Right.
Looks like the computer. So white is somehow holding this. Crazy, but maybe there's a better move here. I kind of want to move the knight and get discovered attacks going against e3, right? But if I go to f6, you can take with check. And so that's not it. So what would it be here? Just it feels like it's hanging by a thread, right? Feels
Yeah,
like
the
the
knight on
position
d7 doesn't feel like it belongs there.
By the way, we're getting action over there between Jules and Andrea. Just to go back to that board, we've got knight to d3 to attack the queen, and then Andrea just played the move queen to d6. It's funny, we have the luxury of the computer saying, yeah, white should be good here, but material has leveled out, and while that rook seems a little awkward on c4, it's kind of like where's the knockout? Where's the beef, right? Like, what exactly does Jules have to take advantage of it? So again, I stand by. Black's biggest enemy is on the clock here. Andrea and Dina both down on time, big time.
Yeah, not easy to find the right moves here with white in the game of Jules and Andrea, because how do you punish Black's position? Something feels wrong. The pawns are pushed a little bit too much, maybe. I mean, you can play c5, but it's hard to make progress now because the rook is in the way. His knight on d3 is super annoying, blocking everything. And now that the king is even more exposed with the e-file being open, the rook can perhaps access e7 at some point. It doesn't feel right. And perhaps it has to do with the fact that moves to just queen g5 are suddenly possible. Let's say I would consider taking on f5 just to get that bishop off the board and make sure that the knight is on f5 so we can play queen g5. And then maybe knight f4, knight h5. These kind of ideas appear and things may get very tricky for black there.
Yeah, I like that a lot. The more I look at it, I think you're right. I think that I almost wanted to play queen g5 first, but maybe the knight could go to f7 with a tempo. But so let's say we play what you're saying. If you take and play queen g5, yeah, this is super dangerous. And then the threat of knight f4 is coming, knight e6 check, and suddenly that rook on a3 looks like it was planned all along. Suddenly that rook on a3 is sliding over for an attack on the king side, and so this could be tough stuff for Andrea. Jules about to get under 10 minutes herself. I will say this, Jules has managed her clock very well, given that she had a time advantage out of the opening. At times, yes, it got even, but here she is again, finding one of the best moves in the position to take f5. Just overall, Jules has had a good sense, I guess, of when to pause and think, right? And she just used her time well and found the best move, and we'll see if she finds queen to g5. Suddenly the black king is really feeling it.
Yeah, and this is why you have to be so careful with your pawns. That pawn on c5 was not doing much, whereas the pawn on e4 of black was so strong. It was holding down the fort, making sure that white cannot infiltrate, and you want to push those pawns to the center, down the board, especially e3 if possible. But now without the e-pawn, it's suddenly not clear anymore how black can proceed. Jules actually went for the move knight to e5, which makes a lot of sense, attacking the rook and moving the knight forward. But perhaps it is in the way of that rook, and the knight, it's hard to see where it goes next.
Andrea looks like she's already responded. Can't quite see the move. No, she hasn't. No, knight e5 is played. She hasn't moved just yet. The rook is under attack. She only has 3.5 minutes. Yeah, but I agree. And I also saw a comment in chat there, someone saying that they remember watching Jules like 6 months ago and she was 1200. I don't think she was 1200 6 months ago, but I know it was a compliment. You meant that she's improved a ton. And Jules actually is working super hard on her chess. And so Again, I don't think she was 1200 6 months ago, but she, you know, she's gotten a lot better, and she continues to play super strong chess. So agreed. And both Andrea and Jules today have played a lot of best engine moves and managed their clock very well in tough moments. Andrea feeling it. Speaking of managing her clock, she plays rook c5. Smart. Didn't use too much time there. They now have 14 minutes. Sorry, they have 14 moves to make on Amaya. So
Mhm.
3.5 minutes for Andrea, 10 minutes for Jules, 14 moves to make to get to move 40.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time for the players, but it's still within acceptable ranges because once you get down to 30 seconds, that's when things get really scary. Then you really have to play super fast. For now, Andrea is holding on to 3 minutes, so she still allows herself to have some time in case something arises in the position. But for now, Jules goes for knight d3. Repetition is possible, but I don't think either player wants to go for it.
I don't think they want to draw. They could. She could play rook c4 and just repeat once, as they say in the Soviet chess school. Always repeat at least once, but not if you're in a worse spot and maybe your opponent helped you out. Maybe you want to play rook d5 here. I don't know, and you don't want to go back. But I actually don't know that Andrea has much better. Oh, she does play rook to d5, but now knight f4 is coming in some spots. So I'm not sure. But Anna Cromling on the other board, still not sure what she wants to do, and her time advantage has completely disappeared. She still has 2 minutes extra on the clock, but it's not nearly what it was. So that game also with 18 moves to make before move 40. So worse time pressure than the one between Jules and Andrea.
Yeah, that is looking rough because one of the things that she had going for herself was that big time advantage of 10 minutes, which is a lot compared to if you look at Dina's clock, who is down to 3 minutes. But now that both players are around the same time, now it's getting interesting. Now it will come down to who is the better blitz player. And we know that Dina has a higher rating in blitz. She is very experienced too. So this might hurt Anna's chances, but who knows? Anything can still happen. Dina has been making mistakes too. So this game is just getting really exciting. Anna is reaching out to make a move. I wonder what she will go for because she has to be careful that knight on d7 is loose and you cannot just leave it hanging there. Let's see what she decides to do.
Don't know the answer to the question whether there's an increment. I know it was 90 minutes for 40 moves and then 30 minutes after, but I
there's an increment, yes.
There is a 30-second increment, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I haven't seen the clock jump up after a move yet, so I didn't want to answer for sure in case I misremembered that part of the format, but yes. There is increment, so the time pressure not as dire, I guess, as it would first seem. You can make some moves and get some time back on your clock. And, all right, Team Pineapple with the black pieces. Under time pressure.
And down to 3 minutes now. She really has to make a move fast because this is going to hurt very soon. One of the very typical things that happen in chess is that in this time control, most of the blunders happen between the range of move 39 and 41. That's like if you have played classical chess, you know that in around these moves, that's when the mistakes happen, either just before you make move 40 or just right after because you're still full of adrenaline, of the time pressure, and you make the 41st move real quick to leave the board and get a breather after that. But that's very often when mistakes happen. So you don't want to get yourself in that position to make blunders around that time.
Speaking of blunders, looks like the computer doesn't like b4 from Anna Cromling. It's a natural move. I mean, just from a human perspective, it attacks the bishop, who was threatening e3, and all the tactics that come with that. So kicking the bishop off of that diagonal would seem like a key idea. Note that the bishop can't go to b6 because it'll be traded. potentially, but Dina very quickly finds what appears to be the best computer move with bishop to d6, which is kind of brilliant because it's a hard thing to do sometimes when you're attacked, to just simply retreat. But the key about this move, everyone, is that you can't take d5 because you lose the knight. What the bishop is doing is cutting off the communication between the queen and knight on the d file. So Dina gets attacked and she's like, all right, fine, I'll just put the bishop on d6. Now you can't take d5 because you lose the knight, and I've opened the c file for my rook. So just a very quick response. And by the way, yes, Anna has already quickly responded with rook to d1. So moves coming in rapid fire right now.
Yeah, and this is what we have been expecting to happen basically an hour ago, when players still had some time, but not enough time to make it to the 14th move without getting into time pressure. So rook d1 played very logical move because you want to develop the rook that was still undeveloped on a1, attacking that pawn on d5. But once again, the knight on d7 doesn't feel safe there, and
It must be your move, right? Rook c7, is that the best move?
I'm not entirely sure. I guess the question is what happens after knight to e5, because the knight can always retreat. Perhaps it's fine.
I guess my assumption was you could take and the double d pawns wouldn't be great, but I think rook to c7, yeah, it might have been the best move, and maybe you could take and even play like rook to d7 and everything would have just been held on. But she didn't do that. She played rook to e6, another creative way to cut off the communication. Oops, not like that. Cut off the communication between the queen and the knight. So rook e6 was played, and 95. Anna immediately played 95. Okay, but we have to start liking black here, right? I mean, I think Dina should take without thinking too much, and then just have a great knight versus a bad bishop.
Yep. And the rook can also come in on the second rank, so definitely a lot of danger in white's position. We are getting a lot of moves, Danny. Players are low on the clock, so it's going to get really fast now. Meanwhile, in the other game between Jules and Andrea, they traded off the queens of the board, and that's good news for Andrea because she had this weak king on g7, but now that the queens are off the board, her king is really happy because soon the king will be able to join the action. This is exactly what you want in an endgame. For now, let's keep the king on g7 and make use of these pawns here in the center.
Completely agree. I think that the queen trade was definitely in favor of Andrea. You got to be breathing a sigh of relief. Wow, it's funny. I was wrong. I thought taking e5 would definitely be the best move, but looks like Dina took on e5. And the computer doesn't really like it. Oh, did she just blunder queen takes e4?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Queen takes e4 is just completely winning. Dina completely blundered with rook c7.
Right before it was even on the board, I was like, oh, maybe the computer doesn't like it because of these tactics, and then she played it before I could say it. If Anna finds queen takes e4, but did she find it?
She's still thinking, but it seems like she's seeing something. I'm sure she's sensing that there's something wrong with this move. This is heartbreaking for Dina. She has been playing so well in this game, and then just a one-move blunder that could decide the game.
Rook to c7, completely missing. Queen takes e4. The pawn on d5 is pinned, everyone, because the rook on d1 spies the queen on d8. Queen takes e4. Is winning on the spot for Anna Cromling if she sees it. God, it really was a great game positionally for the most part. And and Anna found it.
She found it.
What a heartbreaking moment there. Looks like can't tell if our camera feed is a little bit behind or if it's just my commentary is a little slow. By the way, the sun is creeping through the window. I'm not sure if they planned the sun setting on the West Coast there. It's going to be an interesting day as the sun creeps across the room and kind of affects the vision of the board. Don't think that doesn't get in the player's head sometimes. It's definitely the sun taking over the board there.
Yeah, I mean, this is heartbreaking for Dina. She had a really good position, and this is what happens when you get into time trouble. She was not down to 30 seconds yet, but she felt forced to play her moves very quickly. And she thought she is defending the pawn on f7 with the rook, and she wants to make sure that she holds on to the pawn on d5. So that's why she didn't want to move the queen, let's say, to e7 to protect f7. But instead went for rook c7. And yeah, sometimes these things happen where you just make one move blunders, and there's no way for her to come back in this game now, and she may just resign here or in a few moves.
Yeah, no, you called it time pressure. Time pressure was what killed Dina, because even if she played a bunch of moves good while having a little bit of time on the clock, eventually it catches up with you. And you can only make so many good moves when you don't have a lot of time to think about it. And that's what happened. Rook to c7, a double question mark move, taking a dominant knight off the board via this tactic. It was a good knight versus a bad bishop position, but not anymore. Now it's a bishop versus no minor pieces for black position.
Yeah, Dina down to seconds on her clock. The question is not if she's going to lose, but when, because this position is completely over. This bishop, I know we've been talking a lot about that bishop, not really put it in good light, but now it's an extra piece, and the knight on e4 that was so strong a few moves before is completely gone. So rook d7 played, queen to d4, and I guess Nina will play a few more moves to try find some compensation, because I've seen people win or come back from crazier situations.
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but queen d4 was a really strong move from Anna because it threatens e4. Just to double back down on the pin. If the pawn comes to e4, the d5 pawn can't capture because you now lose a rook, which means you're fixing one of the only problems you have in the position as white, the double pawn, to go win the d5 pawn. Rook c6 from Dina, I guess, kind of stops that because e4, rook to c4. But maybe now Anna just goes and gobbles up a pawn on a7. So best play, especially given that Anna Cromling is the one up a piece and she's the one up on the clock. This should be a dub, and shout out to the Anna Cromling broadcast. And I assume Pia's over there doing commentary. If I had to guess, I don't know. But Mama Bear is proud of her daughter's play right now, as long as Anna converts. And that other game over there between Jules and Andrea is just great chess right now from Jules. I mean, yes, she traded queens, and we were critical of that. I think for good reason. The black king could have been in trouble, but she's coordinating the knights and the rooks. Now she's on a double attack on the g6 pawn and the c6 pawn. Andrea's still under time pressure, so it could be the pineapple shirts were bad luck. That's what happens, you know, when you go team pineapple.
I think you may have jinxed your team, Danny.
You may have jinxed it. You know, not me. I didn't commentator's curse it. The shirts did it.
Okay, so sure, it's not you.
Well, I mean, black was in a great spot on both boards here. It does look like it's getting away here, although Andrea now trying to defend with this retreating move 97.
Yeah, I mean, Jules in a great spot here. She is the one putting pressure, and she has been playing this game really well. Her position did not look the greatest a couple moves back. She did get some chances, but then traded off the queens. So we're now in this endgame, and it's going to be really tough for Andrea to defend this and make the best out of this. But who knows? Anything can happen. It's just that black's pawns are mostly the ones that are weakened. Pawn on c6, pawn on g6, the pawn on h4 now even. Pawn d4. All these pawns, it feels like they're all separate islands on their own.
Yep. By the way, we've seen queen to g4 from Anna. Yep. And Dina immediately responded with rook c4. And Jules played rook e4. So both sides with the better position kind of targeting the weak pawns right now. Rook f4 is a great move from Anna. Just forcing either more pieces off the board or forcing black to retreat. And then maybe e6 comes in next. If that pawn marches forward, you've got other problems with the black king becoming open. Okay. Dina played rook to c2.
She's trying. She's trying to get some activity going. A piece is a piece, but it doesn't have to be completely over just yet. I think once a clear checkmate thread or a clear difference in material more than this will occur, then it will be time for Dina to resign. In the meantime, Danny, I see that Andrea made a big mistake. G5 on the board. What is going on? She blundered knight d6 check.
Knight e6 check, and then the d4 pawn falls for free. Although it may even be worse. If you play king of 6, does white have rook f3 check? I think rook f3 check might be why the computer loves white even more. Because if you go king g6, there's knight f8, forking the king and rook. Wait, is that played? No, not quite yet. You're
not
showing
yet.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
So king of 6 is on the board from Andrea. Jules might just take d4, but if she finds rook f3 check, Andrea's position is almost just as bad as Dina's right next to it.
Ouch. That is painful, as Andrea was down to 1 minute on the clock already. The players still need to make a couple of moves to reach the 14th move. Andrea and Jules are on move 35 now. And Anna and Dina are on move 31, but that game seems to be over very soon, no matter what. But Anna needs to make a move. She's down to 30 seconds. It terrifies me to see you're up in the up on the position, but struggling with the clock. That's all not a good sign.
It's kind of unnecessary too, I think. I think she's trying to be too accurate. You could just play rook f to d4 and double rooks. You could play e6. By the way, yeah, Jules missed rook f3 check. She played knight to c5. Still super tricky though. I mean, Andrea has to look out for rook e6 check next. Rook f3 check is still coming, by the way. So knight c5 may not have been the computer's most forcing choice, but I think Andrea is still in deep trouble.
Yeah, her king is not safe at all over there, and all her pawns are so weak. It's really difficult to bring this rook into the action. For now, Jules has only been attacking Andrea's pieces, so if only this rook could get into the action and support the other pieces. But for now, Jules is in charge of the position. She did miss this strong move rook f3 check earlier to win material, but she's still in a very good spot.
Although, great move from Andrea there. Rook d5 not only attacks the knight, but I had a slip there because I was thinking about rook f5. It also guards the f5 square, so that now if there's some sort of check, you could potentially block with either the knight or the rook, depending on what happens. So rook d5, a very quick and maybe best move response there from Andrea Botez. So Jules missed her chance to put the game away. Rook d5 is a great find, and Andrea is not out of it just yet. Anna is completely winning. All she has to do is probably just make it to move 40, get the extra time on the clock, and then that extra piece feels a lot more comfy.
Bishop h4 on the board. She is trying to... well, I mean, if you play g5, you'll lose h6, so you can't afford to move the g-pawn. But yeah, what other move do you have? Because you need to keep defending that rook on d7.
No, that was a great move by Anna. Like, seriously, that's like the crowd goes wild for bishop h4. What a move. If g5, as you said, queen takes h6 is lights out. The queen is now overworked. If you go to c7, then you open up the back rank, which is full of checkmating problems. So your only move is queen to c8. And can white just... Okay, that's super risky, maybe unnecessary to take d5 and allow a check, so I take it back. But okay, she plays it. But even like rook f7, this is... Bishop h4 was a great move by Anna.
Maybe even bishop e7, just to set up the threat of rook f8 check.
Oh, yeah. Even better. Yeah, bishop e7. Baller move. Rook e6 check over there. At this point, no more analyzing, just highlighting. I don't want to miss the live moment. We've got how many moves left to reach move 40?
So it's move 37 in the game of Jules and Andrea, and move 34 in the game between Anna and Dina. So
So Anna and Dina still have a lot of moves left. That's Dina's one chance. But bishop e7 would be lights out.
Yeah. 20 seconds? Okay, she plays it. She plays bishop e7, and she is heading for that full point very soon.
Anna Cromling, supported by her mom, doing commentary on the Anna Cromling Twitch channel, might be about to get the first dub in this Botez Chess Camp Invitational here. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome game she had. I mean, she was much worse, and Dina at one point was being applauded for a bit of a positional masterpiece there to have cleared the smoke and had a dominant knight versus a bad bishop, but one blunder, and Anna Cromling has taken advantage.
Yeah, and Dina goes for king h7. She's still holding on, but I think rook f8 and queen f5 is just lights out.
Yeah, queen f5. People don't like Cromling. I think it is pronounced Cromling. Is it Cramling? Is it Cromling?
Cramling. I think
It's
Cramling. Yeah.
With the right emphasis on the right syllable? Anna Cramling?
I think so.
Okay, I'll double check that.
I think Hammer maybe says it differently. He knows how to pronounce this.
Okay. I feel like I'm used to like the Slavic pronunciation where there's no like soft A. It's like you know what I mean? I'm like Anna Cromling instead of like, you know, it's not. Oh my God, rook g4 was a blunder. What was it? Rook
Danny,
takes
there's
e7?
rook takes e7.
No.
Yes, rook takes
the queen's
e7.
defended. Oh my gosh.
No, Anna.
Rook takes e7.
No. This is unbelievable. Rook takes e7.
If Dina finds it.
She found it. She found it instantly.
Rook takes e7 and the game goes completely back the other way. Rook takes e7.
And this is why you don't want to get down 2 seconds on the clock, because what do now? Dina's back in the game. It is completely even now.
Yep. Bruh. And not only that, black is maybe a little favored in the rook ending with all kinds of checks coming on the F file. It worries me about what would happen if you're white. Yes, you could trade the D for the E pawn and objectively probably a draw in a rook ending, but it feels like the tactics, just like that, the E-bell bar swings the other way. The queen defended by the rook. Anna takes for granted that point. Now she gives a check, and when the king moves, I'm not sure who's better anymore. I'm more worried about white's king than I am black's king.
Oh my goodness. All she had to do was this rook f8 move. And this way she would still hold on to her pieces, but she missed that the rook on g4 is loose. Ouch. That's painful.
Well, shout out to Dina for not giving up, not throwing in the towel for the team Pineapple, I guess. It remains alive. Andrea Botez for Team Pineapple on the other board. They all want pineapple on their pizza. It's weird, but they're into it. You know, that's what Team Pineapple is rooting for right now. And
but Andrea just blundered with king g6, Danny.
She blundered to discovered check. That's lights out. It's knight f4 double check. That's the key.
Or knight f4 even.
Yeah, because then you can't play rook d6. That's the key, I think. Well, okay, knight c7 is also just as good. You're right.
I think both are just winning.
I think, okay. Both are winning. Okay, as long as Jules sees the discovered check, she's going to take that one. She looks like she's about to. She does. Knight to c7. But Dina back in business on the board against Anna.
Knight c7 check on the board. After rook d6, we simply chop the rook off the board and then the other rook, and that will be rook versus knight, which should be completely lost for Andrea.
Jules bringing it. Kept the pressure all game and seemed like it was trending Andrea's way. I was putting all the chips on black on both boards, but nope. Jules, I think, short of a blunder, will definitely convert that one. It seems even easier at this point than what Anna had to deal with in hindsight.
Danny, I believe I saw that Anna made her move with 1 second on the clock. She's really playing with fire here.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you know, she had 31 seconds when that move started. Oh my gosh. And they still have a few moves to make here. 2 moves, I guess, to be exact.
Yeah.
Rook takes f1 was move 39, so one more move to make for Anna. Wow, what a wild day this was.
Thriller.
That's how you kick off a chess camp right there.
Rook takes d6 on the board. Should be recaptured instantly. And this is what happens in time trouble. These are the disasters that are exactly happening in time scrambles. And this is why you'd rather make those little inaccurate moves early on to prevent these disasters from happening. Because we have seen all these players have made mistakes along the way. But it's the one who makes the final mistake, the final crucial mistake that goes down. And it can be really heartbreaking in those moments, but it could have been avoided with better time management. Easier said than done, but sometimes you just have to make the move just faster.
And that's something only the player, playing can reflect on, because you have to be honest with yourself. How many times did you see the best move in 1 minute, but you took 3.5 or 4 minutes, right? How many times did you see the move you wanted to play after 3 minutes, but you took 10 minutes because you just didn't force yourself to speed up and appreciate that you will need that time at the end of the game? And it's exactly what happened here. You're totally right, Anamaya. This was a game where Andrea lost because of time management. And the truth is, the mutual blunders on the board between Anna and Dina were because of time management, right? Dina blundered the game, double question mark, and then Anna returned the favor without time on the clock.
Danny, I believe Andrea resigned as they are setting up the pieces. A big win for Jules, who has played a really good game. The opening stage it seemed a little shaky from White's side, but Jules played so well after that. And what a game. Unfortunate loss for Andrea, but I would love to see what Jules has to say about the pineapple shirts, and if this still means that she has won Dina's heart.
Agreed. Jules, I'm curious how she feels. She's also got her own stream going. For those watching the Jules games from a Jules fan point of view, we're kind of the official broadcast here. This isn't so much a rooting for the Botez sisters show as it is the official show. And I know that each one of the players has their own stream going. But yeah, Jules Gambit, as her Twitch channel is known, gets the job done. And she is the first person to win at the 2024 Botez Chess Camp. Good for her. A back and forth game, but she was there when it mattered. And it's funny. This one could go to a draw. We could have a lot more chess ahead, especially if the queens come off the board. It'll be Anna fighting for a draw against Dina's technique. So now that we've reached move 40, we might want to take a quick break and let Anna think about what she wants to do there.
Yeah, so now we will have the other commentator join us. Benjamin Bach will be joining us very soon. I'll take a short break to recharge and come back for the second half of today. What did you want to say, Danny?
I was going to say, you're recharging because you're doing the hero's work. You're covering the second half of the day. So you're going to take a break. It's the last time I'll see you. We're going to miss you. I'm going to be joined by Mr. Bach. He and I will have the call probably for the final moments of Anna's game. You see her shaking her head there. Sorry, that's just sad and frustrating to see. And then when you come back, you'll have the other 4 ladies who haven't played yet. So this was awesome, Anna. Thank you.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was awesome. Thanks for joining, Danny. Thanks so much for being my co-host for today. And yeah, it was a pleasure commentating for the first time together, and hopefully more times in the future.
Yep. All right. Well, good luck with the afternoon rounds, and we're going to take a break, everybody. We'll be right back with Mr. Bach.
See you soon, guys.
When you are what you make and nothing more. Do you even know what you're working toward? Slow down, you're burning out at the end of your wick now. 9 to 5, you're running holes through your sneakers, through your soul. Should be busy living life, right? You just haven't got the time. Dumbing pennies on the street. Close my eyes to see my peace. But when it gets to be too much, I find myself in what I love. When I'm by the sea, sweatshirt, sweatpants, white noise, blue jeans. Writing letters to old friends, black cats and tender moments. Cherries in the spring, long walks, long nights, green tea, ice cream. It's so good, so good, so good to me. So good, so good, so good to me. It's easy to fall into dull patterns when your mind is clouds of gray. Oh, lately all my thoughts are marked with questions. Like how can I manage expectations while I manifest my greatness? Can you tell me just how long I will be waiting? Even trees and flowers know where the seasons for you grow. You should be living out your dreams. Instead you're tearing at the seams. Lights and sirens in the dark. Plug my ears to hear my heart. But when it gets to be too much, I find myself in what I love. When I'm by the sea, sweatshirt, sweatpants, white noise, blue jeans. Writing letters to old friends, black cats and tender moments. Cherries in the spring, long walks, long nights, green tea, ice.
All right, I think we're back. We're live now with Grandmaster GM Benjamin Bach. What's up, man?
Yeah, Danny, it's great to join you. We're having a very exciting first round here today. Some ups and downs in the game between Dina and Anna, and we have some other matchups starting very soon. We have Alexandra versus Linda.
Yep, Alexandra versus Linda, and then we will have Nemo versus Jennifer. Maybe Jennifer's white. I think that's Jennifer right there behind, taking a look at Anna's position. And Jennifer got to be feeling some empathy there for Anna Cromling. Benjamin, talk about that a little bit, right? How hard is that when you make a blunder really right at time control, right? Because of time pressure, you make a blunder, and then you hit move 40, and you get all this extra time on the clock, but you don't even want to be there. You thought this game was over, right? And think about the fact that Anna hasn't even moved because of that.
Yeah, no, this is truly heartbreaking. I mean, Anna had this game in the bag. I think had she played a move like rook f8 instead of rook g4, Dina might have just resigned, but rook g4 completely got Dina back into the game. And what's really frustrating right now for Anna is like, let's say you make a blunder, and then you reach your time control, you're like, okay, well, it ends in a draw. But this position is even unpleasant because she's down a pawn, and she still has to work for it. And then you look at the clock, she's down to 8 minutes. I mean, holding a draw here is not easy.
You and I were analyzing it before we got live, so we'll just show some variations. We were talking about if you trade queens and then try to come down to f7, Black has a couple options, right? Black could possibly check and then win the a pawn for sure, Benjamin. You could also consider rook b6, although maybe you don't want to do that after a3. By the way, it looks like we have a move. What did Anna play? She played rook f8 check, so we'll get there. But yeah, we were analyzing and just showing that this is not a walk in the park draw. She's given a check. Dina has immediately responded already. King h7 is on the board. And she's going to be fighting for equality.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that she gave the check first and now decides to trade, because if anything, you'd think that the king is slightly better placed on h7 because it can always join a game a little bit faster. So she's traded on e6 and now played rook f7, hitting the pawn on b7. Like you said, you can maybe go for something like rook e2, but to me, I guess rook b6 makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like with correct play, white should hold the draw here, but it seems unpleasant, especially with only 8 minutes on the clock.
Well, it's funny. I didn't like rook b6 because I thought white would play a3, and now you're still dealing with the threat of rook d7 next. Obviously, there are lines where you can go rook a6 and trade the b for the a pawn. I'm not sure how that improves the winning chances or not. So if you're Black here, you're the grandmaster. What is the way to maximize winning chances, even if objectively you're at the board and you're like, hey, this is probably a draw with best play? How do you create the most problems for your opponent here if you're Dina?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would think rook to b6, because let's look at the alternative. Let's say you go rook e2, or maybe a check in here. I think if you get to something like this, like rook e2, let's say you take on d7, Black takes here. Let's say rook d7, rook. I would think, let's say you get like h and g with a d pawn against h and g. I think white has a pretty good chance to draw there. I think maybe Dina's best chances are to get something like a 2 versus 1 majority on the queen side, and then slowly but surely bring the king over. I think those are our best chances to win.
So maybe, how do you do
I guess
that?
I guess rook b6 if you want to get there.
Rook b6, and if rook to d7, your move is just like, well, if rook d7, you'll take b4 for d5, and if a3, what's the response?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, I think it's good to illustrate, though, that I think rook d7 would give like great winning chances, as we take on b4. Actually, we might just win the game on the spot, because we go rook b1 and rook b2. Right. But I think even if you get something like this, rook a4, and you force white to go passive, this looks really good for Black, because you're up a pawn, and you have the more active rook. But yeah, like you said, a3 really the only move here for Anna. And then, I don't know, rook d7 and takes here is going to come quickly. Maybe we can gain a tempo with king g6, rook d7, and now rook a6.
Yeah.
And I guess you should take on b7 and not on d5.
Yeah, that's the key. I think you showed it, that if you take d5, and I'll just play it again because the computer will likely agree, that at least improves Black's winning chances. But taking b7, the best way to try to get that endgame where everything is being simplified. Okay, well, Anna did take a ton of time. Again, if you're just joining us, where have you been? It's been a wild day. Jules beat Andrea in a crazy game as well. And in this game, there were mutual blunders, so maybe the chess karma is equal, but really the person who blundered last was Anna Crumling. She had an advantage right at the time control and gave it away. It was super sad. And as you can see, she just spent a ton of time after move 40 trying to figure out the best way to draw this. And I felt bad for her because everyone's getting set up around her, and like you see Nemo setting up her streaming camera and everyone else, and everyone's doing their job, but it's like just to be in her shoes, having just blundered, you know what I mean? And everyone is just like getting ready for the next round, and she's just like, oh, heartbroken. But to answer the question, chat, two more games are about to start in round 1. You will have Alex versus Linda, Alexandra Botez versus Linda Diaz, and then you're going to have Nemo taking on Jennifer Yu. Nemo's out. So lots of chess ahead. Yeah. Well, are you excited? Anna Maya is going to be back in a minute, and I'll be out of here, and you guys will have the call for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I think I really like the format that they came up with. They really keep it going pretty much all day long, because normally, games start at the same time. So, the show goes on for like 4 or 5 hours, but I think it's really clever that they have only 2 games going on at the same time. But yeah, like I said, really must be heartbreaking for Anna Kremling, where she's trying to find a draw and then people are around her setting up the cameras. And but yeah, we have some exciting matchups. Like you said, we have Alexandra versus Linda. Alexandra and Linda actually used to play each other a lot back in the day. Linda used to compete with Alex in a lot of American girls events, and growing up since they are around the same age. So they're very familiar with each other. Linda now is a professional artist and singer, and you can listen to her music on Spotify and YouTube. Did you know that, Danny?
I learned that like today as part of the whole process, because she did the opening ceremony song, and we were getting prepped, so I didn't really get to listen in. But then as I was chatting with people about it, and I think someone told me this a couple of years ago. I've known Linda for a long time as well, and taught at some chess camps she was at, and but haven't talked to her in years. So I didn't remember that or didn't know that, but I can't wait to check out her music. So yeah, check out Linda Diaz's Spotify.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, Danny, this tournament is really a one of its kind. I don't think I've ever seen like streamers competing over the board. I mean, we're used to competing against each other online. And if I'm not mistaken, chess.com is also involved in the organization of this tournament. So can you tell everyone a little bit about what you guys are doing to support this tournament?
Yeah, we're I guess you can call it, we're the official sponsor, if you will, in terms of supporting Alex and Andrea's idea. But the truth is, we've talked about doing something like this for a long time, and we hope to do more of it. I think a lot of people have loved the idea of like a streamers championship. How do we get all the streamers together competing in an event? And honestly, if you think about it, it wouldn't necessarily be a foregone conclusion that Hikaru would just dominate, assuming we got everybody. There are grandmasters like you and Danya Naroditsky, Eric Hansen. There are a lot of, if we go down the list, there are people who stream not as regularly, but people like Jan Nepomniachtchi or Bortnik. So if we really manage to pull off a streamers championship one day, that would be awesome. And we've talked about it for a long time, basically bring everybody together for something like this. But Alex and Andrea get credit because they were the ones super passionate about making it happen. And the idea kind of started a little bit as like, maybe I'm sharing a little too much behind the scenes, but it was like just doing like a chess house, and they were going to do all kinds of stuff without really a formalized kind of like, flagpole event, right? A thing to build around. But then the idea of bringing everybody together and doing the content that they're going to do all week really took shape around the idea of a FIDE rated event, like an official tournament. So it was a combination of a couple of ideas, right? Something we've always wanted to support, a streamers IRL event, and then bringing a bunch of creators together, which is what Alex and Andrea wanted to do. This mansion they're all staying in, all the content they're going to make. I don't want to. I know they're doing some other really, really fun content, and that's going to be released at some point, so I won't spoil that. But yeah, so this is great. And honestly, if this goes well and people are like, give me more streamers championships, then let's bleep and go. That could be a thing of the future. And we already have a lot of conversations in the works about an IRL Title Tuesday someday, which I think the people would go nuts for. But that's a different discussion, not necessarily an IRL streamers thing that's really based around the content. Every one of the ladies there, gets their own stream going, and that's kind of the main thing. An IRL Title Tuesday would not be everyone streaming. It would be like an IRL title players Title Tuesday. So, but this is fun, and let's go. So yeah, that's kind of how it came together.
Yeah, no, I really like the idea. And like I said, you were thinking of putting a bunch of different streamers together in a house and also have content around that. So would it kind of be like reality TV in that case?
That's kind of the idea. Well, I mean, this is not totally reality TV because I think they're filming content and then they're, but whatever. But I know they're also doing a lot of live streams. So, I mean, these days, I don't know whatever first started this stuff, like real world Big Brother stuff, but getting a bunch of people together with interesting personalities in a house where they do a bunch of crazy stuff is a thing. And yeah, a little bit of Chess House, Big Brother chess reality TV show hosted by the Botez sisters meets an official streamers IRL kind of event supported by chess.com is what this is. And it's going to be all week. I'm going to be watching as a fan. I don't think I'm going to be back. They asked me to help kick it off, but I'm not going to be back. So if you're commentating, you'll be doing more days than me. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be here for pretty much the entire tournament.
Oh, nice. Okay,
but yeah, it sounds like a great idea. And all those reality TV shows are known for their drama. Like, do you think there'll be any drama in a potential chess.com streamer house?
I mean, Andrea and Dina tried to create a little bit of fun drama today. They went full pineapple, team pineapple. Obviously a nod to Hikaru, but apparently there was a bet about, who would win between Jules and Andrea to earn the love of Dina. I don't know what's going on there. If it's, if there's, I think they're inventing a little bit of beef there, but we'll see what happens. Who knows? I'm not on site. So as the event goes on, I know that everyone's taking this tournament seriously, right? You can tell how much they want to win. Andrea did not have a smile on her face after losing to Jules. So I think that as the play goes on and, people are getting serious, who knows what kind of tensions will be there.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely kudos to Jules, because it seems like not too long ago since she actually started playing chess on chess.com. Her name is Jules Gambit, so I wonder if that's a variant, so to speak, from the Queen's Gambit. Maybe that's why she started playing chess. And she improved very quickly.
Yeah. I've talked to Jules some, and she does some content for us. She does some really great voiceover work. If anyone wants to see some of our highlight stuff and recaps, so Jules is great. And I talked to her a little bit ago once she graduated and wanted to do more of it. But I think her story was, she knew how to play as a kid, but then fell out of it and didn't really follow up. But then as part of a lot of other people getting back involved, whether it's the Queen's Gambit and Jules Gambit is a nod to that or not, but her improvement is legit. It's awesome to see. I mean, she grinds and she has gotten a lot better. And today she beat Andrea. She was the first one to get a win at the Botez Chess Camp. So yeah. And to answer the question someone asked earlier, with chess.com partnering with the GCL, the Global Chess League, will I be in London? I will definitely be there for parts of it. I'm not going to be there for the duration because I'm a father of 4 children. My wife would kill me if I did that. And I may do some content remotely, but I'm really excited for the Global Chess League. We're helping them out. I think they're going to continue to put on an amazing product. For people who aren't taking the GCL seriously, by the way, like, they've got some real investment with some real great partners in India, which we know chess is just blowing up in India, and like, people who've invested in cricket league stuff. So I think the Global Chess League has some real potential to change the game, for lack of a better pun or metaphor. So it's going to be exciting. I'm excited for the Global Chess League.
Yeah, no, sounds good. And besides that, Danny, we also will have Jennifer versus NEMO starting soon. Jennifer is a 2-time US Women's Champion, and NEMO is a former Canadian Women's Champion. Both are WGMs, and I think both of them are also favorites to win this tournament. So who do you have in that matchup?
I've got Jennifer against NEMO. I mean, Anna Maya asked me earlier who I have the favorite to win. I think Jennifer is actually the heavy favorite. I know her rating isn't that much higher than Dina or NEMO, who are both above 2,200 FIDE, for me to make that claim as far as heavy favorite. But I just feel like, Jennifer has won 2 U.S. Women's Championships. She's competed on high stages. And frankly, every time I hang out with Jennifer, and I've seen her the last couple of years at the Sloan Conference at MIT, I feel like she's even stronger than her rating. Like, Jennifer is in my opinion, I would be very surprised if she did not win this event. We'll see. Obviously, we had almost had one upset in this round when Anna looked like she might take down Dina. But I feel like Jennifer is the favorite, and especially with the white pieces today against Nemo, I think she's the person who I would pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely think she's the favorite in this field. Like you said, she's a two-time US women's champion, so she knows what it takes to win. And she also seems a little bit more active than the other players. She's been playing in the US Women's Championship, the US American Cup, whereas maybe some of the other players, I guess, including Nemo, she's really focused on streaming. So I don't think she's played that much over the board. But Danny, I just wanted to ask you one last thing. Like you were talking about the tournament for streamers, right? IRL. Do you think that'll be like a classical tournament or more like Rapid or Blitz?
I mean, what's funny is if you're going to do this type of thing, classical might actually be the better choice because you have time to get all set up and really dive into playing some high quality chess. And if you've got commentators and fans who want to tune in, I think what's interesting is I've obviously, been accused of being an evil chess popularist by many and saying that all chess.com cares about is all we care about is growing the game for beginners and making chess too fast, to use the line, whatever. That, of course, that's not true. But I do care about making the game accessible and feeling inviting and to keep people engaged. And I think objectively faster time controls, I mean, the viewership and a lot of people really love those formats for a reason. You get a lot of back and forth stuff. So I think that as long as we could get the setup right and people going in and out didn't necessarily affect the stream of an IRL event, maybe we would prefer a rapid event or a blitz event. But I have to be honest that I think the classical format works really well too. I think that even though it's a longer game, as long as the programming itself is exciting, and like you said, I think the Botez sisters did a really good job of staggering this so that you feel like there's a lot of chess ongoing. You do lose something a little bit with a really long show because not everyone can watch an 8-hour show. It's just the truth, right? So you lose some of those peak moments. It's just, and we see that in the data in terms of how we do and how we program a lot of our shows. But I think there are pros and cons. And one of the advantages of longer time controls too is you get what we call second monitor watching. And that happens a lot during the World Championship or like golf, where like people pull it up and they put it on the side while they work. And then if something crazy awesome is going down, they put work away and they focus. And that's when you get those hype moments where chat's going crazy and it feels like you're in a stadium and you can't hear anything. That's like the Twitch reflection of a live stadium moment, right? Where everyone is engaged in the big moment that matters. So I think you can pull it off with classical chess. And I do not think classical chess is inherently keeping the game from growing, but I think there are pros and cons and there are trade-offs. That's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I also wanted to say, like, I going off, this is not really related to it, but I personally really appreciate all of you guys, everything that you guys do over at chess.com, with all of those rapid events like the Champions Chess Tour and some other events that took place. Because for me personally, it's great that I'm not only able to compete for cash prize, but also to be able to play against some of the best players in the world just online. But yeah, like I said, I think an over-the-board tournament would be great as well.
Yep. Well, I appreciate that. And we are doing the best we can. In some ways, chess.com might even be, doing too much. I saw a comment in chat today where they were like, do you think there's too many events in chess? There's just so much going on in chess all the bleeping time. Like, it is a 24/7, 365 affair where you got billionaires doing their own thing, FIDE, you've got chess.com, and I think sometimes, I'm hopeful for a world where more players are investing in themselves, not just as streamers, but with their brands and their reach, so that we continue to see more sponsors and support coming in really for the ecosystem and for the livelihoods of all the best chess players in the world. And that's one of the reasons we invest in events, is to try to help be a part of standing up whatever infrastructure might be attractive to people looking at our game and wanting to provide more support for top players. But the reality is, money gets spent on events, and a lot of it is just kind of lost in some ways because we have a lot of people playing anyway. And we're hopeful that in the future, as we've spent on these events, that more people use them as opportunities to invest in themselves and create content and expose sponsors to the idea that they're interesting personalities. So I'm obviously using this a little bit as a business, hop on a bit of a soapbox and say, but we think about this a lot because the chess world is very busy. It's kind of crazy. in some ways there's probably more money in chess than is properly reflective of like the players' like commercial viability, and we want to help level that out. We want to help players to grow their own profiles and to help them bring more eyeballs to the game. So that's one of the reasons we do it.
Mm-hmm. All right, no, that's great. Yeah, and yeah, no, like I said, I think chess players aren't always appreciative of like the money there is in chess, you know, because we're always like, oh, there should be more money, there should be more money. But I also understand like money doesn't grow on trees, you know, and I understand like you said, I mean, maybe in some events you guys are just giving it away, so to speak. So yeah, again, I appreciate it. And yeah, we have another game here starting between Alexandra and Linda. It looks like it was a Queen's Gambit decline with an early trade on d5.
But it looks like Anamaya is also ready to swap back in. So maybe just before you jump in, I will actually tag out, let Anamaya tag me out. Probably good timing because I was getting a little bit too philosophical here. Fans are tired of me and I'll get out of here. But we should do commentary more, man. I don't know that we've ever done a show together either. So appreciate your work. I tune into your streams from time to time and lurk, you know, lurker in the background. So love what you do, man. And have fun. Have fun with Anamaya.
Oh. Yeah, well, I was gonna say one last thing. No, I really, I'm enjoying it as well, Danny, and yeah, that'd be great. One last thing before I let you go. Do you have any idea who this is behind me? We were talking about commentary. It's a chess and commentary legend.
Is that is okay? Is it Susan Polgar?
No, it's a chess and also a chess commentary legend.
Chess and chess commentary legend.
Who's commentating a lot on chess? And keep in mind, right now I'm in St. Louis.
Yasser Seirawan?
Yes, it's Young Yasser Seirawan. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. St. Louis was a good enough clue, and that's a great picture.
One thing, like this is not like I'm at one of the houses of the chess club. Like I'm not actually having a picture here of Yasser in my house.
Well, first of all, that's okay if you do. If you just got a shrine there to Yaz. No, I'm kidding. All right. Well, shout out to Yaz and shout out to that's a great picture. But have a great end of the show here with Anamaya. I know you guys got a few hours of exciting work ahead, and I'm gonna bounce. And thank you everybody on the BotezLive channel for having me. And we'll see you around.
See you around, Danny. Have a good one. All right, and welcome back everyone to BotezLive. We traded an Danny range for Anamaya. Anamaya, welcome back to the channel. We have Alexandra against Linda, and we also have Jennifer Yu against Nemo.
Yes, thanks so much, Benjamin. Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone. I'm glad to be back. It was a lot of fun commentating with Danny, but now we're back with Benjamin, and yeah, it was a exciting first part of the first round, and now we have 2 more exciting games ahead of us. And the game between Anna Kramling and Dina Belenkai is still ongoing. But we're going to focus on these 2 new games over here. So if you want guys to take a look at Anna's game, I invite you to make sure to watch Anna's stream on twitch.tv/Anna Kramling as
Wait, I think I lost you there. I think we might have lost Anamaya, but yeah, feel free to check out Anna Kramling's channel to see the end of that game. It feels like Anna Kramling should hold a draw, but she's still down a pawn, so it's not that pleasant. Let's hope Anamaya comes back soon. But yeah, we have the games between Alexandra Botez and Linda that has just been started. So let's show you guys what happened there on the first couple of moves. All right, so Alexandra played 1 d4, d5 was played, c4 by Alexandra, e6 by Black, the Queen's Gambit declined, and Alexandra went for an early trade on d5. Now she played bishop f4, knight f6, and knight c3. So this is the position we have right now. I think, yeah, and Linda is already thinking. So Alexandra taking an early lead on the clock. In the other game, oh no, wait, sorry, I messed it up. My bad. Wait. Never mind. This board is the game between Jennifer Yu and Nemo. This started out as a Queen's Indian. An opening I have created a course on with an early bishop a6 attacking the pawn. Now there's many ways to defend the pawn. For example, you can go b3, queen c2, queen b3, queen a4, or the move Jennifer played, knight bd2. And Nemo played d5, putting more pressure on the d5 pawn. Here, Jennifer played bishop to g2, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, bishop g2, bishop e7. Now she castled. Nemo castled as well. And she played knight to e5, creating a pin here on the long diagonal. And Nemo played bishop to b7 to neutralize that pin. So I would think White has a very small advantage here out of the opening, but Black very, very solid. Still anything that can happen. So good opening play here from both players. And in Alexandra's game, the game started out with 1d4, as I mentioned, d5 by Linda, c4, e6, the Queen's Gambit declined. Alexandra went for an early trade, Black recaptured, and now bishop to f4, knight f6 was played, and knight c3, and Linda is thinking. I'd say Black should be doing pretty fine here. It's quite nice for Black that this trade took place very early. Now this bishop can develop comfortably to, let's say, f5. Black can also play bishop to d6. But I guess Alexandra just wanted to get a position with a lot of pieces on the board, a lot of play still left in the position. And yeah, we'll see what is going to happen. But it's good for Alexandra that she has an early lead on the clock here. She's up 10 minutes. So if anyone has any questions in the chat as we're waiting for the moves to come in. Actually, Jennifer just moved. She played queen to c2. Very logical move, putting the queen on a slightly better square, vacating the d1 square for the rook. Maybe something like c5 here makes sense for Black to challenge the center. But yeah, all of the pieces still on the board and a lot of play still left. Yeah, so let's hope that Anamaya comes back quickly. So yeah, like I said, feel free to ask some questions in the chat. Anna Kramling versus Dina is objectively a draw, but it is still a little bit unpleasant for White. White is down a pawn and is still going to have to work for it. And Anna Kramling also only has 3 minutes on her clock. So as Anamaya said earlier, feel free to go to twitch.tv/Anna Kramling, where Anna Crumling's mother, Pia Crumling, is commentating over there. But yeah, all right. Good to see you, Gypsy, in the chat. All right. Linda still in the tank. Yeah. How did it go in the Dutch Championship? I reached the semifinals, so not a bad tournament, but I would have loved to win. I'm sending some viewers there. Thank you, Gypsy. All right. Nemo has Joe Brune and GM Benjamin. I guess GM Benjamin Feingold. GM Benjamin Feingold is commentating over there. Yeah, GM Benjamin Feingold. Yeah, so the Benjamins are working hard today. Thanks, Ulon, for gifting me a sub to the Botas channel. Really do appreciate it. Thanks. No, Alexandra is not playing in London. The London arises if white goes for bishop f4 without pushing the c pawn to c4. This is a queen's gambit declined. But good question in the chat. So, yeah, as we see here, I guess here we might see, thanks to Ulon for gifting another sub. I guess we might see here the fact that Linda isn't that active of a tournament player anymore, as she's taking her time. But Black is doing absolutely fine. I mean, you can go, like I said, you can go bishop d6, c6, also a very solid move here, defending the pawn on d5. I did not just wake up. It is 6 p.m. over here in St. Louis. Thanks to Ulon for gifting another sub. Very generous support. Are Anna and her mom playing in the Olympiad? I do not know, but feel free to check it out on chess results. All of the teams have been listed there. And actually, I will be playing for the Dutch team, and Anna Maya will be playing for the Netherlands women's team. So we will be there as well. Okay, that is awesome. She's playing at a festival in St. Louis at the end of August. At a music festival. Anna and her mom are playing. Okay, that is great. That is great. All right. Okay, so let's see. Nemo is still in the tank. Jennifer, you up a couple minutes on the clock. And Linda is thinking as well. Board 1 of 3. Okay, that is great. Anna's father is the coach. Okay. That must be awesome. That must be awesome. Anna Kremling and Dina are still playing as far as I can see. Let me check. Yes, that game is still ongoing. With best play, that should be a draw. But like I said, white is down a pawn. It's still a little unpleasant, but I feel pretty good about Anna Kremling's chances to hold that one. The thing is, white has pretty good chances. First of all, because there's only very few pawns left on the board. And also, black has a d-pawn. And the d-pawn is pretty close to the king side. So Anna Kremling can nicely put her king on a square like f3 or e3 in some cases. Both to, keep defending the king side, but also to attack the pawn on, to keep the d-pawn at bay. All right. All right. If Benjamin and Hammer commentated at the same time, would the chess world explode? Well, Hammer and I have commentated both for the Hikaru channel at the same time, and it didn't explode. So yeah, no worries. All right. So yeah, but I also learned that they're apparently playing at a mansion in Malibu. I mean, the playing hall looks great. So yeah, they really got an amazing event together. So yeah, I think Daniel was talking about this earlier. This tournament is really a one of its kind. So yeah, I think a great idea by the Botes sisters here. All right, and yeah, let's talk a little bit about the other matchup. So, like I said earlier, Alexandra and Linda used to play each other back in the day. They used to play in American Girls events. We also have the matchup between Jennifer Yu and Nemo. So Jennifer is a two-time US Women's Champion. Nemo is a former Canadian Women's Champion, and both are women grandmasters. I think Jennifer is also an international master. Jennifer will be a senior at Harvard in a few months, I guess maybe in like a month or so. And NEMO used to study at the University of Toronto, I believe, before going into chess content creation full-time. So it's really a battle here between US versus Canada. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. And yeah, let's hope Anamaya will be back soon. She was having some issues with her internet. NEMO played a move. She played pawn to c5, a good move, challenging white center. Good move. All right, so let's see what Jennifer is going to do here. She can take on c5 and take on d5. Then we will get the hanging pawns. The hanging pawns can be a little bit vulnerable, as they will be on these half-open c and d files. But they also give black more space in the center. So a very double-edged game here. Like I said, I created the course on the Queen's Indian, and I've studied these positions a lot. I think black is often doing quite fine, and that's also what the evol bar is indicating here. So yeah, I think both players cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. Jennifer Yu has, yeah, she can maybe put some pressure on those hanging pawns, but NEMO can get a lot of piece activity. So this game can really go either way. At the same time, Linda is still thinking, and she's already falling 20 minutes behind on the clock. All right. So yeah, like I said, if anyone has any questions in the chat, feel free to ask. Oh, is Papa Botez the arbiter? I did not know. Wow, that's awesome. All right. You haven't seen Hammer since he played the Norwegian Championship? Yeah, I think Hammer, he hasn't played that much in a while. I don't know how he did at the Norwegian Championship. I hope for him he won another title, but I honestly don't know if he did. All right. Where is this taking place? This is taking place in Malibu, California, in a gray mansion. Yeah, unfortunately, Andrea lost the first round to Jules, but yeah, like I said, credit to Jules. I think she, well, Danny talked about this earlier. Jules played as a kid and then wasn't that active in chess, and she picked up chess a couple years ago, maybe because of the Queen's Gambit, because her name is Jules Gambit. But yeah, she made a lot of progress. I thought, I mean, honestly, I thought her rating was around 1400. Maybe that was her rating not too long ago, but right now her rating is like 1800 or 1850 even. And yeah, looked like she played a good game against Andrea. So let's see how Andrea will try to recover from that. And so yeah, right now it's Alexandra who is playing. Okay, so wait, it's Linda's move, but she's adjusting the chair a little bit. Let's see which move she is going to come up with. All right. I don't believe Andrea is the lowest seed in the tournament. I think it's Jules. So Jules already causing a slight upset there. Yeah, she's the second lowest, as Clock of Omens is pointing out in the chat. What's up with the tables? I don't know. Yeah, like I said, if anyone has any more questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. Also, by the way, the time control of this tournament is the classic FIDE time control. It is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. And then after move 40, the players will get an additional half an hour. And they also get 30 seconds of increments for each and every move. What is my rating? My rating is around 2600. Quite sadly, right now, I'm a little bit below, but I used to be above 2600 for many years. So my goal is to try to get back in yeah, the next tournament, really. Jules was 1000 USCF and had no FIDE rating when she stopped in 2013 and has got up to 1800 in both USCF and FIDE in just over a year back. Wow, that is amazing. Benjamin, can you live off playing chess alone? There's only a handful of players that can live off playing chess alone. I'd say the top 20 or so. I mean, well, first of all, it depends on what you define as a living, right? I've talked about this many times. Some people define a living as, let's say, making 200K a year. Others define it as, let's say, making 100K a year. Others as like 50, or some might be able to make a living off of making a couple thousand every month, right? If you live in countries where the cost of living is a lot cheaper. But I'd say, you know, for like, let's say the Western world standards, only, let's say, the top 20 or so can really make a good living off of making playing chess full time. Others, they, you know, do other things like coaching, chess content creation, things of that nature. We have a move by Linda. It looks like she played the move bishop to d6. A very natural move, offering the trade of bishops. I like it. Good move. Just a bit of a pity that she took 20 minutes for it. So let's see now what Alexandra is going to do. She can trade the bishops on d6. She can also move the bishop to g5. But then it does feel like a pity that you lost the tempo, right? Usually in the Queen's Gambit declined, white plays bishop to g5 in one go. All right, Alexandra did trade on d6, and I assume Linda is going to recapture with the queen. You do not want to recapture with the pawn, as that's going to give you double isolated pawns, and the d5 pawn becomes very weak. So indeed, we have queen takes d6 on the board, and I expect Alexandra to play e3 to continue her development with something like bishop d3 coming next. All right, we have some more questions in the chat. How well versed am I in fashion? My name is not Gucci Reza Faruja. As somebody's pointing out in the chat, yeah, also a lot of title players, they create Chessable courses these days. What is the biggest myth of opening principles chess rules you have heard? Well, sometimes players like to say, like, oh, if you study an opening, you only learn an opening. I don't think that's entirely true. I think if you study an opening the right way, you will also learn all the plans and ideas that you can use in the middle game, and sometimes even in the end game. I just think you should study an opening the right way. So this whole notion of, oh, if you study openings, you only learn opening, you don't become a better chess player. I don't 100% agree with that. I think, again, if you study it the right way, you will also learn the plans and ideas. So let's see, do we have more questions in the chat? You can't get paid in pineapples, yeah. The wall behind me and my t-shirt seem to match the color scheme of the Twitch stream. Was this intentional? No, this was actually a coincidence. I honestly had no idea what the color scheme of the stream was going to look like. But I'd say, like, my t-shirt isn't the exact same color of the stream. I also have a t-shirt that's more like darker green. So maybe I'll wear that another day. All right. Let's see. Jennifer is still thinking. Alexandra is still thinking. No, Alexandra has moved. Alexandra played queen to c2. Very logical move, putting the queen on a slightly better square and stopping black from playing bishop to f5. I assume that in case she would have played e3, maybe she didn't like that black has this move. To be fair, you have to move queen b3, putting pressure on d5 and b7. I assume black should be fine here in some way, but you might have to go for a pawn sacrifice, like knight at d7, or maybe something like knight c6. You let white take, but then you have rook b8 and rook takes b2. So maybe Alexandra didn't want to allow to move bishop f5 altogether. Queen c2, by the way, also sets up ideas of knight at b5, hitting the queen and the pawn on c7. So let's see how this one is going to proceed. We also have more moves, I believe, in the game between Jennifer Yu and Nemo. So Jennifer took on c5, and Nemo recaptured with the pawn as well. So like I said, we might get the hanging pawns here. For those of you who don't know, the hanging pawns arise, rather, when you have these pawns on d5 and c5. And I believe they're called hanging because they're not protected by any neighboring pawns. So they can be a little bit vulnerable. Also, they're on these half-open d and c files, so white can try to attack them. But it's not so easy to actually do so. And like I said, the advantage for black is that black actually has pawns in the center. White doesn't, right? So black has more space. And generally speaking, what black would like to do here is keep a lot of minor pieces on the board. However, it's not always going to be that easy. Like if you go knight d7, you might offer a trade. If you want to keep pieces on the board, a plan to do so is maybe to go knight a6 to c7 and the e6. If you really do want to keep the knight on the board and don't want to exchange it for the white knight. So now Jennifer has to decide how she's going to place her pieces. A move like rook to d1 makes perfect sense to me. And by the way, she has already taken on d5, and I expect Nemo to recapture with the pawn. If you recapture with the bishop or the knight, then you're going to have an ugly isolated pawn on c5. So e takes d5 is is going to be played. I'm quite sure about that. Yes, they are all going to play each other. So this is called a round robin defense. No, round robin tournament, where everyone plays everyone. What do I think is the best way to improve as a 1700 rated player? I think the best way to do so is just playing as much chess as possible and doing a lot of puzzles. Good question, Killer 95 in the chat. I think, yeah, you definitely have chances to get a title. Yeah, I think if you're like, your highest chess.com game review is 2015. I do not feel more or less stressed. I am not stressed. I am very chilled out. I'm not stressed at all. All right, so c takes d5, e takes d5 happened in the game between Jennifer and Nemo. What number of games is possible in chess? I think the number, I don't know. It's probably, well, here's the thing. So your question is like, how many games are possible? And I guess taking into account that, let's say, if threefold repetition takes place, it's a draw. And if, let's say, the 50 move rule takes place, it's also a draw. Then I honestly don't know, but the number is humongous. Because I think there was a saying that after, let's say, 3 or 4 moves by white or black, there are a lot of different positions, like more than stars in the universe. Something like that. There's a lot of different directions in which a chess game can go. Is her name pronounced Nemo or Nemo? Hey, I don't know. All right. Is it wise to perform a Swiss gambit in a round robin? There's no benefit to a Swiss gambit, so you really want to try to win every game. Yeah. Would you play into these hanging pawns as black? I think black is doing quite fine. Like I said, I often play the Queen's Indian defense myself as black. And I used to think that white's often better here due to the hanging pawns. But the more I studied these positions, the more I found out that black is doing perfectly fine. Especially if you can keep all the pieces on the board. Like I said, you can go knight d7, offer the trade of knights. Also, let's say knight a6 to c7 to e6. This rook often moves to e8. The other rook often moves to c8 to add some support to this pawn. And if you run out of useful moves with your pieces, often an effective plan is to go like h5 and h4 to try to undermine white's king side a little bit. So I think black's doing perfectly fine here. What is a Swiss gambit? A Swiss gambit is where you start a little bit slowly in an open tournament. An open tournament can also be referred to as a Swiss tournament. But then, because you started slower, you will also get easier pairings. However, the drawback of a Swiss gambit is that your tiebreak will be worse. Do you ever move the hanging pawns forward? Often you keep them where they are. Because if you move them forward, let's say you move the d pawn forward, right? Then you create a weak square on c4. If you move the c pawn forward, you create a weak square on d4, and the pawns become more vulnerable. So often I'd say you keep them where they are. However, there are cases where the looming d4 push might be annoying for white. So it's really maybe rather the threat that is stronger than the execution of pushing the pawns. Okay, b3 by Jennifer Yu. Very useful move. Aiming to fianchetto the dark square bishop makes perfect sense, because the bishop on b2 will be putting pressure on the knight on f6, which is a very useful defender of the pawn on d5. So now let's see what Nemo is going to do. She can go knight to b7. Again, I also like the idea of going knight a6 and maybe knight here. Rook e8, also a fine move. So this game really can go either way. All of the pieces on the board. And in the game between Alexandra and Linda. It seems like Linda is still thinking. Yes, Linda is still thinking after queen c2. So Alexandra already up half an hour on the clock. Now, the thing with classical chess is that it might take a while before these games heat up, but when they do, things definitely become exciting. Nemo played knight of c6, and we saw an early piece trade here. I think that's in Jennifer's favor. Again, the advantage that Black has is that she has more pawns in the center, right? So she has more space. However, these pawns are also a little bit weak. So often what you want to do is when you have more space is you want to keep pieces on the board, which again, I thought this was a nice move. Also, I like knight d7 better because now you improve the placement of your queen. The bishop on c6, it's not a big deal, but it is vulnerable for the moment. It is hanging, and it does allow Jennifer a move like b4 if she wants to put pressure on the pawn on c5 right away. Also, a move like bishop b2 is an idea, with the potential idea to take on f6 and take on c5. Not right away, because if you take, Black would attack the rook on a1, so you cannot take. But maybe what you do is you play a move like rook c1 with the idea to take here and then take here, because Black doesn't really want to recapture with the pawn. So maybe what Nemo should do is play a move like rook c8, so she can meet rook to c1 with bishop to b7 and make sure that this pawn is protected. So let's see what Jennifer's going to do. Bishop b2 makes perfect sense to me. So let's see if that move will be played. I don't think Jennifer is barefoot. We have Alexandra in the background. Yes, the Svana brothers are also around 2,600. So very strong brothers. Yeah, and the Van Forees brothers are also very strong. Jordan actually right now is very close to 2,700. And Lucas is around like 2,530. What are my favorite? Yes, I saw another question in the chess about chess books. A book I used to read a lot when I was an up-and-coming player was Dvoretsky's Endgame Manual. And I was also lucky enough to do a training session with Mark Dvoretsky. So yeah, he has written a great book on Endgame. So I'd say his book is pretty advanced though. His book is pretty advanced. So I would only recommend it when you're maybe over like 2,000 FIDE. But if you're over that level, like his book is fantastic. I think Sam Shanglin praised his book as maybe one of the best chess books ever written. All right. So hopefully Anamaya will be able to rejoin soon. If anyone has any other questions in the chat, feel free to ask them. Bishop e2 has been played by Jennifer. And wait, Nemo. No, wait, sorry. Jennifer has not moved yet. She hasn't moved yet. Linda is still thinking, by the way, as Alexandra has put on a hat and grabbed a mug and some pretty interesting slippers, right? Or do you call them slippers or flip-flops? Or can you call them both? Is Alexandra's rating not updated? I do not know. I can check for you guys. Alexandra's rating is 2017, so her rating is updated. All right, Jennifer reaching for a piece. And from Pineapple, yeah. All right, Jennifer goes pawn to b4. Interesting move. Challenging the pawn on c5. All right, so it's not so easy for Black to deal with this. The pawn on c5 is hanging. You cannot take the pawn on b4 as that will hang the bishop on c6. You also don't quite want to play c4 because then White can take with the knight. And if Black recaptures, then White takes the bishop on c6. White wins a pawn. And I would say White is just winning there. Maybe after c4, knight takes c4, what you can do is take the pawn on b4. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. Maybe a move like queen to b6, activating the queen, adding some support to the pawn on c5. Makes sense to me in case White takes, you can recapture with the queen. I don't think you want to recapture with the bishop, as that runs into rook b1, and I think you might just be lost. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. But yeah, nice move by Jennifer, putting pressure on the pawn on c5. All right, in the meantime, it looks like Anna Kremlin, like we said earlier, you can tune into her stream to see what's going on there. But I think she's holding the draw against Dina. Now, obviously, Anna was winning earlier, so it must be quite a heartbreaker for her to blunder like that just before the time control. But overall, a draw against Dina is a good result, especially given the fact that she was lost before Dina blundered. So I think a draw, given the fact that taking into consideration everything that happened, I think is a fair result, right? First, Dina was winning, then Anna was winning. So I think both players can live with a draw.
Hello, hello.
Oh, and welcome back, Anamaya.
Hi, thanks, Benjamin. I'm so sorry. My internet decided to give up tonight. It's, I guess, well known that maintenance happens in the middle of the night, and I was not prepared for this, though.
Yeah, no, it happens. It happens. Yeah, like those maintenance things always happen at the worst moment. But it's great that you're back, Anamaya. Have you been following the games a little bit? Like, what do you think about everything that's going on?
Let's take a look. I have been a little bit out of it because I was trying to do everything to fix things, and I'm currently on my laptop and phone. So we're trying to work with what we have. Let me take a quick look. So, let's see. Could you give me a quick recap of what happened? What did I miss?
Yes. So the game between Alexandra and Linda started off as a queen's gambit declined, where Alexandra traded on d5 very early. So now we have what's called this Carlsbad structure. But we have a move by Linda. Let me just update real quick. Oh, she played knight c6. The move is quite surprising to me, because normally you want to put the pawn on c6 to add some support to the d5 pawn. I think now Alexandra is also a tiny bit better, but really the thing is that she's up half an hour on the clock.
Oh, wow. That's a huge time advantage already. So knight on c6 is, I guess, a bit unusual because you'd rather push a pawn to c6, and you want to develop that knight later to d7. It makes sense, though, to feel like, oh, let's play knight c6, attack the pawn d4 that's currently not defended, and perhaps we can play knight b4 with the idea to then go for bishop f5. If we get to play bishop f5, that would be great. So maybe this is what she has in mind.
Yeah, no, definitely an interesting idea. We'll have a look at that shortly. But yeah, just wanted to update you about what happened in the other game. The other game between Jennifer Yu and Nemo was a Queen's Indian with an early bishop. Like, I guess I can run you through the moves real quick.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So Jennifer opened up with d4, and Nemo played a knight of 6, c4, e6, knight of 3, avoiding the nimzo, which arises after knight c3 and bishop to b4. So knight of 3 was played, and here pawn to b6. So this is the start of the Queen's Indian.
Okay.
G3 was played, and Black's main move, after pretty much any move, is bishop to b7. But only after the move g3, Black's main move is the move bishop a6, attacking that pawn on c4, which is a little awkward to defend. You have many ways to do so, and Jennifer chose to do so with the move knight bd2. Here Nemo played a d5, putting the pawn in the middle. Jennifer played bishop g2, bishop e7, castles, knight e5, bishop e7, queen c2. We see c5, d takes c5, b takes c5, c takes d5, e takes d5. So now we have the hanging pawns.
All right.
Jennifer played b3, and here I think a slight inaccuracy by Nemo. She played knight of c6, which allowed Jennifer to take on c6. And now play the move b4. I think a nice move by Jennifer, putting pressure on the pawn on c5. So yeah, that's what happened in this game. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of pressure on that pawn on c5. So it's really difficult to handle this with Black, because you can't really move that pawn. It's pinned, the bishop on c6 is hanging. And if you move the pawn to c4, then you can just capture that because the pawn on d5 is also pinned. So I guess that's why knight c6 was a bit of a problem that black has to deal with now. And after this, the bishop on c6 is misplaced, and I guess you'd have to think of playing moves such as queen b6. What do you think white can do after that?
Yeah, I thought queen b6 should have been played as well. Then white probably takes on c5. Black should probably recapture with the queen, because just to illustrate, if you take with the bishop, I think you just lose after rook b1. I don't see... Maybe you have a move here, but after bishop b5, there's a4. Queen a5 runs into knight b3. The evil bar doesn't move, but to me, this looks problematic. But the move that was played by Nemo is the move rook to c8. And now Jennifer just took the pawn on c5, and it's honestly not so easy to get back, because white's just going to go knight b3 and bishop b3. So I'm curious, maybe what Nemo can do is maybe start with knight d7. So she can meet knight b3 with bishop a4, right? Pinning the knight. But that hangs this pawn on d5.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of trades, and even if white ends up with the pawn, it's perhaps not easy to convert that into a winning position. So a lot of trades happening, and I think that is in Nemo's favor, because these kind of lines are hard to deal with the black. You always get a little bit stuck with your pieces. They're not in the right places. The pawns in the center are always hanging. So I think if she gets this kind of position, she should be happy, at least.
Yeah, and we have a move by Nemo. She played bishop to b5, activating the bishop, attacking e2 and c5. And I think Jennifer has already moved. She played knight at b3.
Right.
Anna, to me, this just looks problematic. I think black's just down a pawn and really doesn't have enough.
Yeah, because now if you play bishop a4, it feels like a waste of time, because white has an extra move. So I guess you can just play bishop e3, defend the pawn on c5, move the rook to c1, and everything seems fine for white.
Yep. We also have some moves in the game between Alexandra or we have a move in the game between Alexandra and Linda. Alexandra played the move we expected, the move e3, just solidifying the pawn on d4. So now let's have a look. Maybe knight b4, what happens? I guess you just move the queen to... Maybe we can do this. Like, let's say queen b3. And if you go bishop f5, maybe I go knight b5, attacking your queen. Now, if you go knight c2 check, I can take. And if you take, I take. The material's even, but you have these double isolated pawns. So maybe you have to move your queen as well. And if I take... This gets very sharp. Maybe you move the king. No, wait, this doesn't work. No, because I thought check and then here, but I take here at the end. So I don't know.
Right.
Maybe you take it to queen and then something. I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess you can come in with queen c2, and it starts to get a little bit shaky on the white side, right? I guess queen takes d7 still.
Yeah, or maybe bishop b5 check looks quite awkward to deal with. And white's actually getting castled pretty quickly. Maybe the move actually, maybe we had the right idea, but maybe you should go like king, let's say d8. Yes, the evil bar did a move. And then if you take, then a check, and now you take the rook. Yeah, this is the difference, because now you cannot take on b7 with check. And like knight e4 is coming in as well. And it's more likely that the knight on a1 is going to escape via the c2 square. And the knight on a8 might just get trapped.
Right. Yeah. So that's a little bit too much, of course, for white. So white needs to be very careful to not allow all of this. But yeah, it should be relatively easy to defend. Let's go back a few moves just to quickly check. After knight b4, do we have to play queen b3? I guess we can. We don't even have to play aggressively, I guess. We can stick to, let's say, queen d2, and then play it safe with rook c1, and prepare moves such as knight b5, because that's another move that black needs to keep in mind, of course.
Right, yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think something like queen e2, as you pointed out, and then meeting bishop f5, rook c1, looks very solid. And then, you know, at the right moment, you can kick the knight away with a3. Makes perfect sense because yeah, it's always a little bit awkward if you have to move the knight back to c6. But Linda is still thinking. And again, like she's quite significantly down on the clock. So she has to speed up sooner or later.
Yeah, I guess, I'm not sure if you're aware, Benjamin, but she has not played in quite some time. Linda has not played competitive chess in a while. She has been working really hard on being a singer, an artist. She has been doing really awesome stuff. But the last time she played classical chess was, I believe, the beginning of 2017. So that's been a very long time, and I guess that explains her time usage. It's really hard to get back into chess after such a long break from competitive chess, and it's really awesome to see her back in action, but this is probably why she's taking her time, and she's still getting used to it again. So it makes sense that she's spending her time, and let's see how she fares against Alex, who has been playing a lot of classical recently. So and a very fun matchup, but Alexandra looking good so far with a very solid position and great time management.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, like I said, it's always difficult to get back into classical chess after a long break. But to be fair, when you're sitting at the board, it becomes like, you know, you get used to it very quickly again. So yeah, that's always how I feel. Anyway, we have some moves between Jennifer and Nemo. After knight b3, Nemo, or we have a move. We have the move bishop to c4, putting pressure on the knight, but I guess just bishop b3 by Jennifer, adding some more support to the c5 pawn. Bishop b3 also looks like a very natural move. And again, if Nemo doesn't have anything in the next couple of moves, I think her position is borderline lost because you're just down a pawn. d5 is weak as well. So yeah, we'll see what she's going to come up with, but it's pretty unfortunate. She had a very fine position out of the opening.
Yeah, exactly. It's a challenge to be down a pawn and try to win it back. She's trying her best to find ways to win it back and complicate matters for her opponent, but after bishop e3, your bishop can sit on d4 and all seems fine. Everything seems to be working out, and slowly but surely white can capitalize on this advantage. But yeah, for now, Nemo has to try to find more ways to complicate matters, because if she cannot come up with something, then Jennifer simply has a great position.
Right. Yeah. For sure. And Anna, I wanted to ask you, so have you played many of the players in this tournament? Maybe in some youth championships? Tell us a little bit about your experience against them.
Yeah, actually, a great question. So, a fun fact for maybe you and the audience, me and Nemo are exactly 1 day apart. She is born 1 day just before me, so she's 1 day older than me, and I got to know about this when we started following each other a super long time ago on Instagram, and she shared on Instagram that it was her birthday, and I was like, oh wait, it's my birthday tomorrow. So every single year we're wishing each other happy birthday on almost the same date. It's really funny. But in our younger years, when I remember in 2010, we played in the World Youth Championship, and I remember seeing her. She was playing under the flag of Finland, and then the next thing I know is she's playing for Canada, and I was so confused, like, wait, I remember her playing for Finland. What happened? And that was so fun to see the change, and she was playing in more events. I think I also met her in the World Youth in 2013, but we never actually faced each other in over the board classical. So we saw each other in these tournaments a lot. We were playing around the same strength, but we never faced each other. So I've known her for a very long time now. I have recently played Jules in Sunway Formentera, which was really fun. But other than that, I don't think I've faced the other participants in Odeboard Classical. I've played a lot of online games against Alexandra and others, but other than that, I don't think I faced him in the board classical.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Okay,
I
that's
faced
awesome.
Dina, and I faced Dina, of course. Yeah, I almost forgot.
Wait, where did you play Dina?
European Women Chess Championship.
Okay, nice.
A few years
What
back.
year? A few years ago. Okay, nice. All right, so it
2021
seems like
from top of my head.
2021. So that was like maybe when chess was just coming back after COVID, yeah?
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It was a bit of a strange phase. Yeah.
Probably had to play with did you have to play with a face mask on, or it was like maybe
Yeah, it was one of those years where everyone was getting checked if we had any we were like getting tested before the tournament started. It was one of those phases. It was a bit of a strange time where every documentation had to be checked and all of that. It was a bit of a strange time, but yeah, that was one of those years.
Okay, yeah, interesting. Yeah, so yeah, you have some experience against some of these players. I honestly have never played against any of them over the board. But yeah, it's great to see them competing against each other here at a great location in Malibu. And it looks like Alexandra has put on a head. Do you think it might be to block out the light a little bit? Because they seem to be having some lighting there.
Yeah, I cannot pull up the stream right now, but I do remember seeing that the players were facing some sunlight from outside. Could be. It could be that the sun is a bit disturbing, but yeah, it can also be, a way to, sometimes you will have to kind of cover your vision so your opponent cannot stare you in your eyes and see if they can find any clues.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, you see that a lot at the poker table where players are wearing a cap to cover their eyes, not to give anything away. But yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing. BotezLive is still looking for more playtesters for the chess video game Alexandra is working on. So anyone who has filled out the form previously is still eligible, and viewers can get more details by using !playtest and following the link. So feel free to check that out.
It sounds super exciting.
Yeah, no, it sounds exciting for sure. Yeah, I'm curious to see what that video game will look like. And but yeah, Anna-Maya, the game between Anna Kremling and Dina just ended in a draw. I know you were commentating on that one with Danny. What are your thoughts on that game?
That game was insane. I'm not sure if you have seen that game from start to end, Benjamin, but it was incredible. So for the longest time, Dina was doing really well in the opening. Anna misplayed it a little bit, where she had a good position, but then she gave it away, and Dina was about to play a positional masterpiece. But then all of a sudden, in time trouble, Dina made one mistake, and she spent so much time after that she ended in time trouble. And then all of a sudden, she blundered a piece. She missed that her pawn was pinned, the pawn that was defending the piece. And because of the move that she played, the pawn turned out to be pinned, and she lost the piece. So she was down a piece. She kept playing. Sometimes I think usually people would have resigned in that position because disaster of a position, it's completely lost now, no compensation. But she kept playing with a very good reason, because a few moves later, when Anna was completely winning, Dina suddenly won the piece back with a nice tactic, and that was very upsetting, of course, for Anna, who had just a completely winning position. Just a little bit more accuracy required on her end, as she was very low on the clock as well. She was playing on seconds at that time already. So yeah, heartbreaking game for Anna, I think. But I guess since both players blundered, a draw is a fair result.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I actually, I saw what happened indeed. Yeah, Anna was just one move away, I think, from winning the game. I think if she would have played Rook f8 there instead of Rook g4, I don't see how Dina can keep the game going. So that must have been a heartbreaker. But like you said, I think a draw overall is a pretty fair result, given the fact that, first Dina was winning, but, Anna was more winning. She was up a full piece, just one move away from finishing it off. Whereas, Dina was winning, but there was still a lot of work to be done, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that gives us a surprising leader for now. Jules Gambit. Jules.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Her name is Julia Schulman.
Julia is in the chat. Is in the lead. I was gonna say is in the chat because we're used to saying that so much when we're streaming. Like, oh, she's in the chat. No, but she's in the lead. So great start by Jules.
Yes.
And yeah, so let's see if maybe Alexandra or Jennifer or maybe Linda or Nemo can join her in the lead as well. Let's see. Do we have more moves? Yeah. Oh wow, Linda is still thinking. She's now down 40 minutes on the clock.
Oh, that's very concerning because you cannot be spending so much time early on. You need this time for the later stage in the game when things get really messy and complicated, because for now, all she needs to do is try to develop the pieces. And sometimes when you are not sure what to do, which pieces to move, where to go to, sometimes it just helps to play the most logical move. As long as you don't blunder, you're fine. So whichever move you want to play, let's say short castle or bishop e6, even bishop d7, a6 to prevent knight b5, or let's say you're ambitious and you want to play knight b4. Sometimes it's better to just pick one move because none of these moves are bad. One may be slightly better than the other, but it matters much more that you play the move that you desire quickly rather than spend so much time trying to figure out which move is the best move and then end up in a massive time scramble and then give away the game completely. So sometimes you just have to pick one of the options that you're thinking about and go with that.
Yep. No, for sure. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You really have to try to manage your game through you have to manage your time throughout the game and not spend a lot of time now. And because right now we're just in the opening stage. Whereas the game is probably going to heat up later on. The game will probably become more complicated, and that's where she will definitely need her time. In the meantime, we have a move by Jennifer. We were expecting the move bishop to be we were expecting the move bishop to e3, but instead Jennifer played the move bishop to b2. Also makes sense, putting pressure on the knight on f6, but this might make it a little bit easier for Nemo to potentially regain that pawn on c5. Not right now, because if you take on c5, white can take and then has bishop a3, creating a skewer, and that would win an exchange for Jennifer.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. I guess that is what Jennifer is counting on. But also this bishop on this diagonal is so strong. I can already sense ideas appearing such as queen c3 and that the knight just can't move. Let's say d4, g5, for example, could happen. So there's definitely a lot of tricks in this position, and Nemo has to be really careful to face them properly.
For sure. Yep. So let's see what is gonna happen. Nemo is still thinking. Yeah, the time situation in Jennifer versus Nemo is approximately even. Linda's still thinking. Yeah, Nemo, by the way, hasn't played classical chess in a while. Her last tournament was the National Open in June of 2022 in Canada. So that's already 2 years ago. And the tournament before that for her was the World Cup in 2021. But other than that, yeah, she's been on a big break from over-the-board chess. Like I said, she's just focusing on streaming and content creation.
Yeah, and she's been liking the shorter time formats much more. She's been loving Blitz and Bullet, and Classical is just a whole different level. And yeah, she was. I believe she needed a lot of convincing to participate in this tournament because she really does not want to play Classical. But it's really amazing that she agreed to play. It's good to see her back in Classical, and yeah, you never know. Maybe by playing a Classical tournament again, you find sort of the love and fun in the Classical again. But it's not easy because a lot of the times Classical just feels like torture. You're playing a game for, let's say, 5 hours, and one move can just decide the game, ruin everything, ruin your mood, and then tomorrow, the next day, you have to go again. So it's quite a torture that we put ourselves through, but sometimes the wins are satisfying enough.
Yeah, no, the wins are definitely more satisfying in Classical than, let's say, in a Blitz or in a Rapid game. But like I say, yeah, it's definitely a different animal. You have to prepare seriously for your games, whereas in Rapid and Blitz, I feel like you just sit down and play. And yeah, you're sitting there for a long time, actually, like, putting in the work. So Anamaya, yeah, I think you actually play quite a lot of classical chess yourself. You also play a lot of blitz chess. How do you how do you like switching from one time control to another?
So I've been playing Blitz for like so many years now, and recently I felt like I wasn't enjoying Blitz as much anymore. I have been trying to make the switch to classical chess because I want to focus on improving chess actually, rather than stemming 3-minute games over and over again. It's been really fun focusing on classical chess because yeah, at some point I just didn't really felt like I was enjoying Blitz as much anymore. It's fun from time to time, but doing it regularly felt more like if I was burning myself out. And I noticed now that I've been focusing on a classical chess more, my Blitz has declined quite a bit. I'm very slow. I was already quite slow. I'm like often in time trouble and stuff like that, but recently I was playing a few games and I thought, wow, like this feels so different all of a sudden. But yeah, from time to time it's fun to do play Blitz again here and there. Bullet is fun, just spamming the mouse basically. But I've been enjoying classical chess a lot. I want to improve, get better, and yeah, I'm not sure if so on the broadcast we was very kind to say that I'm woman grandmaster. I'm not sure if it's still there, but I'm not woman grandmaster yet, but Vila is manifesting it for me, so I appreciate it.
But you have a norm, right? You have one norm?
Yeah, true. I got it in the Dutch league, which was pretty crazy. I was not trying to get it, and then all of a sudden, one round before the last one, I suddenly had a chance to get the norm. So, yeah, that was awesome.
Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, so 1 down, 2 more to go, because you already crossed 2300, right? So you only need the norms.
Yeah, exactly. The norms are the challenge for now.
Yeah, no, I can definitely relate to that. When I was trying to become a grandmaster, I already had the rating for such a long time, but getting the norms took me such a long time. But yeah, no, what you said about like classical chess and blitz chess definitely resonates with me as well. And I think maybe also a lot of other chess players that, maybe when COVID came around, like it was nice to switch to maybe a more fun, online blitz chess. But after a while it becomes a bit old, and it doesn't become as meaningful. Like you said, winning a classical game feels more satisfying. It feels like you're actually competing, playing real chess, if you will. So yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat, but losing in classical just hurts, so
it's so painful.
Yeah. So that's always a struggle.
Yeah, and there's so many ways of losing in classical as well. Sometimes people lose on the clock, and it's one of the worst losses. Actually makes me curious, have you ever lost on the clock in classical?
Yes, yeah, I think like maybe 1 or 2 times. I mean, occasionally it does happen, or yeah, a few times where maybe you forget about the time for just a second, and
then it's gone.
And then yeah. But I've also flagged some of my opponents in games with increment because I noticed that they're not looking at the clock at all. And I know, like, hey, if I'm gonna look at the clock, they're gonna look at the clock as well. So what I do, like, I see them looking at the board, so I just look at the board as well. And then like they're completely frozen, they're completely forgetting about the clock. And I think like at some point I think like, hey, they must have flagged by now. But I know like, hey, if I look, they're gonna look as well. So I'm just sitting there, and but then at some point I'm like, well, they really should have flagged by now, right? So then I check, and they probably would have already flagged like 5 seconds ago. But yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you flag your opponents in classical chess with increment.
Yep, it happens. It happens to the best, and we have to somehow deal with it. In the meantime, seems like NEMO has made a move. She played the move a5, so she's trying to get an attack going on the knight on b3, which makes a lot of sense. Does Jennifer have to play the move a4, you think, to stop this?
Good question. Well, with a4, you do make the knight on b3 a little bit vulnerable. I would be looking for a move like, let's say, moving the rook, and then if white attacks your knight, then you move the knight. But it's not so easy. Yeah, I mean, a5, good move by NEMO. Good move by NEMO. Yeah, if you go a4, first maybe rook b8. Rook b8, then although rook b8, there might be knight d4. And if you take the pawn on c5, then there's knight c6. Take knight c6. So yeah, let's see what Jennifer is going to do here. But I think, yeah, again, a good move by NEMO. I mean, the thing is, if you go rook d1 after a4, maybe then knight d4. You give up the pawn on c5, but then you can capture the pawn on a4. That being said, then black can take on d4 and take on e2, which might not be too bad for black.
Yeah, it's but mine is definitely a lot of compensation, as in if you lose that pawn on c5, you're going to have so much play still with white, and that bishop on b2 is really making things difficult for black in the long run. So yeah, I'm curious to see how this will play out, but this is so far looking really good for Jennifer. And yeah, I do like what NEMO is trying to do. She's trying her best to win the pawn back in a proper way, so that she doesn't lose material, or that she doesn't yeah, allow obvious moves to happen.
Yeah. In the meantime, Linda is still in the tank. She's down to 32 minutes against 125 for Alexandra. So she's almost down an hour on the clock. Yeah, she has to move quickly. She has to move soon here. So yeah, I mean, Alexandra might have a very small advantage on the board, but it's really just advantage on the clock that's starting to become problematic. And yeah, I mean, yeah, in Jennifer's game, I don't know, the threat of a5, a4 is honestly not so easy to deal with.
Yeah, not so easy.
All right. And yeah, Anamaya, I saw that you will be playing for the Dutch women's Olympic team. That is awesome. So yeah, well,
yeah, that's true.
What do you yeah, tell us a little bit about that.
It's really awesome to be back on the team. I was already playing European teams last year, but Olympiad is of course special. I played my first and last Olympiad 8 years ago, so it's been a long time. And yeah, I'm super happy to be back on the team. We have a really strong team with Elena playing, Machteld, with Zhao Qingpeng playing, and we also have Marlies Spencer de la Baca. She is a little bit less known to yeah, the people, the audience, because she hasn't played that much classical these years. But she's still 2200 rated. She's very strong, so really happy to have her back on the team. And yeah, I'm super excited to play. It's going to be awesome in Hungary. And yeah, I know that a lot of other streamers are playing too. I believe Anna Kramling is playing there as well. Who else is playing? I'm sure there's other streamers playing as well, but I cannot think of them right now from the top of my head.
Well, I'm playing for the Dutch team. But yeah, thank you that you're forgetting about me. Awesome. No, but we also have a very strong team. I mean,
I didn't remember. Yeah. I couldn't remember exactly the 5 players of the team, but it's great that you made it again.
Yeah, no, we have yeah, Anish Giri, Jordan van Vreest, Max Warmerdam, Emmer Lamy, and myself. Yeah, I'd say a couple of months ago it would have been an absolute no-brainer that I'm just in a team, but I played some bad tournaments here in St. Louis, but happy to still make the team. Luke is coaching the Italian team, so it still was not a difficult decision for the Dutch Federation. But yeah, no, I'll definitely try to bring my A game. I'll do some. I'll try to prepare hard. We actually have a training camp planned in September before the Olympiad. So yeah.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun, yeah. And yeah, like I said, we have a strong team. We're seated 5th as of right now. Both Jordan and Max are winning some ratings, so maybe we'll even be seated 4th. Yeah, the top seed in the open section is USA. Their team is absolutely stacked with Fabiano, Wesley, Dominguez, Lavon, and then Ray Robson on board number 5. I mean, imagine if they also had Hikaru, then their team is absolutely insane. Then there's India, also a very strong team, China, and those are the 3 teams that have an average rating over 2,700. And then comes the rest. Then the 4th seed as of right now is Uzbekistan, the defending champions, and then us.
Oh, okay, looking good. I'm super excited, rooting for you guys, of course. I don't think we are that high ranked in the tournament, but it's going to be super awesome. Olympiad is such a big event. So many countries from all over the world are participating. So definitely an event to look forward to.
Yep. And I think none of the players, or is Dina playing in the Olympiad? I think
No,
Alexandra,
I checked. She's
Andrea,
not.
and Nemo are all not playing the Olympiad, right?
They're also not playing, no, unfortunately.
But Anna Crumling, like you said, is.
Yeah, she's playing, yeah. Yeah, I was wondering, Benjamin, I'm not sure if you talked about this with Danny, but do you have any predictions for this tournament? Who do you think is going to take the win? Now that the games have started a little bit, it's still early stages. Do you already have a winner in mind?
Yeah, so I mean, it really depends on also, of course, what happens in the first round. But I think if Jennifer Yu wins this first game, I think she's got good chances to win the tournament. I think she should be the favorite. Well, I've talked about this a little bit with Danny. She's a 2-time US women's champion, so she knows what it takes to win. She's also still fairly active in classical chess. She played the US Women's Championship and the US the American Cup as well. And yeah, so I think she should be the favorite. Dina might have a chance as well. She's also a WGM, but her game against Anna Kremlin seemed a little rusty. Nemo is another WGM, but yeah, like we said, she hasn't played in a long time. So yeah, Jennifer Yu is, in my opinion, definitely the favorite, because also I think her peak rating is quite a bit higher than the other players, and also her current rating.
Yeah, true. I think Jennifer has a really good chance, but I think I'm going to vote for Alexandra winning the tournament, just because she's one of the underdogs to win the tournament, but she has been putting the work and effort in her chess. She has been improving, and she has had this crazy win streak recently, winning 2 tournaments back to back. That's not an easy one. So she's been looking really good. When I was commentating, when we were commentating on this one of her games, I was really impressed by how easy she makes it look like. So yeah, I have faith in her to do well. I think the player should definitely not underestimate her. And I think Linda is feeling a little bit of how active Alexandra is, and how she has no mercy for Linda, because she is up an hour on the clock right now, and she does not give Linda any room to breathe here.
Yeah, I mean, Linda, again, is doing quite fine on the board, but she's down so much time that she's really putting the pressure on herself, right? Which is a bit of a pity. She should just, move, just make moves. Alexandra, yeah, she might be a little bit better now because of that knight on c6. But yeah, like I said, we can really see here that Alexandra has been an active tournament player, playing quickly, whereas Linda probably is lacking that practice. She hasn't played in a while. And I think really the key with classical, of course, it's different from rapid and blitz, but you shouldn't treat it too differently. You should just, just move, right? As you would in a blitz game. Just make the moves that come natural to you. Just follow your instinct, but take your time in complicated positions where you have to calculate.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, I guess she needs to get used to the classical time control, this whole classical chess scene where you have so much time, but at some point the time runs out and you will need to start making moves really fast. And yeah, it's really easy to get lost in thoughts, to have it's relatable. I've been there. I'm not in this to this degree, but I think we all chess players have been in this situation where you start overthinking. You start thinking that there's so many moves possible, so many moves that look good, but which one do I pick? And then you're just tunnel visioning really badly. And this comes with inexperience, just not having had the practice anymore that is required. And you can really sense the difference between the two players here.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, a4 and knight d4 was played in the game between Jennifer and Nemo. I guess the critical variation now is whether Nemo can take on c5. I guess there's queen takes a4, and then bishop takes d4 and bishop takes e2. I mean, white would get the bishop pair there, but the material is quite limited. And honestly, that doesn't look too bad for black. Like, let's say we take on a4, you take on d4. Let's say you recapture with the bishop, black takes here. I don't know why the evil bar is so... Maybe it just thinks like white's better after, let's say, rook e1, you move the bishop, and maybe you just move the queen somewhere, followed by like a4.
Right.
And it just thinks like white is a big advantage because of the bishop pair. So bishop on d4 is an absolute monster, and you're just going to push that a pawn up the board. And the d5 pawn is actually not doing much at all.
Yeah, it feels like that pawn is unstoppable on the a file, so perhaps that's why white has such a good position. Yes, the bishop on c4 is stopping the pawn to go to a6, but I think the power of the pair of bishops would be shown here. So this position looks really good for white.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so we have bishop takes c5 by Nemo on the board. Let's just put the live position on. So yeah, I think now white should just take on c5. Maybe what Nemo should do is play the move queen to b6. Tag the bishop, put more pressure here. Maybe queen c2, but then you do walk into this line of the rook. So queen b6 to me, it looks like a good try. Also putting pressure on the knight, eyeing the pawn on f2, so you can just move the knight. Let's say white does go here. Maybe, can you take an a2, or is there
Ooh, tactics.
But does that work though? Take here, take... I think it does. Like bishop takes a2, look at this.
I think so too.
If you take, you can take on d4, and if white takes, you take on c2, and black goes up the exchange. So I don't know what white should do after bishop takes a2, honestly.
I guess moving the queen out of there as soon as possible. It doesn't feel safe. But where do you go? Because you need to defend your bishop on b2.
Right, yeah.
Not so easy. There's a lot of threats in the position.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is why the evil bar is giving white a slight advantage, but nothing dramatic, right? I mean, if black cannot take this pawn and white remains up a pawn, then the position is not good for black. But I guess bishop takes a2 keeps a fine position for black. I wonder what's a better move after queen to b6. Maybe rook b1, just defending the bishop like that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and just keeping it safe is sometimes the way to go.
All right. So let's see what is going to happen. For the moment, Jennifer is thinking. So this is our current live position. The time situation in this game is approximately even. Both players around an hour. Very slim lead on the clock for Nemo, up 6 minutes. Linda has moved. She played castles and bishop d3 by Alexandra. Now she's thinking again. She is down to 23 minutes on the clock against 124 for Alexandra. A move I like here is rook to e8, threatening knight takes d4. But I guess she just plays something like knight e2. And again, it's a normal Carlsbad position. Black's doing quite okay, but it's just the time, yeah, that's concerning.
Yeah, it feels like this is Alex's playground. She knows what she's doing. She's played this a lot of times, and yeah, especially if your opponent's spending so much time, I'm sure she's feeling really confident here. And yeah, Linda, on the other hand, really suffering under the time pressure now, and it's just so detrimental when your opponent is playing almost instantly right after you move. And then you have to start thinking all over again. Maybe there's a move you didn't expect, or maybe you don't really have a good follow-up on it. So yeah, really tough situation for Linda. I guess we can count this as a warm-up game. So we will hopefully see her rise and play her moves with more confidence in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, no, like you said, it might just be the rust a little bit that she still has to shake
a bit
off.
of nerves maybe as well.
Right.
Kicking in.
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, NEMO takes on d4. All right, so now she wants to regain the pawn on e2. But yeah, I mean, Vi just has a big strategic advantage after, I guess, bishop takes d4, moving the rook, moving the queen back, and then a4. So I think queen b6 would have been a better move. But perhaps NEMO thought like, hey, let me just regain the pawn. After queen b6, she might think like, well, she might not have been sure if she actually does get the pawn back. But again, Vi just keeps such a dominant position. And in the meantime, we have some more moves in the game between Alexandra and Linda. Linda played rook fe8. Good move.
She played your move.
E3s. Yeah. So knight takes d4 is a threat. So I think Alexandra will go knight ge2 to defend it.
Yeah, that will make a lot of sense. You want to make sure to block this e-file, and yeah, you can't really, let's say, go lone castle here. And there's no need to think of drastic measures such as putting the bishop back. So I think she'll play this move knight g2 rather quickly again.
Yeah. No, I think so too. All right. Okay, so let's see. And there, by the way, we have Papa Botez in the background. So apparently he's the FIDE arbiter. He's the arbiter at this tournament, right? I did not know that he is a FIDE arbiter.
Yeah, I played in this one tournament it was in St. Louis, actually. It was the Susan Polgar Foundation Girls Invitational. I played in tournament, and later I found out that Papa Botez was actually the arbiter there. It was not one of my best tournaments. I was doing amazing, but then spoiled everything in the last round. Yeah, I found out later that he was the arbiter there, and at the time I had no idea because this is all the way back in 2016. So it's been a long time.
Right. Yeah, I see here he has been a FIDE arbiter since 2016. He's a FIDE arbiter category D. And he's licensed. So yeah, no, that's amazing that he's how would you call it, arbitering this tournament? Is there a word for that? I don't know.
I have no idea about the verb of that.
All right. Anyway, let's see what's gonna happen.
It was interesting. What is interesting to see is that NEMO is up on the clock. I guess she has this like kind of, she plays a lot of blitz chess, so she has this feeling of playing faster. Do you also notice perhaps if you play a lot of blitz that you start playing faster in classical, or is there like no correlation whatsoever?
Yeah, that is a good point. You're asking like if people who play a lot of blitz play faster in classical or play slow, right? Is that your question?
Yeah. Or it's like if it doesn't matter.
It's a bit of both. On one hand, I guess, yeah, people who play a lot of blitz, they're used to moving quickly, so they'll do that in classical as well. However, there's also players who like the adrenaline of blitz, and so because that they might be slow in classical as well. So because first of all, they like the urgency to move, but also maybe they kind of like the adrenaline of being low on time, which might sound weird, but yeah, it happens to some players.
Yeah, I feel a bit guilty of this, as in I'm not doing this on purpose, but I think it may happen subconsciously because every single time, like, my family would be watching my game and they would say like, oh, like, you finally woke up when you're down to 1 minute on the clock. It took you so long. And I think to myself, okay, well, it's a bit too exaggerated, but maybe there's some truth behind it, that as soon as you're down to 1 minute on the clock, then you start actually thinking really hard about your moves and yeah, speeding up. So yeah, maybe I'm subconsciously attracted to it. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Yeah, personally, my time management is also something I should work on. Yeah, I don't think I'm like I love being down on time, but you know, sometimes it just happens, like your time evaporates. So anyway, let's see what's gonna happen. We have some more moves between Alexandra and Linda. Yeah, as you have been pointed out, the move. Yeah, I was wondering about this.
Seems like she blundered here.
97 was played, but the first move, like you're looking at, is knight b5. I guess maybe what she missed is that after you move the queen, I guess knight takes c7 is not a good move because black goes rook here and you're in a pin. But you can just take the queen. You take a very important pawn. You're now threatening to take a knight c7. It's honestly difficult to see what black should do about it, because if you go rook c8, well, guess what? You'd run into a different fork. So I think after knight b5 and queen takes c7, white's just borderline winning. I mean, you're up a pawn. Black's entire structure is gone because now the d5 pawn is weak as well. So very unfortunate for Linda. I mean, she spent a lot of time, but it looks like she blundered.
Yeah, and Alex did play the move knight to b5, so she is on her way to win that pawn on c7, and slowly but surely Linda's position is going to crumble. Yeah, I guess this is just nerves kicking in. Some of the most unexplainable things could happen in a classical game. A lot of things that may not seem logical whatsoever. I recently had a game where I was feeling really confident. I really wanted to win, but for some reason, a lot of thoughts appear in your head. You start to mix lines, and some of the craziest, unexplainable things can happen where you see your opponent's moves, for example, but you respond really poorly to it, and it still happens, and you're just getting completely confused. And there's so many different ways that one gets confused in classical chess, because it's such a competitive atmosphere, and the stakes are high, and nerves are also getting in the way very often here.
For sure. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, as somebody said in the chat, like it almost feels like the sun is right in Linda's face, right? That's why she's probably sitting there with her hands like that. And that's probably also why Alexandra put on a hat. Yeah, the sun must definitely be annoying now, especially since she just like when everything is fine on the board, you know, you don't really care about such things. But when you just make a blunder, you're like, oh, I blundered. Why is the sun on my face? Like, and then all of those things all of a sudden become annoying.
Then you start complaining about other factors.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, she's down to 20 minutes with a bad position here. Like, again, if the position had remained even, then of course still the time is an issue, but now it's very much an issue.
Yeah, so she will lose her pawn and on c7, and we know that Alex is not going to give up on that very easily, and she will yeah, I wouldn't say convert it easily, but I have faith in her conversion in this, because she's a more experienced player. She has been playing so much recently, and yeah, she is the better player. So once you give the better player more material, it almost feels like you're about to lose, and things go downhill very fast usually.
Yep. In the meantime, Jennifer is still thinking. Yeah, there's no way for white to like win a pawn or anything. We talked about this. Black is getting the pawn back, but it's just more that, yeah, white keeps a big advantage. I think, yeah, you should take with the bishop. If you take with the rook is just going to be awkward here, and black regains the pawn on e2 anyway. So yeah, the bishop on d4 looks really pretty, like putting pressure on f6, potentially supporting the pawn as well. Nemo will probably take. And I don't know, to me, rook e1 looks very natural, but maybe, I don't know, moving the rook somewhere is even better. You cannot take the pawn on d5 as though I hang the rook in the corner. But after rook e1, I mean, maybe something like rook e8 is a little bit better. But yeah, it's just a very nice position here. Like we said, after here, let's say queen. I don't know if queen e1 is even the best move, right? Maybe queen b4. But I like queen here as well, followed by e4. And it looks tough for black. I don't see how you create any real counterplay.
Yeah, you're basically just defending and holding the position, making sure that you try to not give your opponent everything, but not a fun position to be in, where you're basically waiting for your opponent to do something and strike, and putting pressure on the position. So Yeah, if there's anyone fighting for something, it would be Jennifer here, but let's see what she decides to do as she's still thinking. There's only two moves that she can decide to play. Only two moves to do here, so yeah, let's see which capture she will go for. I was wondering though, maybe is there a chance that she's thinking of taking on d4 to then play moves such as rook f4 to attack the knight on f6 and try to open up this diagonal somehow?
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Yeah, however, again, that's how you give black some counterplay, right? The rook on f4 to me looks a little clumsy. Even if you do take an f6, I don't think it's the end of the world, right? Like, let's say we move the bishop. Maybe, okay, the engine thinks it is. I mean, maybe it does get very dangerous. So let's say quick bishop h3 to f5, then moving the queen over. Okay, yeah, point taken. Maybe a rook c4 for black if you don't want to deal with that. Like, let's say white takes. The pawn on c4 to me looks a little bit more dangerous than a pawn on d5. So it definitely makes sense. But I would just take with the bishop because it's just such an easy solution. Like, why make your life difficult if you can make it easier? In the meantime, by the way, we have some more moves in the game between Alexandra. Oh, you already pointed it out. Yeah, queen e7 was played by Lina. And again, you don't want to take with the knight, as black moves a rook to c8, pins your knight, and you get into a very unpleasant pin. But just take with the queen. You go up a pawn, again, threatening to take a knight c7. So white's up a pawn here with a good position, and I'm sure Alexandra, and she has just played it, yeah.
Yes, she played the right move. Of course, she saw that knight takes c7 was running into some issues. So queen takes c7. Once you're up material, you want to trade pieces. And especially now, queen takes c7 is not appealing because after that, there's knight takes c7 and the rooks are forked. So black can't even trade queens even if black wants to. So a very unpleasant position overall. This knight is heading to d6. The pawn on b7 is hanging as well. I guess you don't have to move the queen. You can try to follow up with a rook move, let's say rook ec8 to not give up on the pawn on a7. But being up a pawn on the conversion should not be too difficult because hard to see where the compensation is for black.
Yeah, and Jennifer is actually going for the plan that you mentioned. She took with the rook, bishop takes e2 by Nemo, and she was reaching for the rook again. So let's see if she is going to move that rook to... she moved it back to d2. Okay, so hitting the bishop. I guess black now will go bishop to c4. I think that maybe what Jennifer wants to do after bishop c4 is, let's say, play queen d1 with the idea to take on d5. But I feel like in those positions, black has pretty reasonable chances to hold a draw there. Because, okay, you're up you might be up this a pawn, but it's not going to be that easy to advance the a pawn. And at least black's pieces are active, right? I thought with both the bishops on the board, just pushing the a pawn, and then black really doesn't have any active play. But here, yeah, black might have pretty reasonable chances for a draw.
Yeah, the more trades happen, the easier it gets to make a draw. And in this case, pawns are also disappearing quite a bit. Yeah, and with the rook on d2, it makes a lot of sense to put the pieces this way, but there's not really a concrete way to gain the advantage, and you don't want to take on f6, as you said. This dark squared bishop is so strong. You'd rather use it to attack the pawn on g7, let's say. So you would want to put so much pressure on the knight that it has to move very soon.
For sure. Yeah. All right. So queen takes c7 was played in Alexandra's game. And let's see, Linda played rook e8, making sure there are no forks. But yeah, it's a tough position. I mean, maybe just something simple like taking on d7, followed by rook to c1. Again, white has the extra pawn. And the thing is, like, let's say you lose the h pawn or the a pawn, you know, it's also very good for white, but you've lost the c pawn. So now the d5 pawn is isolated and therefore weak. So yeah, this looks like a great endgame for Alexandra, and I'd be quite surprised if she doesn't win, especially because she's up an hour on the clock.
Yeah, she can just use her time if she needs to, or she can play fast still, because I guess it's a bit difficult to give away this position if you just play healthy moves. Even if you play moves such as f3, just to get the bishop away for the time being, to not allow your opponent to move the pieces forward and create compensation or counterplay, I mean. So yeah, I really like what Alex is doing, and her time management is great in this game. But I guess to be sort of devil's advocate, I guess that it has a lot to do with her opponent's time management, because if your opponent is spending so much time, then it also becomes easier for you to play faster. And yeah, so far Linda was not able to give Alexandra much of a challenge, and we'll see if she manages to recover from losing the pawn. But for now, Alex is doing just fine.
Yeah, when your opponent's spending a lot of time, what's very good to do is just sit at the board and think on your opponent's time, right? They're basically giving you more time to think, so you should utilize that. But I think it's D now for the raid to the Botez channel. And I think that's what
everyone.
Alexandra, yeah, welcome. But yeah, I think that's what Alexandra has been doing so far in this game.
Yeah, so very interesting game so far. It's interesting to see that actually bishop c4 has been played by NEMO, so the bishop went back. But yeah, it's interesting to see that the games are advancing quite a bit. So Alexandra already up a pawn. The game between Jennifer and NEMO is developing quickly. So interesting to see that the players are more or less playing fast, at least most of the players. So yeah, I'm curious to see if we will see a time scramble in the game between Jennifer and NEMO. They've been playing so quickly, and the game has been so simplified that I would even say that they are not going to end up in time trouble at all.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Yeah, the position is already rather simplified. They are on move 22, so they have another 18 moves to go until the time control. And yeah, I mean, NEMO still has an hour on the clock, Jennifer 43 minutes. I think for NEMO, like you said, like we've been saying, she hasn't played classical in a while. I think a draw for her in this game would be a pretty good start of the tournament. You know, you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose. Like then you play again, and then you lose the very first game. That's always annoying. But getting into the tournament with a draw, I think will be a good result for her. Especially since she was under some pressure earlier on.
Yeah, and it's a tough first pairing for NEMO. She's facing the #1 seed of the tournament. Your opponent is former 2 times the women's US chess champion, so not an easy opponent at all. NEMO has also been a Canadian women's chess champion, so we sort of have, in these 2 games today, we have a sort of Canada versus USA battle going on, where NEMO and Alex are the Canadians, and Linda and Jennifer are those from the US. So interesting coincidence. But yeah, really awesome to see. These players know each other also for quite some time. I believe Alex and Linda used to play a lot when they were younger in youth events. So it's really awesome to see that they're back facing each other. Especially seeing Linda back is really amazing, because she has been away from classical chess for quite some time now. So it's good to see her back behind the board. And let's see how she will do in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. In the meantime, Jennifer is still thinking. To me, yeah, Queen D1 looks very natural, and I honestly don't see how Black is not losing a pawn. Maybe we can have a look. Like, let's say you go Queen D1 here, right? So we're putting more pressure on D5. I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe if Black goes, let's say Rook E8, like, let's say you take, Black takes, and you take, or does Black have something clever, like maybe like Bishop E2? Because if you take everything, then the Rook is hanging. I guess, yeah, this starts to feel uncomfortable. Like, maybe there's Queen B1, but it all looks kind of clumsy, right? I mean, I don't know. It feels like there's got to be something here for Black. Although, I don't quite see what right off the bat, but yeah, again, it feels like there's got to be something.
Yeah, I mean, white is up a pawn, but the pieces coordination is quite terrible.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what you like. Let's say even if black plays a move like h5 here or whatever, which is probably not okay. Well, that's definitely not the move. But wait, what is the move here for black? I have no idea. Why is this so bad for white?
Is there some queen c3 where the rook on d2 is just trapped?
Maybe queen b2 there still.
Okay.
Yeah, again,
it's not so
like
easy.
Yeah.
I can't figure her out either.
No, wait. Okay, I have no idea. But again, just to illustrate that's sort of what we were talking about earlier, that if you do take the pawn, black gets active very quickly, and white's in trouble. You know what? I'm just gonna look with the engine. I didn't want to, but I'm just very curious. What is the move? Aha.
The grandmaster curiosity.
So apparently white's in big trouble. It's just rook cd8, pinning the bishop.
Wow.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing. What do you play here? Right, you cannot untangle. Like your rook on a1 is stuck. You're now pinned along the d file. A move to entangle before was queen b2, but now you just take on d5. And I guess after something like a4, maybe bishop c4, and you just lose material. So
wow.
That's why, yeah, white should not be too greedy.
Yeah. So that's why you have to be careful with where you put your pieces, because you can run into some trouble if your pieces are not developed properly. And yeah, that is something that Jennifer needs to keep an eye on, because it can get really tricky. If you go back to the live position. Yeah.
Yep, for sure.
I believe this is the live position. So
right, now Nemo,
yeah, a lot is still possible. No worries. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. No, I was just gonna say Nemo now is up 20 minutes on the clock. I think she has pretty reasonable chances to draw this. As we see, taking the pawn right away doesn't really lead to anything. And if you give black the time to go rook e8, then maybe you can follow with knight e4, and all of a sudden black's pieces get pretty active. I think the rook on d2, sorry, is a little clumsy. Alexandra has also moved. She moved the queen back to c2, which definitely keeps an advantage. But I mean, if I was up a pawn, like I would love to trade off the queens. So I'm a little surprised she didn't do that.
Yeah, I guess she wants to. It's one of those situations where you're. She knows that she's going. She knows she's going to win the game. She is feeling very confident, and then you want to keep the queens on the board because you want to be able to, let's say, give checkmate, or you want to win the queen, but you don't want to trade it, because the more you trade, then you're not able to win the piece. So she wants to win that queen and not trade it. So I guess this is her reasoning. She wants to win easily by keeping the pieces on the board and complicate matters. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, we have a move by Linda. Yeah, like I said, maybe since Linda is getting low on time, maybe she wants to keep the position more complicated and try to trick her in time pressure, perhaps. But I think, again, personally, I would just trade off the queens, go into an endgame up a pawn. I take that like any day of the week. But this also still looks very good for white, because you're up a pawn and the d5 pawn is still quite weak. And I guess now maybe just knight bc3, and that's on the board.
Right. So bishop f5 played by Linda. Yeah, challenging the bishop. But I guess white is happy to trade. I mean, at the end of the day, white is up a pawn. White would love to trade pieces. But maybe Alex doesn't want to trade pieces. She wants to be able to win those pieces. But I think it will be a tough challenge to keep that mindset up here, because Linda is pretty much forcing the trade of the bishops here.
Yeah, and Anna Maya, we have a question by Christomir in the chat asking you who you would rather face in chess boxing. Wasn't Nemo gonna compete against Jennifer? And weren't you gonna compete in Ludwig's event as well? Or am I completely mixing everything up?
No, you're absolutely right. I was lined up to be facing Nemo in chess boxing.
Oh, you were gonna compete
It was
against
me.
Nemo?
Yeah, and
And
Jennifer's
then
also going to face, I don't remember her
who?
opponent, but she was going to face someone, yeah.
Or was that, I think there was someone from France, right? Who was
Yeah, I
like
think so
an
too.
actual chess boxer, right?
Something like this. Yeah, I guess I think, I mean, I know that Nemo is pretty athletic, and I guess Jennifer is also pretty much into sports. I'm not sure like what her history is, but I think she's pretty athletic too. But yeah, it was really funny to be paired up against Nemo, and I was really excited for it for the longest time. But yeah, I was not really ready for it because things were not 100% confirmed yet. It was still unclear, so I was not really physically ready for it. So I guess it was a bit of a relief that I was not playing after all, because I was not physically ready for it. But
Yeah. And
yeah, it did
when
motivate
you
me to get active.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to ask you, when you agreed to the chess boxing match, was your family like, Anna Maya, what are you doing? Like, are you sure about this? Like, how did
Yeah,
they
but my
react?
parents did look at me like, "Are you sure about it?" They looked really concerned, and I was like, "I'll be fine. Don't worry. It's just one match." And yeah, it's yeah, I guess it's like hard for them to say absolutely no, but yeah. The funny thing is that Neo reached out to me herself, so I was like, "Oh wait, my opponent's messaging me. Oh no." It was really funny, but
When Nemo reached
yeah, we were
out to
both
you,
super
she's
excited
like,
for it.
oh, she reached out to you, she was like, hey, you want a chess box?
Yeah, basically, and I thought she was like part of the organizers or something, and she's like trying to match me up with someone, but then she was like, no, like it would be us too.
Oh, wow.
So I was like, oh wait, oh, you would be my opponent.
Oh, wow, yeah. But we have Papa Botes in the chat saying John Oliver made fun of chess boxing last week. Well, I'm kind of curious what did he say about chess boxing?
Oh no. It does feel like a meme when you think about it, but watching it felt actually like it looked like super fun. So yeah, at first I didn't want to believe that it was actually a thing, but it turns out it's been a thing for many years.
Yeah. But we have some more moves in both games. In the game between Jennifer and Nemo, Jennifer played Queen E1. Rook E8 was played quickly by Nemo. And now Rook to C1 by Jennifer, bringing the Rook into the game. Not going for the capture on F6 and D5. Maybe she also figured like that's too risky. But now, as we were talking about before, maybe just Knight E4 here by Nemo, activating the knight. And I think Black has pretty good chance to hold on here.
Yeah, it's looking really good. She's playing very actively, and Jennifer is trying her best to complicate matters, but perhaps is a little bit too slow. And yeah, and at the same time, Nemo is able to activate her pieces, and yeah, what can you do? There's not many pieces left on the board, and you have to really get creative to find chances here to win.
And Papa Botes is saying in the chat that he was listing the sports that will not be part ever of the real Olympiad. Yeah, I mean, I don't see chess boxing becoming part of the Olympiad or the Olympics either. I guess it's more like some sort of entertainment, but yeah, I don't see it becoming a thing at the Olympics.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, we don't even have we have our chess Olympiad, but we're not actually part of the Olympics. So yeah, I still don't see chess boxing ending up in the Olympics.
Right. Okay, so yeah, let's see what is gonna happen. Yeah, also some moves in the game between Alexandra and Linda. All right. So let's update everybody what happened. Okay. Yeah, so F3, knight takes C3, knight takes C3. Yeah, white definitely still quite a lot better here. I think Linda is finally finding the pace. I mean, she also has to. And white's better here, but the pawn on e3 now is a little bit vulnerable, right? So Linda took on c3, now played pawn a6. Your extra pawn is the pawn on e3, but it's not that easy to utilize it, right? Because if you go e4, then the pawn on d4 becomes a little bit weak. So maybe what Linda can do is eventually trade on d3, put a knight on f5. She won't be able to do much after that, but it won't be that easy for Alexandra to convert her extra pawn into a full point either.
Yeah, I guess if she manages to defend the pawn on d4 properly, so that she prepares to move e4, if she gets to play e4 without losing the d4 pawn, I think then it would be much easier to convert it. But for now, she has this weakness on e3, and her goal is, of course, to try to push that pawn and control the center even more.
Oh, but yeah, chess actually is making its way slowly but surely into the Olympics. I mean, chess was part of the esports Olympics in Singapore last year. And also chess, there was a chess event at the European Olympic Games last year.
Oh, did you participate in that?
I won that. Yeah, I won the gold medal.
Oh, you
yeah.
won! I was
Yes.
remembering. I had some vague memory. That's amazing. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. No, that was great. Yeah, it was part of the first time ever that chess was part of any sort of Olympic event. And yeah, I won the gold medal, which was great. Yeah, ahead of like players like Duda, Momijarov. So it was definitely a special moment.
Wow.
Because I got the medal and then they played a Dutch national anthem. So yeah, that was great.
Okay. That's so cool. Was it in a team format? Like, I believe it was together with Elena, or was this unrelated?
Yeah, it was kind of a team. It was like individual, but also a team, because how it worked is like I was just playing the open section. She was playing in the women's section. So like I won my section, right? She came third in the women's section. And for the overall section, they like added up your results and we won silver overall. Only Armenia actually did better because they got silver in the open section and they won the women's section.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Hammer
see
level.
if we get another chance again soon at it.
Oh, I was just saying, people are saying Hammer level flex there. Is Hammer always like flexing here whenever he's commentating? I thought he was always like he's a humble guy.
I know that he always roasts the players. He's always roasting the Botez sisters.
All right. Right. I guess Norman, that is sort of what you're referring to. Yeah, that was at the European Olympic Games. Yeah, I don't think he flexes. I think he's just maybe roasting them or like being very harsh, which I mean, I understand. I mean, he's like 600-700 points higher rated than the sister. So obviously they're gonna make mistakes, at least in his eyes. But you know, he should try to be forgiving. But I guess he's also Alexandra's coach, so he's in a position to be harsh and critical.
Yeah, exactly. If Alex does not manage to convert this position, then I can already hear Hammer screaming through his laptop.
Yeah, Hammer probably would have gotten very mad when Alexandra did not trade off the queens. He's like, you're up a pawn. Why do you not trade the queens? When you're up material, you want to trade. That's common sense, Alexandra.
Yes.
Okay, that was my best impression. Like, was that a good one?
Oh, amazing.
All right, well, let's see what's going to happen. Alexandra up a pawn in an hour on the clock. Yeah, Linda thinking again, getting down to 10 minutes, and Nima thinking as well.
Yeah, I guess not easy to see what Linda can do. I mean, she's down a pawn. Really difficult to find compensation here. The best I see is trading off the light squared bishops and just hope for the best in some endgame because her pieces are not active enough. The knight is a little bit out of the game, so yeah, she plays with bishop g6. Makes sense because what else is there? It basically depends on if Alexandra finds the right moves and make sure that she doesn't blunder something. But if she plays very carefully and she takes her time, she should be fine.
Yeah. No, I think the key here for Linda is to realize that there's not much she can do. And so she just has to sit, maybe eventually trade on d3, put a knight on f5, and then just sit. And say to Alexandra, like, hey, you're up an hour on the clock, you're up a pawn, go ahead and win this position, which, again, is still not that easy. I think that should just be her Linda's strategy right now. I mean, if she starts to think like, hey, I'm down a pawn here, I should create some counterplay, that's easily where she could self-destruct, honestly, right? So I think, again, she just needs to sit and wait and see what Alexandra is going to do.
Yeah, so let's see what Alexandra decides to do. I guess, so we want to prepare to move e4, but that's not going to happen because after d takes e4, the pawn on d4 is hanging. I guess you can make an argument that you can take with the bishop and then defend the pawn with the rook, but it feels a little unnecessary. So I guess a move that comes to mind just to keep things safe is to get started with, let's say, queen e2 or maybe queen f2. Make use of those squares that are available to the queen and get out of all of those pins. They feel very unpleasant.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, like I said, I think eventually she's probably going to push the pawn to e4. But as you mentioned, then the pawn on d4 becomes a little bit vulnerable. I guess Alexandra has a ton of slow improving moves, right? Like maybe you play h3 at some point, making sure that the king always has some luft. Maybe moving a rook to e1, as you mentioned. And yeah, I wonder what Linda's going to do in the meantime. Maybe play b5. I guess eventually black should trade on d3. And again, put the knight on f5. Yeah, I guess if I were black here at some point, I would trade on d3, put the knight on f5. Maybe play g6, make sure your own king has some luft and that the knight on f5 is protected. And again, just say to white, like, hey, how do you actually win this position?
Yeah, I guess it's yeah, I mean the biggest problem I feel like for black here is the time, right? Because of that, it already feels like it's mentally lost because the blunders will happen very soon. They will come up more and more because of that time difference. We're now on move 19, so basically about 20 moves until the players get 30 minutes added to the clock. So with only 10 minutes left, there's not really a lot of time you have to reach the 14th move. So she's already down a pawn. She is down on the clock by a lot, and because of that, she should crumble, so to say. But will she do that? That remains to be seen. It kind of depends on what Alexandra is going to play. But yeah, the time difference is not looking great.
Yeah. Alexandra's spending some time here. And I think, yeah, that just ties in with what we said earlier, right? Like white having good position, but it's not easy to convert it. Yeah, the question is if she's going to trade on g6 herself, or if she's going to wait for Linda to take on d3. I guess if Alexandra will take on g6, I would probably just recapture with the h-pawn, because then, again, you follow with knight f5. If you take with the knight, I mean, you keep your structure perhaps a little bit more intact, but the knight will have to move back to e7 and then the f5. So yeah, I would just recapture with the pawn. And Nemo is thinking here. I mean, I would be surprised if she does not play knight e4, because if you don't play knight e4, I think white's just going to take on f6 and take on d5, and then you're down a pawn, and it's not clear. I mean, again, you have chance to draw there, but yeah, you're going to have to suffer.
Yeah, so Nemo is still spending time on her move, getting closer to Jennifer's time. But the players have played so many moves already. They're on move 24, so I don't see them struggle in time pressure. But for now, Nemo is spending some time here, and let's see if she decides to play move knight e4. I guess she's hesitating quite a bit because you don't really want to move the knight, right? Because it opens up the bishop towards that pawn and maybe create some weaknesses around the king when after knight e4, it is possible for Jennifer to play moves like queen g4, and you have to be really careful then. So perhaps this could be a reason why she may not be playing that e4.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. I guess there is queen g4, which is definitely... Yeah, I guess queen g4 is actually a very tricky move. Because let's have a look at some variations. Let's say after 94, let's say you go pawn f6, try to block the diagonal. All of a sudden white has bishop takes c4, rook takes c4, queen takes c4, pawn takes, and white's up a piece. So it's honestly not so easy what you do after this one. I mean, maybe you can move the knight back, but that doesn't feel quite right. I mean, if you go queen g5, I guess white can just take, and I think white can get away with this one. I don't think there's any tactics for black, because let's say after takes, you don't take on c8 first, because then black has this very strong intermezzo, knight f3, picking up the rook with a check. But if we take on d5, and black is not in time to take and check and take, because there's a back rank checkmate. So maybe what Nemo should do after queen g4 is just play knight f6 back, attacking the queen. I don't think there's maybe not queen d4. No, the engine does not. No, then you take on a2, because the point is you can't take on a2 now, because there's always like bishop takes f6 and this, but then your queen would be blocking it. So yeah, I'm kind of curious. Queen here. Maybe this is the move, but maybe then queen f4 is a slight improvement for white.
Yeah, it's definitely clear that white is the one attacking here, putting pressure, and if there's one thing that we human beings struggle with is defending ourselves against an attack on the king. So the computer say that maybe it's fine, but practically speaking, it's really hard to defend, and this is oftentimes where chess players make mistakes.
Right, I was looking at some funny variations, right? Like, let's say after queen f4, I'm wondering, can black take the pawn on a2? And I was looking at this, like, let's say you take, white takes, you recapture, white takes on f6. You can maybe give it check. No, wait. I guess what you just do is you go queen c1. No, because of here, and then why is this not good? I don't. Oh, rook e2. Wow. Look at that, rook e2. If you take the queen, there's mate, and otherwise you take the queen. That's a cool variation right there. So I was looking at check, bishop here. You can now go queen h3, as that hangs mate. Now, you do have bishop here, but then white is queen g5, threatening checkmate themselves. You can take an f1, king g2. And I guess maybe you just have like queen f8 or so to defend, and you're fine. Yeah, I guess that's it. But yeah, some crazy lines. So it's actually not so easy for white to avoid the to improve, to find a better score for the queen, because queen f4 might run into this.
Yeah, so chances there for Jennifer, but first she has to wait for Nemo's move, as she's still spending time, and 94 because of this is not an easy move to play. So yeah, I wonder what she will decide to do. She may just try to go for something very simple as h6, I don't know, just to create some loop for the king, to get a lot of tactics out of there. But of course, the d5 pawn is very weak, so I wonder if she's ready to give up on that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I think after h6, white, I should point that out, just takes on f6, takes on d5. I don't think black is getting a pawn back, and yeah, then the position is just kind of tough. So let's see what is gonna happen. Yeah, I'm sure she's looking at 94, but queen g4 must be bothering her, because you're trying to checkmate on g7.
Yeah.
But also bishop takes c4 is a threat. But yeah, after knight f6, I honestly don't see a good way for black to improve, because let's show another variation. Like, let's say 94, queen g4 and knight f6. Let's say you take now and take on d5. I guess black can... Oh, no, wait, black cannot take. No, wait, this is a nice variation as well. After takes, you do not take with the rook, because then Oh no, wait, that's not made. It's not made because of.
Oh, there's rook d1 and there's no rook e1.
Right, there's rook d1 and there's no rook e1. Yeah. Uh-huh. Wait, is queen takes c8 also winning? Queen takes c8 is also winning. Yeah. All right, so yeah, here you just take the pawn. And then black's in trouble. You're not... Ah, okay, well then, yeah, then I don't know. What should black do? I honestly don't know. Yeah, it might just be unpleasant. Yeah, queen g4 is a serious issue.
Mm-hmm. And this may be why Nemo is spending quite some time now. The time is almost leveled now. The two players have around the same time. And yeah, not an easy move to play for Nemo. Not so easy to play this position for her. Those pair of bishops are really terrifying of white. And black's pieces are just not active enough.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we have another move in Alexandra's game. After the trade on g6, she played pawn to e4. Makes a lot of sense. Now the d4 pawn is not hanging. And yeah, after take, she recaptured the f pawn. That looks pretty good, followed by, let's say, queen f2 or maybe queen b3. And especially given the fact that Linda is getting low on time, it won't be easy to deal with all of white's threats. King h7,
yeah,
wow,
so...
has been played.
Oh, that's quite a bold move.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels a little off after maybe like queen f2, although I think it's just a check. You just move the king back.
Yeah, I guess Alex gets what she wants. She manages to push the pawn to e4 without losing control over the d4 pawn, which is very well defended by the rook. But yeah, I like your idea. Queen f2, queen h4, and somehow get another rook involved, because if we get a rook all the way to h3, it may become checkmate soon. So chances there for Alex, but I mean, she's up a pawn, so nothing to worry about for her. She's doing just fine, but it may take some time for her to convert. I think it depends on if Linda really crumbles in the time pressure and starts making blunders because of that. But for now, the win is not very clear yet. It's not near, let's put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, definitely still a lot of work to be done. Alexandra is in the tank, but yeah, I mean, she has such a big lead on the clock. She's up 15 minutes. And let's see, Linda still needs to make another... What is it? Another 19 moves to get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. I guess for Alexandra, yeah, she should just slowly but surely improve the position. And then in most cases, the win should come to her by itself. Because again, there's no like forced win. There's no easy way to force the issue. But yeah, let's see how she will try to do this. I mean, for the moment, black is still kind of solid.
Right. Yeah, not easy. Not easy to try to take down this solid position. Oftentimes one pawn is not enough. I mean, for very strong players, one pawn means everything. But I can see these kind of positions end up in a draw just because it's really difficult to convert. But because of the major time difference, I would say that's almost out of the question to be able to defend this with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so let's see what's going to happen. Nemo is still in the tank. Yeah, I mean, just looks unpleasant for Nemo, because none of the variations we looked at really seems to work out for her. And okay, if she goes down a pawn, it looks tough. It honestly looks tough. I think, let's say, yeah, like, let's have a look, right? We have a move played by Nemo. She played queen to b6. She played queen to b6 to yeah, improve the queen. All right, but what happens now if Jennifer takes on f6 and takes on d5? Like, if she plays queen b6, why not pawn h6, right? Or, I mean, I think g takes f6 is not really a move here.
Interesting. It sort of invites the move bishop d4 for some reason. Whenever you have the opportunity to attack the queen in one move, you usually want to go for it, no matter what. but yeah, I guess it doesn't really add much value to the position. So yeah, I guess it's dropping a pawn, but are you in a rush to try to capture the pawn d5, or can you just simply go for moves such as h3, and then try to go to h2 if necessary at some point?
Yeah, I personally would be tempted to just take the pawn here. I mean, I like taking pawns, but also if you don't and play a move like h3 here, there is again that move knight e4. So, you know, you have 35 minutes on your clock. You can think like, hey, you know, but like over something like h3, knight e4, how is all of that gonna work out? But I think, yeah, just take on f6, take on d5, you simplify everything, you eliminate any risk of ever losing, and you have great chances to win. So that's just what I would do. We have a comment in the chat, someone saying, why doesn't the stream involve more talking to the chat? I think we've been talking to the chat a good chunk of the time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We see your comments, guys. We try to stick to the chess, of course, but we also would love to answer your questions. So if you have any questions for us, please do let us know. We try to keep it on the chat because we love interacting with you guys. So yeah.
For sure. Yeah, we have another move by Alexandra in the meantime. She played pawn to a4. I guess maybe making it more difficult for black to go b5 and create counterplay on the queen side. So let's see what Linda is going to do. She's down to 7 minutes. Anamaya, we're going to be taking a very short break, but don't go anywhere, guys. These games are heating up. We're getting, maybe Linda will end up, we'll get into time pressure very soon. So we're going to take a few minutes break, but we'll be right back.
All right.
Midday call, say that you're running late. It's fine, say I'm running the same. But I lied, so I waited for 5 at the spot. You walked right up to me like it was regular. Just two dorks who can't keep to a schedule. Saturday night, going home with a smile in the dark. Sticky and you're stuck on my mind. Thought somebody would be harder to find. I got so messy, better hop in the tub for a wash. Uh-oh, now I wanna see you on the weekdays, and I wanna help you see beyond your weekdays. Love's blind, but you might catch a glimpse if you watch. Baby, you shine a different way. You paint away a gray and cloudy day. But when it's ever clear to me, you're nothing short of magic. You shape a world between your hands, then hide away and I don't understand. Cause when I have you near to me, it's nothing short of magic. Spilling our lives with a chai on the steps. Your coat laid it out with the rest. So cold when I finally left, it was hot. But I see us with the toes in the sand, and I'll go any place we can land. I'm sharp, baby, who would've thought we'd be getting all caught up in an art supply shop. Uh-oh, sticky and you're stuck on my mind. Thought somebody would be harder to find. I got so messy, better hop in the tub or wash. thinking that I might just be delirious. I can't help it if I get a little curious. Cause love's fine, but you might catch a glimpse if you watch. Baby, you shine a different way. You paint away a gray and cloudy day. Oh, it is ever clear to me you're nothing short of magic. You shape a world between your hands and hide away, and I don't understand. Cause when I have you near to me, it's nothing short of magic. Talk to me, cause I can't read your mind. You put up a front, let me inside. I don't mean to tell you how you should be, but would you open up and share with me? Let's put some language to all of the thoughts in your head. I could make a million guesses, or you could let me know instead. Give me your honesty.
Welcome back to Botez Chess Camp. This is a super exciting event with 8 women chess players, chess streamers, and content creators fighting against each other with lots of high stakes. I am Anna Maya Kasarin, and I am here with Grandmaster Benjamin Buck. Benjamin, we're back at it. 2 games are going on at the same time, and these 2 games are getting super exciting as we are approaching the middle game stage where the players are spending quite a lot of time. Let's take a look. We missed some of the moves. Let's see what the players have done in the meantime while we were away.
Yeah, so it seems like Jennifer is still in the tank after the move Queen B6 by Nemo. And Linda came up with a very interesting plan, not something I expected. We left off after A4. She played Rook to H8, I guess using that half-open H-file. Now Queen B3 by Alexandra, putting pressure on the pawn on D5. She played Rook CD8 to defend it, Rook F1 by Alexandra, and now Queen to C6 by Linda. But overall, still looks like a great position for Alexandra, who keeps a big lead on the clock.
Yeah, so still looking good for Alex, but yeah, she has to make sure that she doesn't trade into, let's say, Rook endgame where she's up only 1 pawn, because we know what happens to Rook endgames. Most of the Rook endgames are drawn and they're not so easy to convert. So she's definitely going to try to keep the pieces on the board and probably try to attack that king on h7. It looks a little bit strange over there, but for now it's not so easy to suddenly move the pieces to the king side and attack the king.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy to build up an attack on the king side. But I think eventually that is what she will try to do. We have a move by Jennifer. She played bishop to d4, attacking the queen. Maybe her idea is that after the queen moves, then a take on f6. Yeah, again, I would just cash in the pawn on d5, which seems pretty good for white. Although maybe, yeah, I guess maybe queen a6 is now a move making it more difficult for white to take. Like, let's say you take now. Can you, well, if you take with the queen, it leads to the same position. Can you consider taking with the pawn, or does that only make things worse? Oh wait, you can take anyway. You can take anyway because you take
Right.
you take on d5, and if black takes, you have queen g4 at the end, winning the rook.
Ooh, yes.
Mhm.
That's a tough one.
But yeah, if I was playing here with white, I would eventually just take an f6, trade in the bishop for the knight, take the pawn on d5. In the endgame, I mean, looks very difficult for black to hold.
Yeah, true. So, let's see what Jennifer will do. I mean, NEMO will have to move the queen. Where will she put it? Most likely to what you mentioned, to a6, just to keep an eye on that knight on f6 and put pressure on the pawn on a2. That makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it just feels so sad to give up the pair of bishops just for that pawn. And will it be enough to convert it? Remains to be seen. But white is definitely the one in the driver's seat, but it really depends how the game goes, whether it will be really winning chances or if it will end up in a draw after all.
Yeah, you make a very good point. It is indeed a pity to give up the bishop pair to win a pawn, but yeah, that's very often how chess goes, right? You can't always have everything, both in life and in chess. And so very often to convert an advantage, what you do is you trade in one advantage for another advantage. Here, again, as we see, she might potentially give up the bishop pair, but she would win a pawn. And I guess a pawn is a more tangible advantage, right? That extra pawn, you can just push that up the board. So that's what I would do. We have a lot of moves coming in the game between Alexandra and Linda. And yeah, like you said, I don't like the fact that Alexandra just took on d5. It seems like now Linda, after rook takes d5, has pretty reasonable chances to hold. The pawn on d4 is pretty weak. And it's not easy to hang on to that to that pawn at all. The pawn on a4 is also weak, so I'm a little bit surprised that Alexandra forced the position, because now also Linda's moves are easier, right? Like, let's say in this position, you play a move like h3. Black has so many moves to choose from, right? Like, what are you going to do? Whereas after knight takes d5, okay, you have to recapture with the knight. You take, okay, you have to recapture, right? So you give Black some... She's making Linda's moves a bit easier.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly what I was talking about, that you make it easier for your opponent. Simplifying it too much can be risky, because this pawn d4 is not going anywhere just yet. If you play rook e5, Black can easily defend the rook, and you're not really making progress. And making progress in these type of positions is really difficult. It's much easier for Black to attack that pawn rather than white trying to move that pawn forward somehow. That rook is blocking it very well, and it's not easy to see how white can continue from here. Maybe you get to play rook e4, but even if you get to play rook h4 check, king goes back, and you haven't really made progress here.
Yeah, I guess Alexandra's idea after rook takes d5 was to go rook e7, forking the pawn on f7 and the pawn on b7. Linda recaptured with the queen, but I think now we just do the same thing. We take on d5 and go rook to e7, hitting f7, hitting b7. Maybe Black can play the move b5, with the idea that in case we take on b5, Black can recapture with the rook, hit the pawn on b2. And okay, if you take an f7, then Black takes the pawn on a4. So I guess that's Black's only move not to lose another pawn. And we have to trade on d5 on the board.
Yeah, so I'm expecting Alex to play rook e7 rather quickly. It seems like a very logical move, but this is what I was concerned about. Heading into your rook endgame is getting closer to drawing territory, and that's not what we want. When we're up a pawn, we want to make use of it. We want to slowly grind it out, but trading so easily to a rook endgame is asking for trouble. So let's see if Alex can still make it work. But for now, Linda down to 5 minutes. Still a very tough task to survive it all the way until move 40, where the players get additional time of 30 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So let's see what's going to happen. Yeah, like I said, Black always has a lot of drawing chances in a rook game. I'd say, generally speaking, if you're down 1 pawn in a rooking game, you definitely have chances in a draw. Being down 2 pawns often means you're losing, unless the extra 2 pawns are very weak, right? In the meantime, we have more moves in the game between Jennifer and Nemo. Bishop takes f6, queen takes f6 was played, and now I'm sure bishop takes d5 is going to be on the board any second now, because yeah, that's the only only justification of giving up your bishop for the knight.
Right. And she does play bishop takes d5 on the board. White has this extra a pawn, and a lot of technique will be required to convert it to a winning position. Yeah, I'm curious to see how Jennifer will handle this. But for now, Nemo down a pawn, so she will have to fight really hard to survive this. Not an easy task, but not impossible.
Yeah, I think the key in this position, like let's say after bishop takes d5, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes d5, I think black has pretty good chances for a draw if the queens are exchanged, and again, we get into a rooking game. However, I think if the rooks are exchanged, white has great chances to win. Like, let me illustrate. Like, let's say you go h6, white goes rook d6. I think black should move the queen perhaps to e7. Because if you move the queen to a square like b2, white's more than happy to trade the queens off. Sorry, the rooks off. Because here's the thing. With the rooks on the board, it's not that easy to just push this pawn to victory. However, with the queens, you can, let's say, it's much easier to push that pawn forward. You can go queen a8, defending the pawn, supporting a4, a5, a6, a7, and also you're making sure that black never has any checks on this diagonal. So I think it would be great for white to trade off the rooks. The queens, not so much. If Nemo manages to trade off the queens, I think she has good chances to draw.
Right.
And the moves are flying in. Yeah, we just went down that variation.
A lot of shares happening. We have 2 endgames going on over here. So things are getting super exciting here as the players are trading down. And on both boards, there is one player up a pawn. So let's see the endgame technique of the girls.
Yep. Let's have a look. Okay, so what happened here? So rook e7 was played by Alexandra. Linda played rook hd8. All right, so Alexandra took on b7, takes on d4, takes, and now Alexandra is thinking. So she has a couple of options here. The pawn on a4 is on attack. I think it would be a mistake to take on f7. Then black takes here. And if black could get into an endgame where white has these 3 pawns against black's 2 pawns, I think that's a pretty easy draw. And I don't think white can prevent black from getting there. Like, let's say black right now is trying to go rook b4 and take on b2, which would lead to a draw. If you go rook b7 to defend this pawn, I think what black does is black just goes rook a2, followed by a5, a4, and a3. And again, with those pawns off the board, black should be holding a pretty easy draw, as these double pawns actually do a pretty good job to ever stop white from advancing. So I think what Alexandra should try to do is keep this 2 versus 1 advantage on the queen side. And I think the best way to do so is by going pawn to a5. Now what Linda can do here is play a move like f6, making sure that that pawn doesn't drop. Let's say Alexandra plays rook b6, threatening to take. Then black can go rook d2 and be like, well, if you take on a6, I'll take on b2. But what I can do here is play, let's say, b4. And black can try to go rook b2 to hang on to this pawn. But here, eventually, what white should do is play something like, let's say, g3, and then walk the king over. White might eventually have to give up a pawn on the h-file, or on the king side. But the moment black takes with the rook, you're going to take an a6, and then you get a 2 versus 0 majority. And the pawns will just push to victory. So I think that's what Alexandra should do.
Yeah, and it seems like she's going for it. She played it move a5, so she's setting up this pawn formation on the queen side. And I really like it. It's very instructive that you pointed this out, to set it up this way, making sure that this pawn on a6 is not going anywhere, and you can push the pawn to b4 and slowly pick up that pawn on a6, because black does not have any chances of counterplay. This king is all the way on h7. It's not going anywhere. Even if it tries to get close, it will not be in time to get even close to that rook. So Yeah, looking really good for Alexandra now. And yeah, she has enough time to figure it out, and she seems to be very confident still. So let's see what Linda decides to do here. But I have a feeling that Alexandra does have this now, for sure. But let's see her technique. Let's see if she finds the idea that you pointed out. Then we can be sure of the result.
Yeah, and it's actually to Black's disadvantage that she has double pawns here on the king side. That's going to make it more difficult to create a passer if she if she does end up taking one of the pawns. Now, I think maybe what Linda should try to do is try to advance these pawns already, right? Like you advance the pawn so that when you do take a pawn over here, you're going to create a passed pawn faster. But I think Black's always going to be too slow. Like here again, I think a move like maybe rook b6, threatening to take. Black goes here, pawn b4, rook here, maybe g3, g5. I guess now you're also always going to be cut off over here. I guess maybe we can already start running the king over. Again, if you take, this looks quite hopeless. Maybe you go like g6, but it feels too slow. But let's have a look. Like, does white just do... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Looks tough. Wait, we have more moves, but I think now Alexandra just has a very straightforward win.
Yeah.
A5, rook a4 was played. Wait, sorry. Rook sorry, let's go back. Rook a4, hitting the pawn, b4, and now g5. But if Alexandra wants, she can take on f7. Black takes here, and now you go rook a7, and you go up a second pawn. That should be a win.
She goes instead for the move rook b6. So she is going for the pawn a6 and probably move the king over towards the pawn to make sure that she doesn't lose the pawn on b4.
Right. Yeah. f6, yeah, again, to me seems a little too reserved, right? Because the only thing you can hope for with Black is that eventually you'll pick up one of these pawns over here on the king side, or maybe... like, let's say something like this happens, right? Like king f2, check here. You can take two pawns on the king side. But the thing is, white's pawn majority on the queen side is just so much better. These pawns are simply gonna promote. And black doesn't even have a single passer yet on the king side. So white should just easily win this race.
Yeah, those pawns of black are not going anywhere. They're way too slow, and the white king is so close to those pawns. So Alexandra's technique seems on point now. She played with king f2. She's getting closer, and there's not much that Linda still can do here.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's looking great for Alexandra. I think she's going to get a win here. Also, I mean, Linda down to 5 minutes. So even if there is a chance, yeah, it's going to be tough to take advantage of it. In the meantime, it's also looking pretty good for Jennifer Yu. Let's update. Yeah. All right. So a4 was played by Jennifer in this position. And again, it's difficult for Nemo to make a move. You don't quite want to move the queen and allow white a rook trade. Maybe you have to move your king to make sure that then you can move your queen and try to do something with the rook. But okay, if the king h7, there's always going to be moves like queen e3, which are going to be a little bit annoying. And yeah, I can also just continue pushing this pawn forward.
Yeah, not so easy to defend this. If you were playing this with the black pieces, what would be the defensive setup?
I haven't. Well, I'm going to be honest. I just glanced at the computer. The computer points out a really good move. Rook to c3.
Wow.
Which is really, you want to put the rook behind the pawn. That makes perfect sense.
Right.
So that the pawn is not going anywhere. You can put the rook to a2 or the rook to a1. This is not an easy defensive move. But I guess when you do spot it, you're like, hey, this move looks good. Let's play it. Because also white cannot offer a rook trade now. Because now black can take and go queen a1, pick up the pawn, and it's a draw.
Right, so it really eliminates a lot of options of white. So yeah, it's a really difficult move to find, and I guess this is one of those things where, oh wait, actually Nemo played it. Nemo played rook c3. That's really impressive. She realizes that she has to put that rook behind the pawn, and that's a really nice find.
Yeah, that's a great defensive move by Nemo. Yeah, I think now she has pretty good chances for a draw with a rook coming to a3. Again, the rook, first of all, after you play rook a3, rook a1, of course, is a threat, winning the queen. There's also rook to a2. But just in general, the pawn for the moment is not going anywhere. So I think now Black actually has pretty good chances for a draw. Maybe Jennifer was a little too quick pushing that pawn up. In the meantime, we have the move rook to a2 check by Linda, checking the king. And I think Alexandra should realize that she should happily give up these pawns on the king side. I think the pawn on a6, because I think it's not even going to be close. Like, Black is going to be way too slow with the pawns on the king side, whereas White is going to push these pawns.
Yeah, exactly. So she should not be feared of losing the pawns on the king side. By the time Black captures those pawns, she can already make so much progress. And with the white king being so close on the king side, so close to the black pawns, those black pawns are not going anywhere. So she is probably double checking to make sure that she can play king e3 and everything is fine. But yeah, king e3 is the way to go, because if you play king g3, then you're not really making much progress. And it's gonna be a little bit more difficult to convert that. So yeah, she has to find the idea that king e3 is fine. She should not be afraid of losing those pawns on the king side.
Yeah, so let's see what Jennifer is gonna do. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy. I mean, rook a3 is coming. And yeah, you won't be easy. It's not gonna be easy to like push that rook away once it does land there. One funny line, by the way, like let's say you go king g2. Oh, computer doesn't. Yeah, I guess just rook a3. I was gonna say queen c1, but there might be like queen f3. Like, I just wanted to point out that here Black cannot take because there's check, and then you win the rook. That would not be a good idea. But Black has this check over here, which is very fine for Black. I guess after queen f3, king g1, now you can take, but also something like rook a2 should be pretty good. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Jennifer should do here. I think Nemo is going to hold a draw. That's my prediction.
I think so too. She has plenty of time. Soon they will also receive 30 minutes extra time as they are reaching move 40 pretty soon. And she seems to understand the position very well. Finding rook c3 is not easy at all. And yeah, the fact that she defends so actively in this endgame, it says a lot. It says a lot, and it shows that she has a good understanding of this position. So it's really good to see, especially for someone that hasn't really been active as a competitive chess player, at least in classical chess. This is really impressive.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, like I said, great find. Yeah, another thing is, like, let's say you go like king g2 and then rook d3. Black's drawing on the spot with queen c6 check, picking up the pawn on a4, or let's say trading on d3 first and then check here. So yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not easy. Like, Black's gonna get the rook here. I don't know what White should do here. I mean, it's not a draw like instantly. Like, White can definitely still try, but I feel like now Black's moves also become a lot easier. So let's see what what's gonna happen. Yeah.
Yeah, Jennifer is taking her time here now because it's not easy to find the right move here. You know that rook a3 is going to happen. So what to do about it? How do you actually make sure you create some sort of chances here? Yeah, I guess preferably you would want to stop this rook a3 move altogether, but yeah, doesn't really feel like it's possible, especially because after queen a1, you run into rook takes g3 check and you lose the queen. So that would be quite a disaster. And Yeah, otherwise, rook a3 is just going to happen on the next move.
Yeah, maybe what white can do, an interesting idea is to go like h4, with the idea to go pawn to h5. Because with the pawn on h5, it's not going to be as easy for black to go g6. And okay, if you can go g6, your king won't be sitting as comfortable on the h7 square. So that could be an interesting idea for Jennifer. However, h4 will be met with rook a3, threatening rook to a1. So you're going to have to deal with that one way or another. But yeah, again, I think if white can get the pawn here, then it's going to be a little uncomfortable for the black king.
Okay, that seems very interesting. In the meantime, Alexandra played king g3 actually. So she did well. I'm not sure if she was scared of losing the pawns, but I guess she'd rather defend those pawns and play it safe. But this comes at a cost because rook b2 is played by Linda, and now the question is how do you proceed, because you can't really make progress this way where the pawn on b4 is protected by the rook currently, but if you keep defending the pawn, you will not be able to capture the pawn on a6. So if you capture the pawn on a6, you lose b4, and then the winning chances become a bit more vague. Yeah, not sure if this is easy to convert.
Yeah, no, I think king g3 a big mistake, because like the only or the main plan you have here is to bring your king over to the queen side, attack that rook, and force rook to go away. Then, or like, let's say you move the king to c3, you defend the pawn on b4, and then you can take on a6, you get the two connected passers, and so you should win the game. After rook b2, white's actually also a little bit stuck. The king now cannot move back to the second rank, because the rook is controlling that rank. And I think Linda actually now has pretty reasonable chances to hold a draw here. She's down to 4 minutes, but her next move is going to be pretty easy. She can just play like king g6. And it's going to be actually pretty difficult now for Alexandra to make progress. So let's see how she will try. But yeah, I think king g3 was a big mistake. And black has pretty good chance to draw now.
I guess white can still try with f4, for example, and try to get the king this way towards that pawn. But since Alex did not go for king e3 directly, her winning chances are not looking that great anymore. So she needs to realize that she's just fine to play f4 and to basically give up on these pawns on the king side. But I'm not sure if she's willing to go for that, because if she didn't go for it right away, why would she do it now when after playing f4, giving up that pawn where that pawn was such a good defender on the king side?
Yeah, no, exactly. Because also after f4, let's say black takes on f4, you recapture the king. Black can take on g2 and h2. Now, I think white's winning there anyway, because white's pawns are further advanced. But as you pointed out, if white didn't sacrifice the pawns earlier on the king side, she will probably be less inclined to do so now, especially because there black would get two passers. But again, white has the pass pawns on a5 and b4, which of course are much better than the pass pawns on f6 and g7.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what Alex comes up with, but yeah, I can already hear upset hammer noises that king g3 is not the way to go, and she's going for the wrong plan here, because king e3 was the way to go, or maybe even king e1 was also fine, but king g3 is going the wrong way. Because how do you make progress now? You don't want to take on a6, because winning with that past a pawn is much more difficult. So I'm curious to see what she had in mind with king g3, but for now she's spending her time. So let's see what she comes up with.
Yeah, Jennifer, you also thinking she's down to 16 minutes. She needs to play another 10 moves to reach the time control and get an additional half an hour on the clock. So I wouldn't say she's in real time pressure. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. But yeah, again, like I understand why she's thinking now. Because black's got a very easy next move, rook to a3, and it's not so easy to deal with black's threats. I mean, rook a1 will be a threat, often queen c6, attacking the pawn on a4, If your king moves to g2, it will also be under attack over there. So yeah, let's see what she will do. I think, yeah, again, we've talked about it before. I think NEMO has pretty reasonable chances to draw now.
Yeah, and for now, Jennifer has been spending quite some time. She's down to 15 minutes, but they've played quite a lot of moves already, so I don't expect time trouble issues to arise here. They're already on move 30, so that says a lot. 10 more moves to go, so it should still be fine, but she cannot afford to spend too much time because then it may get tricky. But okay, it's I guess it's really difficult to completely throw this position. Either Jennifer manages somehow to advance this pawn all the way to the 8th rank, or this position will just end up in a draw. And Nemo's drawing chances are rather high now.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Linda has pretty good chances to draw as well. Yeah, given the fact that king g6 is just gonna come. Like, if you don't do anything quickly with white, like let's say you waste 2 moves. Let's say king g3, black goes king here, king g3, and black gets the king to f5. Already, it's very difficult to see what white can ever do here. Right now, like if you go h4, I mean, all of this is starting to give black some better counterplay, right? So Alexandra should do something quickly, because you're also going to be a little bit stuck here on the queen side. I don't think taking on a6 will ever really lead to anything. Black takes on a4, puts the rook behind the pawn again. And it's kind of funny. The computer always initially points out that these types of positions are good for white, but black just holds, because the thing is you get the pawn at e7, but you can't proceed any further. What you want here is another passed pawn to push forward, but you can't, right? I mean, it's completely locked here on the king side. So yeah, all of a sudden it's not easy at all for Alexandra to make progress.
Yeah, not easy. And Linda is getting closer to drawing chances. I would not go as far as that she has good drawing chances, but if Alexandra does not find the right plan, she is getting closer to throwing the advantage away. But yeah, for now she has 40 minutes to spend, so she has plenty of time to figure it out. Let's see what she comes up with. But for now, her winning chances are getting smaller because of this decision that she made to move the king to g3 instead.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so since we are waiting for the players to move, maybe we can answer some chat questions. So if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. We'd be more than happy to answer those. But yeah, I guess, yeah, as we've been pointing out, it's not easy for Alexandra now to play a move like f4 or h4, giving up some pawns on the king side potentially, which is what she had to do earlier under much better circumstances.
Yeah.
Oh, and Anamaya, we have a question in the chat. Like, yeah, would you have liked to play in this tournament?
I guess, yeah, would have, I mean, I can't say no, of course, but doing commentary is also really amazing, and it's, I guess, also less pressure. If I would be playing there now, I feel so much pressure to do well. Yeah, you never know what happens. I mean, we saw so many shocking moves today happen, so it could have been me if I would have played, but yeah, would have been really awesome. But I'm enjoying my commentator seat for now. It's really nice and pleasant. I can just say moves all I want without facing consequences.
Yep. No, I know. Yeah, it's a lot more relaxing in a way. You know, there's no pressure.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe who knows? Maybe at the next chess camp, maybe next chess camp EU version, maybe you'll be there.
Yeah, who knows? That'll be awesome.
All right. Okay. Someone's asking in the chat. Yes, I'm having a good day. I'm hydrated, no worries about it. All right.
Yep.
But yeah, Alexandra in the tank. And yeah, she's been moving quite quickly. She played King G3 after 5 minutes. I think, yeah, she should have thought a little bit longer. And I don't know. I feel like with King E3, there would not have been that much to calculate. Because just intuitively, you feel like if black takes the pawns on the king side, you're just always going to be so much faster. So let's see what is going to happen. In the meantime, Jennifer, you're getting down to 10 minutes. No real-time pressure there, but she won't be, after this, she won't be able to go for another really deep think again, right?
Sorry, I was reading the chat. The chat was very distracting.
Who was distracting?
Some of the longer questions. I'm trying to filter out questions, and then I see, for example, Gypsy saying that he finds us matching the stream's motive. That they find it very suspicious that we're matching it in some way.
Yeah, Gypsy is one of my viewers. He's great. He's been a big support, and he's been sponsoring my my acting lessons. Like sometimes I pretend to blunder something, and my opponents keep falling for it. So it's been paying off.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome to see all of you guys in chat who are still around here. The games have been super interesting. The games of the morning round, well, the morning games were very sharp, whereas here they're less sharp, more solid chess happening in this part of the day. So yeah, a big difference compared to the morning rounds.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that we're seeing so many rooking games. We have 4 games today, and 3 of those are, well, actually the game between Jennifer and Nemo is not a rooking game, but you know, close to it. Jennifer reaching for a piece. She is she played h4. H4, good move. Kind of going for the idea that we mentioned earlier. If you get the pawn to h5, this black king will always feel a little uncomfortable, as you know, if you put the king here with the pawn on h5, if white ever gives a check on this diagonal, g6 is not going to be as easy anymore, because white can take, open up the king side a little bit. So I think a good move by her. And now I think Nemo is going to play rook a3 to threaten to go rook a1. So let's see what Jennifer is going to do in response there.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to expand on the king side. Next, as you said, king g2, just to keep the king safe there. But yeah, the question remains, how do you actually make progress here with white? Is not so easy, especially when the black rook will stop the pawn from moving forward. It almost makes me want to try to get into the rook endgame and then somehow get the king all the way towards that pawn and somehow manage to convert it, because I'm sure it should be a draw, but I'm sure that there have been cases where white was able to win this. So if you can try to go for something like this, maybe that's the best try you have.
Yeah, I just wanted to address one question in the chat. To answer your question, Silo, probably yes. And yeah, also a couple of things. Right now, Nemo and Jennifer have both played 31 moves. So they need to make another 9 moves to get an additional half an hour on the clock. And in the game between Alexandra and Linda, 35 moves have been played. So Linda has 4.5 minutes on her clock. But again, after 5 more moves, she will get an additional half an hour. And also right now, her moves are easier. So I think she has pretty reasonable chances for a draw, actually.
Yeah, so pretty surprising to see how Linda managed to recover. I mean, she's still in the worst position, of course. Like, she should not be able to draw this, but seeing the idea that Alexandra went for, instead of moving this king to e3 or just anywhere else other than g3, e3 or e1 both would have made sense, because you want to attack that rook, get closer to it, and somehow be able to take that pawn on a6 without losing the pawn on b4. But I have a feeling she did not want to give up on the g and h pawns, but it was completely fine to lose those pawns because those black pawns over here, they're not really able to move forward. So she made a mistake by going to g3, and if she does not figure out now that it's okay to give up on the pawns, and she has to give up on them at some point in order to win. If she doesn't figure it out, then she may be heading into a draw.
Yep. All right. So rook a3 was played by Nemo. Now Jennifer plays rook to d4, defending the pawn on a4 and stopping rook to a1. All right. So now let's see. I think if Nemo is able, Black would love to get the pawns to g6 and h5. However, it's not that easy. If you start with h5, White can give a check here and then pick up the pawn on h5 with a check. You lose the second pawn and you should just be lost. Because also after queen h6, I mean, I think both the queen trade or just taking on f7 looks winning for White. Maybe you can start with g6. However, then White can often play h5 anyway. And then after g5, there's like rook d6. So that's not that comfortable either. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. I think if White gets his pawn h5, it's going to be unpleasant for Black. Maybe actually rook a2, threatening this. And I guess then she wants to go rook f4. Oh, no, wait. Rook a2, rook f4 loses to the rook a1.
Maybe you
wait, no, you're... Yes, a rook d8, yes. Check. Check. And actually, you just lose on... Well, the thing is after... Like, if you block with the queen, you take the rook and you cannot take the white rook anymore. And if you go g6, White takes here, and then takes here.
Oh, and f7 hangs. Right, and that's completely lost.
Yeah, and then... Like, Black might be able to get this pawn at the end, but yeah, you have 3 versus 0. This is completely over. So I rook d4, a good move. So now let's see what Nemo is going to do. Maybe g6.
Yeah, and I guess this is the tricky part of Nemo's position. One misstep and it may just be over because that one pawn is very difficult to deal with. And Jennifer played this move, rook d4. I really like this move. It complicates matters and it invites the move rook a2. But of course, Nemo will see that move can't be right after the check, and queen b1 check followed after that. So yeah, let's see what Nemo decides to do here. But she does not have a lot of moves, of course. Not a lot of pieces left on the board, but g6 would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. All right. So Alexandra played king to h3. Now Linda played king to g6, and I saw Linda saying something. I wonder if she offered a draw or something. I mean, White's definitely pushing for the win here, but I don't know what else could have been said. But I'm sure Alexandra wants to try for the win. Maybe now her idea is to go g4. I guess this is her idea. g4, then you follow up. Like, let's say Black sits, you go king g3. Let's say Black sits, and then eventually you go h4. And at least you loosen up these pawns a little bit. And now, again, there's at least a path again for the king to walk over to the center and the queen side. And g4 is on the board. Good move by Alexandra.
Right, g4 on the board. Quite a creative plan, but yeah, I guess it's a sort of a safe plan, you know, because it's not taking much risk. It's not like these pawns are going anywhere now. So she stopped the pawns altogether. But the question is it enough to actually get into a winning position? Of course, Linda is still down to 3 minutes, but we are approaching the 14th move very soon. So time trouble should not be an issue for her. But yeah, let's see how Alex manages to convert this, because it's still not easy.
Yeah, no, to be fair, I mean, I think the fact that Black is down to 3 minutes, it could definitely be an issue. I mean, there are chances to draw here, but you're going to have to play accurately. And again, so if you do get that chance, you might miss it because you have such little time on the clock. You can't really calculate deeply anymore. Like, you're not going to blunder your rook or anything, right? But if there is the time to calculate, you might miss that opportunity because of the time. And yeah, right now Alexandra's got a very straightforward plan. Her idea is to go king g3 and h4, and it's not easy to see what Linda should do about it. So I think Alexandra actually still has good chance to win.
All right, let's see it. Linda about to make a move. I think she moved the king back.
To f7.
F7,
Yep.
I have a feeling. Yep, she went king f7.
Okay.
Hmm.
So let's say king g3 now. So let's have a look. So let's say king g3, and that is in fact already on the board. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's like Alexandra might have realized her mistake after king g3, but she invested some time and found a really nice plan with king h3 and g4. So yeah, king g3. I don't know. I feel like white might still win. The thing I was thinking, maybe you can go rook b3 with the idea that if I go h4, you can now take and take on f3, and if you take on a6, then there's check and mate.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But the drawback of rook b3 is that now again you allow king f2. And okay, it should be pretty obvious that here king e3 is very safe, because here, okay, you give up h2, but now I mean, the king side is completely safe, right? Black has this extra half a g pawn, but you can't use it at all. So yeah, honestly, it's looking tough. I mean, h4 is coming next. You have 2 minutes on your clock. King g6 has just been played, and I guess now just h4 by Alexandra.
Yeah, and I guess Lina just sits and waits until Alexandra does something, and of course Alex is trying to get that pawn to h4. So yeah, she's trying to make progress, and she has plenty of time to figure it out, whereas Linda is down to 2 minutes. But I believe the players should be on at the 40th move very soon. They're move 39 now, so Alex is going to make her 39th move, so 2 more moves until the players receive 30 minutes extra on their clock. And meanwhile, Nemo has played the move g6. So she played move that we were thinking about, because makes a lot of sense. Not a lot of moves left in the game, but yeah, what do we think of this? What can white do now? Because it feels like the pieces of black are so disconnected. There must be something.
Yeah. Yeah, so let's see what's gonna happen. We see Anna Kremling there.
Yeah.
She's not the one with a plate. I guess they're serving some nice food there. G6, yeah, nice move by Nemo, creating some luft on the king side. So now let's see what Jennifer should do. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe just okay, h5, g5 might just be fine for black, I guess. You can now also take the time to improve your king, but if you go king g2, there's queen c6, which is a little bit annoying. But then maybe you just go to h2. Right? And like if that happens, like let's say you go king g2, check, king h2. Now white actually has a pretty big threat to go rook d8 and queen d4, and then black's all of a sudden getting checkmated. Like let's say here check, and here you cannot stop rook h8 properly. So I think king g2 might slightly improve white's position, because now your rook is no longer pinned. Because for the moment it is. If you move the rook, there will be rook a1. So let's see. Let's say king g2, king g7. And then maybe moving the rook to f4, or like here. If you go to d6 against queen e5, and it's not clear to me how you proceed. But moving the rook to f4, I think could be unpleasant, because you don't want to, like again, you can give a check, but then queen e4 is going to come. And otherwise, I always have ideas of, let's say, maybe queen d5 and hitting this. Oh, she gave a check.
Yeah, it's always unpleasant.
Wait, but check king g7? Wait, what? I don't understand the check. Why check?
I guess it's just tempting to give the check, but yeah, there's no real reason behind it. Maybe she wants to force the queen tree.
Yes, but I feel like we've been talking about rook end games like a lot today, right?
Yeah.
Here, black has very good chances to draw because this pawn is not going anywhere. Here, white's only plan also is to move the king over to the queen side and support this pawn. But the thing is, if you move your king now over, you're gonna allow black to take here, and you only have one pawn, right? In Alexandra's game, she might have to sacrifice a pawn on the king side to get like 2 connected passers, and 2 connected passers really just push themselves up the board. 1 connected passer is honestly pretty difficult to push forward. And here Nemo should be able to get some counterplay going, maybe like f5, g5, advance the pawns a little bit, so that when white does give up a pawn, the pawn's already pretty far advanced.
Yeah, and is it easy for black to defend this, or does it still require some technique?
I think Nemo is going to hold the draw. I think it's a pretty easy defense. Like, let's say after takes, I mean, maybe just to move like h5. Because what is white ever going to do? If white goes king f1, you just go rook a2. Stop white from going king here. Like, let's say white goes here. I guess the one thing you don't want to allow, or like to make it difficult for white, if white can get the rook to the 7 rank or so, at least they can push with the pawn again. Right? But here, I don't see a single plan for white if you go, let's say, king h6. One plan you do have is, let's say, to go rook f4 to defend this pawn, to try to bring the king over. But now black can, let's say, go king back, king here, and then you go here white might be able to, like, gain a tempo with, yeah, king b1, white's just in time. But it should be a pretty straightforward draw, I would think, somehow. Maybe king h6 is not the best. Maybe you can even keep giving checks. Yeah, like, let's say I give a check. Right? I don't know, here, check. Okay, maybe again at some point you do this, but then white takes here. Yeah, because the thing is, even here, like, you lose a pawn, but you're pretty far off with black to create a passer. So anyway, let's see what's going to happen, how Nemo is going to try to hold this. But with correct play, this should be a draw.
Yeah, exactly. So let's see how Nemo will defend this. But in the game, the queens are off the board, and yeah, let's see some good endgame technique. It's so amazing to see so many endgames on the first day already. We also had Anna against Dina that went all the way down to a rook endgame as well. And here we have 2 more rook endgames with us. So yeah, let's see how the players will deal with these rook endgames. But at least Alexandra's rook endgame seems to be much easier now, as she's making progress on the king side. She just played f4. She managed to get this h4 move in to try to make progress, and she's trying to play f5 soon, and then after that rook b7. In case king f7, you can give a check and push the king further back. But yeah, let's see how she continues from here.
Yeah, f4, a good move by Alexandra. Yeah, the pawn is going to f5, and then Linda is going to have to give up some ground, because let's put that on the board. Like, let's say black goes, well, first of all, you have to make a move here with black, right? But like, you cannot sit with the king forever on h6, f5 here. The question here, though, is how is white going to proceed? Obviously not king h5 because of this. Maybe what you do is you go g5. Yeah, I think you go g5. This is what you do. Take. And now, again, like, you're just going to walk the king over. Like, let's say black goes here or so. Maybe just king f4. Black goes here. King e4. And you shouldn't be too worried to give up this pawn on f5. Because if black ever takes it, again, you have these 2 connected passers on the queen side, which just, they just promote themselves, right? You just move the rook out of the way. I don't know, like, let's say even here and like rook g1. I think this is completely over with the passed pawns pushing down. So yeah, looks like Alexandra is displaying some great technique here. It's just all about whether that king can run over to the queen side. Oh wait, sorry, what is the live position? This one right here, yeah? Therefore.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like she found a good plan now. She was struggling a little bit to find the right approach, but seems like she figured it out now. And the players received 30 minutes added to their clock. So Linda is out of time trouble now, but that can go down very quickly, of course, as she's also in a tough position. Because f5 isn't coming, g5 isn't coming, and a lot of pressure on that king. So yeah, let's see what she decides to do here, but I guess she also doesn't have many moves. You don't really want to move the rook because it covers this third rank, cutting off the king, and you don't want to leave the b pawn alone either, so I guess all she can do is just move the king back and forth.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, so Nima is still thinking, but yeah, I think Alexandra found a nice plan here. The pawn is going to f5, then the other pawn is going to g5, and then she'll have a clear route for the king. And yeah, I guess also one problem for black is like, let's say you sit and you don't do anything, right? Like, let's say you play maybe rook b1 here and then king here. I guess you can go like g5 anyway. Although here there might be like check and check, which is not, but I guess here just king g3 and just walk the king over that way. But anyway, sort of the point that I wanted to make is like, let's say black sits, right? Well, let's say, I don't know, king here, f5 and king f8. And after g5, even if you ignore this, the problem is going to be that at some point, let's say after takes, check, now this king can go up to h5, followed by king to g6. Or again, I guess just this. Looks very good for white.
Yeah, this looks really good, especially because the king is away from the pawn. So yeah, you want to separate those two so the white king can have some fun and join the party.
Yep. All right. Okay, so we have some more moves in the game between Jennifer and Nemo. So h5 was played, king f1. Yeah, and now expect rook a2 from Nemo, just to make it more difficult for white to move that king over to the queen side. And I guess what Nemo should do after king e1, maybe you do just play f6. You can allow white to give a check and then go rook here. But maybe now you just go g5 to create some counterplay on the king side. Because let's say after takes, you can now create a passed h pawn. The one thing that is a bit risky, though, is that white can start pushing this pawn. And if this pawn, like if black does absolutely nothing here, right? Like if black does nothing and white gets the pawn here, now you have the idea of creating a passed f-pawn. And with a passed f-pawn, white is winning. Because you just push this pawn forward. And eventually, just showing the chat here, after f6, black is lost. Because your king is in check. Now, if you take the pawn, there will be a check over here, and white promotes the pawn. If you move the king here, well, then this f-pawn pushes through. And if you go king f7 to block the pawn, then there's rook h8, sacrificing the pawn because you're threatened to promote it. But then you have rook h7, and you win the rook. So this endgame with a pawn on a7, it's winning if you can get a passed f-pawn. With a passed g or h-pawn, it's actually a draw. So all of this would be fine for Nemo. I guess the thing is just that she has to keep playing actively with maybe just a quick like pawn h4. And I guess here she might be in... Oh, here you actually lose with white, but she probably just has to keep playing quickly there.
Yeah. So rook a2 has not been played yet. Nemo has been spending her time here, but I believe the players are very close to reaching move 40 now. They're on move 37, or it seems like, or 36 even. So just a few more moves left until move 40. And yeah, they will be playing out this endgame. I guess on one hand, not a lot of moves can be played. In endgames, you only have limited options. So making moves fast is quite easy. It is Jennifer who wants to be able to make progress. So yeah, rook a2 is on the board. played by NEMO. And now, yeah, Jennifer doesn't really have much else other than trying king e1 and trying to get the king involved somehow.
Yeah. All right, let's update everybody because we're making a lot of moves on the analysis board in Alexandra's game. King f7 has just been played by Linda. She reached the time control. She has 26 minutes on her clock, but it seems like she is in a losing position. And I think it shouldn't be that difficult for Alexandra to convert this. Another nice move you have here, by the way, is the move g5. So after g5, what you can do is maybe potentially take and then go like king g4 and king f5. Also, Jennifer did play king e1. So now let's see what NEMO is gonna do. Yeah, again, f6 is a move, but you do allow the rook to d7 and a7.
Right.
It would almost be nice here with black to pass, but I don't see a very comfortable move to pass with.
Maybe just king h7. If you give up the pawn f7, the draw is should be easy in a way for the a4 pawn.
Yeah, actually, I like king h7. And you know why? Because after king h7, let's say white goes rook f4, right? Here you go f6. And like you said, if white takes on f6, black takes on a4, this is a pretty easy draw with 3 versus 2. There's not much white can do here. And if you go king d1, now you can go g5. This move was not possible with the king on h6 because white would take with a check. But if you take now on f6, black takes on h4. And yeah, this is a pretty straightforward draw as well. So king h7, actually, I like a lot. Yeah, a nice move to pass white the move.
Yeah, and there's just not many other moves possible. You don't really want to run into a check. I guess the one thing that could be considered is by simply moving the king up. What happens if the king goes up to f6, e5, and because the king on e1 is cut off, what if I get my king on f3 all of a sudden?
Well, if you get the king on f3, then you'll be here with a check on f6. Or, well,
right.
Here's the thing. If the king f6, what white can do is, let's say, go rook d6 check, king e5, and then rook a6. And I think that would be a slight improvement for white, because currently with the rook on d4, you can't push the pawn forward at all. And then, yeah, like I said, if the king gets to e4 and f3, then white goes rook f6. And that's where things could get a little bit tricky. Then there might be a case where the 3 versus 2 could be advantageous for white because the black king could be too far away. So I like the move that you suggested earlier, king h7, much better. That seems like a nice waiting move.
Yeah, it's one of those things in rook endgames where if you're the defending side, sometimes you just have to sit and wait. And if you start over pushing, that's when you start losing the thread and things go downhill super fast. So it's very important in rook endgames when you are the defending side to be super patient and just let it happen. If your opponent wants to try to win, they have to try to find improvements. And oftentimes it's not really possible.
Yeah, often it's good to recognize that your opponent doesn't really have a good plan either. And so, yeah, like you said, you should just sit and ask them like, hey, what are you going to do, right? And if they don't have a good plan, then the sitting strategy is a very effective one. Whereas if you try to go for active counterplay and it doesn't work, then that's a way to self-destruct. So, yeah, that being said, king h7 does feel like a slight... it feels like you worsen your position a little bit. So it's not a super easy move to make.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a very unnatural one. So let's see what she will play. But for now, spending time. NEMO down to 12 minutes. Still needs to make a few moves until move 40, where the players get 30 minutes added to their clocks. But yeah, it's interesting to see that both Jennifer and NEMO basically did not run into a major time scramble. They play their game pretty quickly. They spend more time in endgame, I guess, than they spent for the most part of the game. So, yeah.
Yeah, Alexandra thinking here, but yeah, lots of moves here that look good. Again, I like G5, still leaving the F5 square open for the king potentially. Keeping some options open. If black takes, I think you just recapture with the king. And again, the king has a very clear path. You can go to F5 all the way over to E5, D5, and then C5 or C4, defending the pawn on B4 so you can take on A6. So I'm pretty sure Alexandra is going to win. Because also right now the plan is pretty straightforward. She's got all the time in the world on her clock. And I do think that NEMO should hold as well, but there's still a few traps to avoid. Because as we were discussing earlier, I think the move King H6 could lead to some trouble after this move Rook F4. Right? Because it's not going to be as easy to get the counterplay going. Like, let's say you move the king back, then white is gaining some momentum. With, let's say, king D1 on G5 and then king B1. Okay, now black has to move the rook. And here, well, the question is, what do you do here? I don't know. Maybe
yeah,
you
that's
take.
a good question.
No, take is not good.
Yeah, it doesn't help much, I guess.
Maybe rook here. Yeah, like
Actually,
take
there's
rook
no rook on the A file anymore. Oh, but rook E4 is annoying.
Yeah, the computer is not impressed with me right here. Oh, apparently rook. Oh, of course you go rook B4, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the computer keeps. Okay, I don't know. Anyway, one way or another, this should be a draw. But at least you're giving white some ground. You're allowing white to get the king over to B1. And now, if you're not careful, white starts pushing that A pawn. So, again, I like king H7. Let's see if she will go for it. She's still thinking. She's got 9 minutes. I think this might be like a good moment to invest some time. It's probably the next couple of moves are going to be easier for her.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's not easy to make a move here. That doesn't really that doesn't give white chances. So yeah, you usually want to have this rook behind the pawn. Ideally, you want to have it behind your passed pawn, but that is why NEMO put her rook behind that pawn. So advancing it is much more difficult. And this rook is also has a great purpose of cutting off this king on the second rank. So NEMO played this move really well earlier, where she put the rook all the way to C3 to get behind the pawn and then sit on the second rank. So she found a really nice idea earlier. And now that the rook is on the same rank, now the white rook is on the same rank as the passed pawn, this is one of the worst scenarios where it's really difficult to make progress. Preferably, you would even want to put the rook in front of the pawn so that you have some tactics available. There are some positions that end up winning because the defense is not that simple. But Benjamin, I see that NEMO has moved. She is going for the move that I suggested, or well, maybe not suggested, but I was wondering if that was something to consider. She played King F6.
Yeah, King F6 should be fine. Jennifer gave a check on F4. All right, so now let's see where she's going to go with the king. The advantage of rook F4 is that now you do defend the pawn on F2. So she's probably going to start running over with the king, with like king D1. But maybe what NEMO can just do is play a move like king E5. Again, if you take an F7, black takes an A4, that should be a pretty comfortable draw. And king D1 can be met with F6 and G5. Because if white can keep this rook on F4 forever, white's pretty happy. Because white's defending A4 and F2. But that's why F6, G5 comes in very useful to push that rook away. And I think here black's just drawing pretty comfortably. So let's see what is going to happen. NEMO is currently thinking. But we have some questions. Let me answer a few chat questions. Somebody asked if I'm still in Europe. No, I'm currently in the US. Otherwise, yeah, it would be 4 a.m. for me. So I don't know how are you doing it, Anamai?
I've been adjusting my sleep schedule the past 2 days. So yeah, I'm running on reserve energy. Today was a bit of a rough day because the time that I was supposed to sleep
was the time that I started the commentary. So today's a bit of a rough day, but the next couple of days should be much easier. But yeah, it's totally worth it. It's so much fun. It was actually really funny that when I asked my parents for advice, like, is this a good idea for me to stay up so late and all of that? And my dad was like, oh, you're up at this hour anyway, doing nothing, so might as well do something useful.
Right.
I felt personally attacked, but he has a point, I guess.
Right.
It is 4:20 a.m. here.
Okay, yeah. All right. We have another question in the chat. Somebody asked, Dina versus Anna Crumling, who won that game, ended in a draw after a lot of ups and downs. Alexandra played the move f5, it seems, advancing her pawn. Oh,
I think
she took on
a6
b4?
first.
She took on what?
She took on a6. She could not resist taking the pawn. And she is now in a completely drawn position. And this is what we're talking about. You cannot take the pawn a6. Yeah, this is a theoretical draw and really difficult to find a winning opportunity. I mean, of course, it's still possible for Linda to make a mistake somehow because the rook is in front of the pawn, so you can advance the pawn and hope for the best. But with the right technique, Linda should be able to hold this to a draw.
Yeah. So let's see what she is gonna do. There are still a few traps to avoid. Yeah, like for example here, what you should not do is play a move like rook a4, which looks natural, putting your rook behind a passed pawn. Because here white goes king h5, and all of a sudden you're a little bit stuck. Like if you now move the rook down, there will be a check in king g6. I guess king to g8 can still be played. But I guess what Alexandra can do after king g8 is play a move like rook a7. No, apparently not that. Maybe again g5 to walk the king over.
Yeah, I guess g5, because you cannot let go of that pawn, so you can't really move forward with the king.
Right. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, what's really nice after king here is, yeah, you go g5 and then you go king g6. You use this g pawn as a shield to, first of all, you're threatening mate, and even if black goes here, you give a check, and then you take here, and this f pawn just promotes. So still some traps for black to avoid. However, what you can do is you can just move the rook down right now in this position right here. Let's say rook b1. Because now, okay, king h5 leads to checkmate in 1. And if, let's say, white gives a check, and now goes king h5, this also leads to mate with check and mate. So, yeah, I guess Linda should hold here. Because now also g5, there's check and check. That doesn't quite work either. So yeah, I don't know. I'm shocked that Alexandra took the pawn on a6. She should have just kept that in the position, right? Because black has to keep defending, has to keep an eye on this anyway.
Yeah, it's so sad because Alexandra was showing very good endgame technique, but she could not resist the a6 pawn and ended up taking it after all. She spent quite a lot of time on her last few moves, but she did not manage to find the winning idea. And that's unfortunate because she had such a good position and she was dominating the entire game. But now we are in a rook endgame, a classic drawn rook endgame. And Linda still needs to do her best to defend this, but she doesn't really have many moves to consider. So her task should not be too difficult.
Wait,
although she did play
G5 has been
G5.
Wait, king h5 now? Wait, king h5?
Yes.
And like, aren't you just lost? Yeah, you're just completely lost after wait, no.
Let's get into the life position.
Wait, so here.
Right.
After g5, yeah, king h5, and there's nothing you can do about checking king g6, so I'm kind of shocked here.
Yeah, it's one of those moves you want to play because, oh, my opponent can play g5. I need to make sure to shut down the king side altogether. But what she didn't realize is that after king h5, she doesn't have a rook move on the h file to checkmate. And on the next turn, Alex is going to play rook a7 check. And if Linda is trying to defend with rook b7, let's say rook b7, rook b6, on the next move, a6 will come forward. Rook b7 check is the threat, and yeah, she's slowly crumbling in this position.
Yeah, maybe Linda underestimated the move king to h5. Maybe she only took f takes g6 en passant into consideration. But yeah, now she seems to be in trouble. We have some more moves in the game between Jennifer and Nemo. So after king d1, Nemo played pawn to f6. Now I guess king c1 will be played, g5, and king to b1, attacking the rook.
She actually played king d1, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, but that's not it.
I guess she was afraid of the move g5.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like you can, of course, you keep moving here, but you shouldn't win now. Well, they reach your time control. Again, it's not completely over. White still is up a pawn. But yeah, Nemo should hold this one to a draw. So yeah, let's see. I am pretty sure that Alexandra is now gonna win. I think the last mistake has been made in this rook game, because the win now looks so straightforward, right? You go rook a7, you go a6, and then at some point you just go king g6. And yeah, let me show you. Let me show this. That after king h5, like let's say black sits, right? Rook a4, you can give a check. Already king g6 here is winning. But what you can really do is you can just wait till the pawn is on a6, because now if black takes, this is very, although I guess you have rook a4. Okay, well, whatever. Like, let's say black would have gone here, right? And you get this position. Now you can always go king g6, and if black takes, there's just rook b7, a7, followed by rook b8, and that's just over right away. But even if it would come down to something like this, right? Like king e8, a6, king d8, even here like king g6, you take an f6. I mean, you've got this f pawn, which is pretty much unstoppable. Also, this a pawn is very far advanced. So I don't see Linda holding this one.
Yeah, that was the final mistake. And this is what we're talking about. You want to sit and wait for your opponent to do something. And the draw was within reach. But g5 is one of those moves you cannot afford to make. You really have to be careful with pawn moves in rook endgames. And yeah, this is not the way to go, because now the pawn f6 is a big weakness, and the king is just marching forward towards that pawn.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized, by the way, that I was moving on the wrong board. Let me move it on the right board here. But I was saying after king h5, white is just winning. Because let's say after king h5, black plays a move like rook a4, you give a check, force the king to go back, then you push this pawn up to a6, and the king is always going to come in at g6, and white's going to get another pass. Like let's say black goes here, you go king g6, you give up the pawn on g4, but you take here, and this f pawn is simply gonna promote. Like it's even difficult to see what black does here, like king c8, maybe just like king g6, f6, f7. It's really not even close. So I think, like I said, the last mistake has been made in this game. I feel like the win is too straightforward now for Alexandra, with the king coming to g6. So I think she's got this in the bag.
Yeah, I think so too. This is really hard to throw now, and there's not really much that Linda can still try here. So yeah, g5, final mistake, and a fatal one. You don't want to allow this much to happen. You don't want to push your pawns too much forward. The pawn was just fine on g7, but yeah, what to do? It happens, and this is a part of the reason why being an active chess player helps so much, because when you're active, you know these kind of things by heart that you can't afford to make such moves. You're much more careful, but the lack of practice is really kicking in, and it's very noticeable with Linda. But it's still amazing to see that she's fighting until the very end and she's not giving up.
Yeah. All right. So Jennifer is now walking her king back to f1. I mean, this should just be a draw between Jennifer and Nemo. I guess what Jennifer can try to do is still... This is, by the way, quite instructive. Like, fun fact. Like, let's say... Wait, what is the live position we have, right? So king f1. All right, so this one is here right on the board. Like, let's say black just sits and doesn't do anything anymore, right? Like, let's say black goes here, and you get the rook here, and then maybe you give a check. Like, let's say black just sits, and it gets to a position like this, right? Like a5, king here. There's a6, maybe there's... Well, sort of what I want to show is that let's say you get this position. I think after f3, white is actually winning. And you might think like, well, it's not easy to create a pass, but what white does here is quite instructive. Look at this. Like, let's say black goes here, you just walk your king over, and you go like king here. You just walk the king all the way over, right? You might think like, well, there's still no way to win because you can always give checks. But what white eventually does is white is going to walk their king all the way over to h6, and then you go rook g8, and black takes here, and then you take here. You win this pawn as well, and you get 2 extra pawns on the king side, and you win. So that's an interesting endgame to know. But I guess black wouldn't allow white to do all of that, but just to show that just sitting is not gonna work. I guess it's also important to point out that g4 often won't be effective. Now, one little trap here is that black should not take twice, because here white has h5. If you take it with the g pawn, then white gets this check and promotes the pawn. If you take it with the king, then there's this check and white promotes the pawn. But after g4, what black does is black just goes king forward. And now there's no checks to the king, and black just saves the draw. But yeah, here white's just winning by walking that king all the way over to h6, and then rook g8 and taking here. So yeah, that's quite a funny endgame to know.
Yeah, that's super instructive, and it can happen any moment. These rook endgames are so frequent and can happen any moment, especially in classical. These endgames happen so many times, and you may just have it in your game, and then suddenly you're not aware of the technique. You're not sure what to do, but yeah, you can figure it out at the board, but oftentimes it's not so easy to figure it out at the board. Usually when you're in those rook end games, you don't have so much time either, so you want to know the theoretical rook end games, at least the ideas a little.
Yeah. All right, and I think that's what Jennifer is trying to go for. So king e6 was played, now rook b4. I wonder if one or both of them are aware of the fact that that would be a win for white, and that is something black has to watch out for. So let's see, rook b4 is on the board. Nemo is thinking. She should have plenty of time here to hold the draw. And I guess also one thing that's difficult for white is, like, let's say black goes king f5 here, right? Like if you give a check, I think you already run into king g4 with the threat of king f3 and taking the pawn. So maybe you want to start with a move like king g2, and then later on, like rook b5, and then here. Or rook b5 and a5. But yeah, again, this should be a draw, but it's still not that easy for black.
Yeah, a lot of defending is still required of black. So let's see how Nemo will do. She's now down on the clock. Remember, she was up on the clock for quite some time, but now she's down to 28 minutes. And Jennifer is at 33 minutes. The players cross move 40, so they already got their extra time. And yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I'm expecting the players to spend quite some time now, because it gets tricky and you want to make sure that you play this accurately.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they have the time on the clock, so they should use it. 27 minutes for Nemo. Linda down to 13 minutes, but yeah, this is just lost. There's nothing black can do. I think you also pointed out that rook b7 just runs into rook to b6, offering the rook trade, followed by a6. Rook b7 is coming anyway. Again, this is completely lost. So yeah, I don't see Alexandra throwing this one away. So that'll be a nice start for her tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a little shaky. Of course, she won the pawn early on. Then after that, she traded it down to an endgame where it was not so clear anymore with the two pair of rooks. But soon enough, she got more and more chances. But yeah, the endgame conversion was definitely not very clean. If Linda played accurately, then it could have been really difficult for Alex to convert this. But now she's completely winning. Linda's also spending a lot of her time already. And this is heading to a win for Alexandra now.
Yeah. All right, I saw Nemo reaching for a piece. And she did play king to e7. Okay. That is probably still fine. I think black has a lot of drawing margin here, but it looks a little passive. Now I think, yeah, just a check here and then rook a7. And then again, white has the plan to advance the pawn. Now, again, it's a little tricky because if you wait too long with black, like let's say you go rook a3, white gets the pawn here, white gets the pawn here, before you know it, black might already be lost because one thing I'm curious about, by the way, is like, let's say white gets the rook to a8. What if black decides to start hiding over here, right? With the king on g7. I guess if white goes a7, it should be a draw because I don't see a plan to make progress. But maybe now is a good time to bring the king over again. And maybe potentially sacrifice that pawn. Because now the king is tucked away, right? So again, you'd rather wait with the king on f5. But that has a drawback that if white has that pawn on f3, the white is winning there, as we showed earlier.
Yeah, and I guess let's say if you play king d3, you cannot capture the pawn on f2 because of a7, and you have this trick with rook h8, and you always have this skewer idea in case your pawn a7 gets captured. Otherwise, you're just promoting. So that's why king d3, you just move your king forward, and you're not going to lose that pawn on f2.
Right. So yeah, yeah, let's say we let's have to check king d3. Black might have to play a move like king g7 first, but here white can maybe go king c4, and in case black takes, now something like rook, I don't know, d8, let's say. Black goes back, and maybe now, let's say check, or like king here right away. You get the pawn to a7. Like, this is very often what you have to do. You often have to give up a pawn on the king side to push that pawn forward. And the question is, like, is black in time to create some counterplay, right? Like, let's say pawn here, white goes maybe here. It feels like black is very slow. I feel like black is too slow. Yeah, because king f5 already runs into this, rook d5 and rook a5.
Right.
So the thing is, if you look with the computer here, the computer says everything is a draw, but at some point you might walk a thin path, right? Where only like a few moves are a draw, and you're gonna have to calculate some deep lines. So it's not a very easy or comfortable draw, to be honest.
Yeah, it's gonna require some work to survive this. Meanwhile, we have a few more moves in the game between Alexandra and Linda. Alex managed to get her rook on the 7th rank, pushing the king away from the 7th rank, and now she can easily come in with the king. She can move the pawn. One way or the other, this position is completely winning, and yeah, it's only a matter of time until Alex will win this game.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, and the king she goes a6. A6, nice move, pushing the pawn forward. Yeah, just improving the position to the maximum before going for a move like king g6. And yeah, it's tough for Linda. Yeah, she moves the king over to d8. The advantage of this is that now after king g6 and let's say takes, in case white plays a move like let's say rook g7, you're stopping the pawn at least for the moment with rook a4 and here, but yeah, white's just winning in many ways. I think that the easiest is just to, again, take the pawn on f6, because the rook for the moment cannot even move. As you hang the pawn on g5, and this f pawn is going to run down the board very quickly.
Yeah. So the one thing that if you're in a lost rook endgame, the one thing you can still aim for is to somehow get into a queen versus rook endgame, because these endgames are so painful. So the queen versus rook endgame without pawns is of course winning for the queen, but it requires technique, and it's really easy to fall for stalemate tricks, to end up not being able to checkmate. It feels like you should be able to win that easily, but it requires proper technique. And the evil side of me really would love to see the players fight out queen versus rook here.
Yeah, all right, so we have some moves on the board. King g6 was played, rook takes g4, king takes f6. And yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, we're going to see a win here quickly for Alexandra. I feel like the game between Jennifer and Nemo might go on for a while, because both players still have quite a bit of time on the clock. I mean, I don't know, who knows? Maybe we'll be here for another like hour or so.
I think I'm going to see the sunrise here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's when you know, like, you've stayed up too long, when at some point it starts becoming bright again, and then you just don't know what to do. Because then you're like, do you stay up because it's the morning, or do you go to sleep anyway, and then you'll wake up at like 3 p.m.? That's where life gets tough. Okay, wait. Jennifer moved her rook to e4. Okay, but now you just move your king. I'm a little surprised with rook e4, because you cannot really make progress with the king, with the rook on the 4th rank. I would think eventually you're going to have to move the rook to in front of the pawn, so you can actually push the pawn forward again.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't recall the tricks that come with putting the rook in front of the pawn, and how actually complicated it is to defend with black.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what Alexandra is going to do here. I think a very straightforward win here is moving the rook really anywhere along the 7th rank. Let's say rook h7. With the idea to go a7. Black goes, let's say, rook a1. You push the pawn to a7, so you throw in a check, and then queen. And in case black goes king c8, for the moment, black is stopping this in queen, but you just take on g5. Black is completely tied up, stopping the a pawn, and then you just push the f pawn forward. And actually, Alexandra has played rook g7. g4 was played. But I think now after a7, we'll probably just see a resignation. Yeah, and a7 has been played, so that's going to be a win for Alexandra.
Yeah. After a long fight, a long battle, she seems to be winning now. I mean, it's completely winning, but the resignation should happen any moment. I think it may have happened, actually.
Yep, Linda just resigned. So nice start for Alexandra's tournament. Was very up and down rooking game, but eventually she does get the win here.
Yeah, she deserved the win. Linda put up a great fight, though. She did not give up. She played until the very end and made it pretty difficult for Alexandra. But the lack of experience did kick in. So let's see how she will do in the future rounds. But she did give Alexandra quite a challenge. So that's really good to see. And now we have one game left for today. Another rook end game, and a pretty tricky one, because Jennifer is not really making progress here. As you mentioned before, we really want to put the rook in front of the pawn to try to make some progress, because if we just stay on the 4th rank with the rook, we cannot move our pawn forward whatsoever. And this king is not going astray that quickly. So, yeah. Let's see what Jennifer comes up with.
Yeah, I mean, it looks tough to make progress. I think the only plan you have is indeed just moving the rook to, let's say, b4 and b7, and then a7. You have to move the rook eventually in front of the pawn to advance it. Again, you can move your rook to f4 right now, but black just moves their king to, let's say, e6, followed by g5. So, yeah, that's the only plan I see for Jennifer. And like I said, there's definitely still ways that black can go wrong there. So let's see if that's what she's going to do. So yeah, nice winner for Alexandra. And yeah, who knows? Maybe we're going to get her for an interview.
King 1 played by Jennifer. She's trying to get the king involved, but not really able to help the position too much there because, yeah, the king cannot really leave the pawn on f2. Maybe she will play a move. I want to play f3, but that weakens the g3 pawn is probably not worth it.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so king e1 has been played. Let's see what Nemo is going to do. She could go g5 here if she wants to. So that should be fine. Again, not easy to make a move and just pass, right? I mean, king f8 doesn't look great. King g7 might allow, let's say, a check and rook a7. So let's see what Nemo is going to do. I mean, both players still have a lot of time. So let's see what they will come up with.
Yeah, both players on 25 minutes. All Nemo has to do is just sit and wait. I would consider the move king f8 just because not really allowing much progress. I guess, I mean, if you play king f8, you do allow rook e6 attacking the pawn, but that is completely fine. We just capture the pawn on a4, rook takes f6, king g7, and 3 versus 2 pawns on the same side of the board should be easy to hold. But I have definitely seen people lose this. I'm pretty sure I have lost this myself, but I was under huge time pressure for a very long time, and that's why things went wrong. But yeah, it's possible to lose it, but very unlikely. So yeah, I would say king f8 would be a move that makes sense. Just to wait.
Yeah, probably you can just move the king anywhere to like g7, f8. Maybe you can move the rook g5. I guess this game might just go on for a while. Like they can keep shuffling. Then eventually maybe white will move their rook to the 7 rank, push up the a pawn. Yeah, I think eventually this will just end in a draw, but it might just take a while.
Yeah, I think so too. They're spending their time now. They played the earlier stages of the game much faster. And here in the end game, they're really spending their time, which is really fascinating to see. Despite the fact that you have very few moves in end game, one move can decide the game, and that move can be quite logical too. So they're taking it easy, they're being very careful, and it's good to see that the players have high energy levels still after such a long game.
Yeah. All right, we see Alexandra there in the background. She just walked away. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a really nice mansion that they're playing at. Really nice house or mansion, playing venue. So let's see what Nemo is gonna. Maybe Chad has any questions for us. Like, feel free to ask away.
Yeah, feel free to let us know. As you guys know, this tournament has 8 players, 8 very awesome chess content creators, chess players that are female, and yeah, they are playing for the next couple of days against each other in a very interesting format where they're not playing all at the same time. We have 2 morning rounds and 2 evening rounds. So they're split into time slots essentially. And yeah, it allows us to take a closer look at the games, make sure that we're on the boards at all times.
Hi, Anna.
And Oh, hi, hello.
Oh, hey, Alexandra.
Hi, Benjamin. Hi, Anna. How are you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good, how are
Congratulations on your
you?
win.
Thank you. I
Congrats.
appreciate it. I feel a little bad because I know Linda's stronger than the pawn blunder, but it was her first tournament back in a while. And then I thought I may have also almost been drawing in the end there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah. What are your overall thoughts of the game? Like, do you want to walk through the game with us?
I'm on my phone, so it might be hard, but I
Oh.
have questions. I think Queen C2 is probably a mistake, and I thought she was supposed to play Knight B4 instead of Bishop G4.
Yeah, Knight B4 was definitely, yeah. So first of all, yeah, we thought, yeah, just trade the queens, go into an endgame up a pawn. And Knight B4 was definitely interesting, but it's not like Bishop G4 was a mistake or Knight B4 was particularly good for black.
Okay, so that was okay. What was my opening okay?
Well, I
Yeah,
personally
was
think it's
perfectly fine.
well, it's a little bit timid to take that early on D5, right? You can, let's say, play Knight C3 first, wait for black to go Knight F6, and then you take on D5, and if black recaptures, then Bishop G5. That is the main line.
I don't play that line though. I always play with Bishop F4.
Yeah, okay, well, I think the line of Bishop G5 is a little bit better.
Yeah, but I'm not relearning theory, buddy. I'm not a GM. That's your job.
Okay. Well, anyway, I would recommend Knight C3 first because black's not taking the pawn on C4 anyway.
Yeah, no, I think I'm supposed to play Knight C3 and then Bishop F4. I think Bishop F4 was definitely too early.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, Knight B4, yeah, it was a move, but it was not necessarily great or anything. But yeah, we thought, yeah, just trade off the queens.
That's what I was thinking initially, but like she was in time pressure, and even with the queens traded, like I did not see how I was gonna push that endgame forward, and I thought with her having 4 minutes on the clock and me having a queen, it would be a little trickier.
Yeah, that's what
makes
we
a
were
lot of
also
sense.
thinking, that maybe you were trying to trick her by keeping more pieces on the board.
Like I knew objectively, like yes, I should probably be taking there. I was just trying to give myself the best chances given all the situation, but yeah, maybe the best chances we're still taking with the queen.
All right. Yeah, so show and bishop here. Yeah, we thought that you were maybe a tiny bit better. Yeah, Knight E7 was a big mistake by her. Knight B5. And yeah, we thought just trading the queens in the endgame. I mean, you don't win in like 2 or 3 moves, but eventually it should just win itself because your upper pawn D5 is weak. Let's see after that. And then, yeah, the rook
How
in
did
game
you feel
had
about
some...
taking on D5? So after knight takes D5, were you happy about what happened in the game, or did you maybe think, maybe I shouldn't have simplified matters so quickly?
Honestly, I didn't. Oh, sorry. Let me mute. I opened chat as well. I couldn't find better winning chances there, honestly.
Yeah, it's not easy. I guess it's one of those things that it requires so much patience and you need to grind this for a long time. But yeah, simplifying it gave her some chances to come back, as you probably may have felt in the game.
Yeah. So what plan would you guys have recommended instead?
Yeah, maybe just slowly but surely improve the position. But honestly, it was not that easy. Like black's just sitting, and you feel like the position should win itself eventually. But how to do it is not that easy. Like, yeah, maybe just play like H3, maybe A5, and black can't really do anything. Well, it also feels like after pawn takes D5, at least her moves become easier practically, right? Because you take, of course, she has to recapture, right? Whereas if you play a move like H3 or A5, it's easier for her, so to speak, to self-destruct, right?
Yeah.
So I think both from a practical and an objective standpoint, taking on D5 might not have been the best way to proceed.
I thought king F2 was a mistake. I thought if I didn't play that right away and maybe tried to go around, it would have been easier. But yeah, no, I honestly, you're right. I probably should have kept the tension longer and not trade off.
I mean king of 2 here on move 34.
Yeah, I thought maybe I should have played like a3 first, go the other way, just so that she doesn't, so that her rook is stuck on a4. But I guess she could also go rook a1 and rook b1. So never mind, it wouldn't have changed anything.
No, well, king of 2 was actually good, but after rook a2, did you also consider king e3?
I did, but I counted like 9 moves for me to promote and 8 for her, and I was like, I don't think I get there in time. But maybe I did. Who knows?
Right. So how did you think this would proceed? So king e3, I guess rook takes g2.
Yeah, rook takes g2, and then rook takes a6. Rook takes h2. G5. I thought I'm supposed to like push or like rook g6.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I thought rook a2, and I thought she also would have f5 and g4 coming.
Yeah, but it feels like this shouldn't ever really work for black. Because black doesn't even have this passer yet.
I don't see how it does. I mean, I just counted the moves, and black was getting there, but I could have been just wrong. So okay, so here let's say f5.
Okay, let's say b6.
Okay, rook b2.
Let's say I go rook a7.
Yep, and then g4.
Take.
F take.
And I guess right, and I guess what you're saying is after b7 there's this, but there's king of 4.
Yeah. Maybe I missed king f4. Because I was just looking at if we come with the pawns, and I was a little bit worried. Yeah, I mean, if we have king f4, it's winning here. Maybe black has to slow down a little bit. But I guess if you don't get g5 and then it's just winning. So I guess I just missed king f4 because I saw if I push obviously g7 here, it's just not better.
Right, and g3 and black draws. So yeah, I guess
so this was the line I looked at, and this is why I didn't play it, but I just slipped king f4.
Right. Yeah, I guess just the thing is when you do give up these pawns on the king side, it becomes a bit more of a race. And I guess you'll just have to calculate like move by move, right?
Yeah.
Takeaway here.
Yeah.
Yeah, your plan of king g3 was not like bad, but it was more like complicating matters because she has some chances to come back, and basically you're fine abandoning those pawns on the king side because you have those two connected pawns. They're so strong. But your plan was also good on the king side, but it's easier for her to consolidate there because she doesn't let go of your pawn on b4.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I just thought king e3 wasn't an option. Obviously, otherwise I wouldn't have played this, and I know it was harder. I just didn't see the win the other way, even though it was my initial idea. But yeah, it makes sense now. I see that I missed it.
Right. Yeah, it just feels like optically, like if you look at the position right here, like yes, black also has a 2-pawn majority on the.
Sorry, I spilled water.
Oh.
1 second.
Okay.
All right, wait. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say that optically, it feels like white just has to be winning here, right? Because you have 2 connected passers that are already pretty far advanced, and black doesn't.
No, for sure. Like I thought it was completely winning, and that was my plan. I think from like even earlier on, I just thought I had missed something and that it wasn't working anymore. And I had to also be so precise, and I felt like my brain was a little slow today, so I think I just got shy from this. But yeah, no, I mean this makes sense.
All right, and yeah, to be fair, I think here you found a good plan with king h3. And I was wondering, like, we saw Linda saying something on the camera. Did she offer a draw after king g6?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, but I think g4 was a nice plan. King f7, king g3. You did all of this very well. She played king g6, I believe. Take. Here she played king f7. But here we were wondering why you decided to take on a6.
I just thought it was winning.
But the thing is, like, you can always play this later, right?
I didn't see having better moves because I thought if I have c5 right now, she has g5, and I don't have king f5. I don't really want to push. Like my idea is to get f5 in, and I can't do it right now.
But then you can also take and go g5.
I guess I just found the f5 plan a lot easier. Like I didn't see a way she was gonna get out of it after, unless I missed something. But I thought I had just calculated it down to a win.
Right. But yeah, f5.
You can try to play
f5
f5 first without taking on a6. Like you can always take on a6 if you want.
Okay, so I think so. If I played but my concern with f5 right now is that she plays g5.
You can take en passant there.
Yeah, I just thought this looked harder to win than the other version. And I wanted her rook to be on b4 so that I could play king h5 after that move.
Right.
Again, I'm down to like, was there any way she could have won after rook takes a6? Like, did I miscalculate something there? Because this was just a very precise thing where I thought that move order, I just could not see how she would defend.
Well, she had rook b1 here.
Rook b1, okay, and then after rook a7,
king g8,
and then king h5,
king h7.
Wait,
there's actually rook h1 made.
Oh, okay, so I did miscalculate. Yeah.
Right.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, here black would have been holding the draw. So rook b1 would have held here. I think king g8 also would have still been a draw. And after king h5, you're just in time to go king here.
Got it.
Right. But yeah, besides f5 here, but also g5 is a very nice move. And really the key always is to just bring that king over to the queen side. But yeah, after f5, after takes, the last mistake was g5, king h5, and here it was just over.
Right. No, that makes sense. I missed the rook b8 idea. I guess maybe the problem is like when you're playing a game and you look at a line and like you think you calculated it all, it's very easy to be confident. So I'm like trying to think in terms of like actual practical advice about how to change things like this. So maybe what rule of thumb would you guys put here?
Well, I guess the thing is, like in this position right here, there's still so many moves left for black, right? It's not like black only has, it's not a super forced variation where like you have one move, she has one move, you have one move, etc. Right? There's still like so many moves left here. So I would say it's like too early to say like, oh, this is just over, there's nothing black can do. And yeah, that's why, again, I would just look at this position and be like, hey, black cannot do anything. And you can always choose when you do decide to take this pawn, right? And I guess the other example that we saw where you had that move king e3 was just where you had to calculate a bit more straightforward instead of thinking like, oh, like you have 9 moves to promote a pawn and black has 8 moves. Because of course, whenever she starts pushing, you still have your king there to stop it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Okay, well, this is good advice. Thank you, Anna and Benjamin. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Of course,
Thanks for having me.
Also, hi chat. Did the sun bother you? Yes, it was so hot. I was right under the sun, and that's why I got a hat so that I would at least have a little bit of shade. But I'm gonna see if we can flip it over tomorrow. Also, there should be a chess.com logo on the scene. But we'll get it for tomorrow.
Oh no.
There should be a chess.com logo on every scene. They're helping us do this entire event. So this is a little suspicious on our end, but we will fix it. Chat, I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament. I'm sorry that the opening ceremony was a little scuffed. We had tested it and planned out so many exciting things. That being said, I guess it's the first time doing something like this, and I think maybe we bit off a little more than we could chew with our team. So I hope you guys have been understanding, and you know, we'll make it. We'll keep improving. I know there was a logo during the game, but that one was also hard to see. We need more chess.com love on our layout. even though it's funny because chess.com also helped us make these layouts, but I think normally we add the logo, so that was the issue. But that's okay. Solid event so far. Well, I'm glad you guys like it. Well, so
How are the
you
vibes
guys,
overall?
yeah, that's better. That's better. Maybe put it in the corner. There we go. There we go. Can Linda sing again? Volume was low. The volume was supposed to be coming from her speakers, and I suppose that also didn't work, which made me really sad because she premiered her song and promoted it. If you guys want to check out more of her music, Linda Diaz on YouTube. My favorite song of hers is Magic, but I also really like the one she played today. Is it looks like Nemo and Jennifer are drawing?
Yeah, this should be a draw. I don't know if you can
yes.
see, you're seeing the live board, right? Jennifer's up a pawn. Nemo should hold, but there's still some chances. I think eventually what White should do is put the rook in front of the pawns. Right now, I guess she has been shuffling around with the king, but I think king e1 here.
We don't see the position, by the way.
Oh,
because we're in a different scene.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay. I think also I don't know if you guys are still commentating, but I guess we could also raid Nemo's stream so that she has those.
Okay, I'll just
less people cheering for her.
Right. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it up to you and our producer.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we have the position
yeah.
now. Sorry, you can give your you guys can give your final thoughts on this game before we raid Nemo.
Yeah, I guess this game is heading to a draw. I mean, we were discussing how we want to put the rook in front of the pawn to create some chances. There's like a dozen of tricks possible in those positions, but with the rook on the side, defending the pawn on the side, it's much harder to create chances. But Jennifer is trying to get closer with the king to try to kick the rook out of there. Maybe that will bring her something, but it's going to take some time to see progress in this game.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is gonna be a long game. And oh my gosh,
for
man,
sure.
You've been here for so long. You should get some rest. Thank you for putting in the hours today.
You doing okay? I'm like switching time zones at this point. It's great.
You poor thing. I'm so sorry. But it's really lovely to have you guys back. You know, I think you guys make a really good commentary duo.
Oh, thank you. It's awesome. It's really
thanks for
fun.
having me.
Yeah, of course. Okay, guys. Well, I am gonna sign off then. Chat, thank you guys so much for watching. Tomorrow I'm playing Jennifer Yu, which is terrifying. And I don't remember who Andrea is playing, but we'll see you guys again tomorrow. And thank you both.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks everyone for watching.
All right.
Yeah, good luck.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Right, see you. Bye. All right, so I guess we're still live, but yeah, I guess we're going to be sent over to Nemo anytime soon. So thanks, Anamaya. Thanks to all of our viewers. It was a lot of fun commentating today. Anamaya, any last words?
Benjamin. Yes, thanks, Benjamin. Thanks, everyone, for watching. It was a blast. What a first day. What a way to start off this amazing event. I mean, we are being spoiled here as the audience, and the players are fighting so hard until the very last move, and it's just awesome to see. And the first day is off, but we are in for a wild ride for the next couple of days, so stay tuned for the next couple of days, guys. Thanks for watching, and we will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow for the evening games.
Yeah, for sure. So make sure to tune in tomorrow. There's gonna be a morning round, then an evening round. So have a good one at Nemo's channel, and we will see you all tomorrow.